Hey there. It's late. Maybe later than you planned. I'm Nick, and if you're still awake, I'm really glad you ended up here. Nights have a funny way of making little worries feel much bigger than they really are. So let's leave them alone for a while. Let these mysterious stories keep your mind occupied until sleep quietly catches up with you. There are just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then it's completely uninterrupted for hours. If you'd like to spend more nights together, I'd love your support with a subscribe and a like. Let me know where you're listening from tonight. Now, let's begin. Gemma Collins stopped at the diner because the next 70 miles were empty and her hands had started shaking on the wheel. Not the exhaustion tremor from Reno, but something sharper. Adrenaline working backwards through her system after 9 hours of mountain passes and desert highways in the dark. The coffee was terrible, metallic, cut with too much sugar, but it was hot, and the counter was solid under her forearms. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, ballast going bad. She could see her reflection in the window behind the counter, pale and hollow-eyed, and beyond that the parking lot, her sedan alone under a single working light. The man 2 stools down was watching the door. When he looked at her, his eyes went past her face to the window behind her, the parking lot, the highway. Then he looked at the scar on his left forearm and back at her. Gemma wrapped both hands around her cup and let the heat soak into her palms. She had been driving for 9 hours straight since leaving Sacramento at 5 in the afternoon, and her back ached in specific places where the seat pressed wrong. The man shifted on his stool. He was maybe 30, maybe older, wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows. The scar on his forearm was distinct, star-shaped, about 2 inches across. Old tissue, pale against tanned skin. Gemma looked away. She checked her phone. No signal out here, just the emergency bar. Her sister's last text was still on the screen from 3 hours ago, sent when Gemma had signal outside Reno. Surgery scheduled 7 in the morning. Doctor says you don't need to come, but I'd feel better if you were here. Gemma had typed back, "I'm coming," and sent it into the void. The message still showed as undelivered. She put the phone face down on the counter. The clock on the wall said nearly 3 in the morning. The surgery was at 7. The city was still 120 miles away, and maybe 2 hours if she didn't stop again, and she wouldn't. Her sister would be prepped and waiting by 6:30, asking the nurses if anyone had called, if her sister was coming, and Gemma needed to be there when they wheeled her into the operating room. Needed to be the last face her sister saw before they put her under. The diner was empty except for the 3 of them. A waitress sat at the far end of the counter, reading something on her phone, not looking up. The place was one of those prefab boxes dropped on a concrete pad sometime in the 70s and never updated. Red vinyl booths cracked at the seams, duct tape over the worst splits, cigarette burns along the edge of the laminate countertop, even though smoking had been banned for years. The air smelled like burnt coffee and fryer grease and pine sol, and underneath that the mineral smell of desert dust that got into everything out here. The refrigerator case hummed behind the counter, the compressor cycling on and off with a mechanical wheeze. Through the window behind the waitress, Gemma could see nothing but black. The kind of absolute dark you only got in the Great Basin, miles from any city, where the desert stretched away in all directions, and the nearest light was the stars. Gemma's sister had been vague about the surgery. Gallbladder, she'd said. Routine. The doctor said it could wait another month, but the pain was getting worse. Better to do it now. Gemma had offered to fly out, but her sister had said not to bother, that the doctor said family didn't need to be there, that she'd be fine. But then the text had come through at midnight. "I'd feel better if you were here." That phrasing. Not, "I want you here," or "Can you make it?" But the careful understatement her sister used when she was frightened and trying not to show it. The same phrasing she'd used when their father was dying, when the divorce papers came through. when every crisis arrived that she couldn't handle alone but wouldn't explicitly ask for help with. And Gemma had done what she always did. Gotten up, packed a bag, gotten in the car. The reliable sister, the fixer, the one who drove through the night because someone needed to, and she was the only one who could. 9 hours if she drove straight through. She could make it. Their mother used to say Gemma had been born responsible. When their father's mind started going, Gemma had signed the facility intake forms with hands that wouldn't stop shaking, then visited every Thursday for 3 years until he stopped recognizing her face. And now her sister was alone in a hospital room 120 miles away, frightened and trying not to show it, and Gemma was going to be there because that was what Gemma did. The man 2 stools down cleared his throat. Gemma glanced over. He was looking at her directly now, not at the window, and his expression was careful. He mentioned it had been a long night. Gemma nodded. She didn't want conversation. She wanted to finish the coffee and get back on the road. He asked if she was heading north or south. She told him north, heard how flat her voice sounded, and asked the same. He said his truck had broken down about a mile up the road, that he'd had to walk back here. Gemma looked at him. His jeans were dusty at the knees, and his boots had desert grit in the treads. He caught her looking and gave a small, tired smile, said it had been a night, but could have been worse. He touched the scar on his forearm with one finger, tracing the shape of it. The gesture was unconscious, automatic. Gemma had seen people do that with old injuries, the way her father used to rub his shoulder where the rotator cuff had torn. Muscle memory. She found herself asking how he'd gotten it. He looked down at the scar like he'd forgotten it was there. Then he looked back at her, and something in his face changed. Not suspicion, exactly. Calculation, maybe. Weighing whether to tell the story. He told her about the car accident when he was 8. His mother driving, the road outside Ely. The car rolling 3 times down an embankment. He described the windshield coming apart in pieces, the metal of the door frame pressed against his arm, hot from the engine fire. The shape burned right into him. His mother pulling him out through the window, the 2-hour wait for anyone to find them. He said it smoothly, the details arranged in order, the emotion controlled. Gemma could see the scene as he described it. The car rolling, the child's arm trapped, the mother dragging him free. It was vivid, specific. But there was something about the rhythm of it, the way he hit each beat without hesitation, that felt rehearsed. Not false, necessarily, but practiced. Like the scar was a question he got asked often enough that he'd learned to tell it a certain way. Gemma had done the same thing with her own stories. Her mother's death, her father's decline, her divorce. She'd learned to tell them cleanly, to control the emotion, to make them bearable to share. So she recognized the technique when she saw it in someone else. Gemma looked at him. He held her gaze, steady, waiting. She told him it was terrible. He said it was long ago. He turned his arm so the scar caught the fluorescent light. Outside, the highway was dark in both directions. No headlights, no traffic. Gemma drank the coffee and watched the clock. If she left now, she could make it by 5, maybe earlier if the road stayed clear. The man 2 stools down was quiet now. He drank his coffee and looked out the window at the parking lot the same way he'd been looking when Gemma first came in. Gemma finished her cup. She left a 10 on the counter, more than the coffee cost, and stood up. Her legs were stiff, her back tight. She needed to stretch before getting back in the car. The man stood up too. He caught her eye and asked if she was heading north anyway, if she could give him a ride to his truck, just a mile up the road, right off the highway. He said he could walk it, but it was cold, and if she was going that direction anyway. He let it hang. He didn't push. He looked tired, the kind of tired Gemma recognized from her own reflection in the window. Gemma calculated. a mile up the road. 5 minutes total if she pulled over, let him out, kept going. 5 minutes wouldn't matter. She'd still make it by 5. And the truth was, she didn't want another 2 hours of highway darkness alone. Someone else in the car would be a distraction, would keep her awake. The scar stayed with her, star-shaped and old, and the story that felt practiced. But practice didn't mean false. People with real trauma learned to tell it cleanly. It was a mile, 1 mile. She told him okay. He smiled, and it looked genuine. The kind of relief that comes when someone solves a problem you'd given up on. He thanked her. Said he'd been sitting there for an hour trying to figure out what to do. They walked out together, and the cold hit immediately. Dry desert cold that pulled moisture from the skin. Gemma's breath plumed in the air. She crossed the parking lot to her sedan, the man a few steps behind her, his boots crunching on gravel. She unlocked the doors, and the interior light came on. She got behind the wheel, and he walked around to the passenger side. Gemma turned the key, and the engine turned over, settled into idle. She adjusted the heat, turned on the headlights, and the beams swept across the parking lot. The man opened the passenger door and started to get in, one hand on the doorframe. And Gemma's headlights, sweeping across the parking lot as she adjusted the angle, caught movement at the edge where the asphalt met the brush. A figure standing there, just at the boundary between light and dark. A man. The same man. Same flannel shirt, same build, same face. But this one was bleeding. His shirt was torn at the shoulder, fabric dark with blood, and his face was twisted with terror. And he was staring directly at her, his eyes locked on hers through the windshield, his mouth opening like he was trying to shout something she couldn't hear. Gemma's foot slammed the brake, and the seatbelt locked against her chest. The man beside her froze with one hand on the doorframe, half in and half out. The man in the brush stepped into the headlight beam. His shirt was torn at the shoulder, fabric hanging in strips, and the wound beneath it was dark and wet with blood. Same flannel pattern, same build, same face. The man beside her pulled the door shut and reached for the lock, but Gemma hit the unlock button before he could engage it. The locks popped up. The man in the brush was closer now, maybe 10 feet from the bumper. His mouth was moving, but Gemma couldn't hear anything through the windows. His right hand came up, palm out. His left arm was pressed against his ribs, the sleeve torn and hanging loose. Gemma put the car in park and turned off the engine. The headlights stayed on, running off the battery, and the sudden silence was enormous. She opened her door and stepped out into the cold. The door hung open behind her, interior light spilling out across the asphalt. The man in the brush stopped moving, maybe 8 feet away now. The blood was fresh, still spreading across the fabric of his shirt. He opened his mouth, and his voice came out rough, damaged. That's not me. It killed me on the highway. The words were simple and declarative. Gemma heard them clearly in the desert silence. She turned to look at the man still sitting in her passenger seat, staring at her through the windshield, his hands folded in his lap. She needed to see the scar. She walked around to his side of the car and opened his door. He looked up at her, and his face was calm, patient. She told him to roll up his sleeve and show her the scar. He didn't hesitate. He lifted his left arm, rolled the fabric back past his wrist, past his forearm. The scar was there, star-shaped, pale against tanned skin, exactly as it had been in the diner. 2 inches across, the tissue old and smooth, the points of the star distinct, perfect. She looked back at the man in the brush. He was shaking now, whole body trembling, blood spreading across his shirt, face twisted with terror. The man in the car was looking at her steadily, waiting for her to decide. The scar on his arm was proof, physical evidence, clean, rational, verifiable. Gemma stood in the cold between them, and her mind did what it always did, assessed, calculated, organized the chaos into something manageable. The man in the brush represented disorder, blood, police, crime scene. Hours of questions under fluorescent lights in some sheriff's station while her sister waited alone in pre-op, wondering where Gemma was, whether she was coming. An ambulance, a delay, the surgery starting without her, her sister going under anesthesia looking for Gemma's face and not finding it. The man in the car represented order. 5 minutes. Drop him at his truck, get back on the highway, make it to the hospital by 5. Clean, simple. No blood on her seats, no police reports, no delay. Everything proceeding exactly as planned. And Gemma was so tired. 10 hours of driving through mountain passes in the dark, white-knuckling through exhaustion and adrenaline, and she just needed this to be simple, needed the world to make sense, needed the evidence to mean what evidence was supposed to mean. The scar was real. The scar was there. Physical proof didn't lie. She made her choice. She yelled at the man in the brush, told him to get away from her car, and the words went flat against the desert air. His face changed, and the terror shifted into disbelief and then understanding, then a kind of awful resignation. His mouth opened like he was going to say something else, try one more time, but nothing came out. He looked at the man in the passenger seat, and they locked eyes through the windshield. Gemma saw the seated man's expression change for just a second. Something flat and cold and satisfied flickering across his face before it was gone. The man in the brush made a sound, low and broken, and turned away. He ran, not toward the diner or the highway, but out into the desert, into the dark beyond the headlights. Gemma watched him go, watched the darkness swallow him, and heard the sound of his boots on the gravel and then on the sand, and then nothing. She got back in the car, and the man closed his door. She turned the key and put it in drive, and the headlights swept across empty brush. Gemma pulled out of the parking lot and accelerated onto the highway, heading north. The man beside her said nothing. The surgery was at 7. She had time. The diner disappeared behind them, and then there was nothing. Just the highway and the dark, and the two of them moving north through the desert. The highway stretched ahead in the cone of the headlights, empty and straight, the center line unspooling endlessly. Gemma had tested him, seen the evidence, made the right choice. The scar was visible on his forearm where the sleeve had written up. Star-shaped, pale, exactly as he'd described it. She looked back at the road. The shoulder was gravel, then sand. If she jerked the wheel hard enough, the car would roll. Seatbelt would hold her. The man beside her would go through the windshield at 60. The calculation was automatic, clinical, and she pushed it away. The road was straight with no curves, no oncoming traffic to swerve into. The shoulder dropped off into nothing, no guardrail, just sand and sage stretching to the horizon. She could see the tracks where other cars had pulled off, tire marks in the gravel. Gemma's hands were at 10 and 2 on the wheel. Her right foot rested on the accelerator, maintaining 60. Her left foot hovered near the brake, not touching it, just ready. She found herself calculating stopping distances. 60 miles per hour meant 88 feet per second. At this speed, if she hit the brake, the car would need about 240 feet to stop on the dry pavement. She pushed the calculations away. The man shifted slightly, adjusting his position, and Gemma caught the movement in her peripheral vision. It was smooth and economical, no wasted motion. And when he settled, the flannel shirt shifted wrong. Wrinkled at the shoulder when his back was already against the seat, then smoothed itself half a second later, like fabric responding to a movement that hadn't happened yet. Gemma's hands tightened on the wheel. Desert grit pinged against the undercarriage, a rhythmic tick-tick-tick that rose and fell with the car's speed. The heater was blowing dry air that smelled like old carpet and road dust, the vents rattling slightly with each gust. Gemma adjusted the temperature down, and the flow shifted, became quieter, but the smell remained. The man's breathing was audible in the silence, regular and steady. In for 4, out for 4. But 3 breaths in, Gemma heard it. The breath extending a fraction too long, the chest expanding slightly farther than the volume of air should allow, like a lung filling past full. She glanced at the passenger side of the windshield. Her side was fogging slightly at the bottom edge where her breath hit the cold glass. His side was clear, then suddenly wasn't. Condensation spreading from the center outward in a slow crawl. Against the direction heat should travel, like watching frost form in reverse on a window pane. She looked back at the road. The dashboard lights cast an amber glow across the interior, reflecting in the rearview mirror, and Gemma adjusted the mirror by a fraction of an inch so she could watch his reflection instead of looking at him directly. He was staring forward, hands folded, face showing nothing. When a passing structure appeared in the windshield, a dead windmill, a mile marker, his eyes tracked it. But the movement came a fraction of a second early, pupils shifting to follow before the object entered his field of view. The highway curved and Gemma's headlights swept across sage and sand. Nothing out there except the desert and the cold, and the man she'd sent running into it. How far could he have gotten on foot, bleeding in the dark? Whether he'd collapsed somewhere in the sand or was still running. The temperature outside was dropping. The dashboard thermometer read 38 degrees. Below that, hypothermia became a factor. Combined with blood loss and shock, a man running into the desert with a torn shoulder and no coat would last, an hour? 2 at most before he collapsed, and the cold finished what the blood loss started. Gemma's jaw tightened, and she pushed the image away. She'd made the right choice. The scar had been proof, and physical evidence didn't lie. But the bleeding man in the brush kept circling back. His voice had been rough, damaged. That's not me. It killed me on the highway. The word choice registered. It killed me, not he. And the way the seated man's expression had changed when they locked eyes, just for a second. Something flat and cold and satisfied flickering across his face before the mask of calm patience slid back into place. Gemma forced herself to focus on the road, on the white line and the dark beyond it, on the surgery and her sister and the promise she'd made. She couldn't afford to second-guess herself now. The choice was made. The man in the passenger seat spoke and asked how much farther to the city. Gemma told him 65 miles. He thanked her again and said she'd saved his life back there. The words were appropriate, but something about the delivery was wrong, the timing off. Too much pause before saved, not enough before back there. The odometer clicked over. The numbers were something to focus on besides the breathing and the memory of the bleeding man's face. The man in the passenger seat was watching her, and she could feel it, his gaze steady on the side of her face. She glanced at him, and his eyes were fixed on her, unblinking. When she looked, he didn't look away immediately the way people did. He held her gaze for 2 seconds, 3 before turning back to the windshield in a measured arc. She forced herself to look back at the road. The man spoke again and said something about family, about how important it was to be there for them. Gemma nodded, didn't trust herself to respond. He kept talking. Said his own family had been close when he was growing up, that his father used to take them on long drives through the desert, pointing out constellations. Gemma's breath caught. Father. In the diner, the story had been about his mother, the car accident, his mother driving, his mother pulling him from the wreckage. But he'd just said father. Gemma looked at him, and he was still looking straight ahead, face calm, hands folded. Maybe she'd misheard. 9 hours of driving, making exhaustion, create inconsistencies where there were none. Or maybe the thing in the passenger seat had copied the story, but hadn't copied it perfectly. The man in the passenger seat laid his hand on top of hers on the steering wheel, the touch light and gentle. He said she seemed tense, that he could help her drive if he was tired. His hand was cold and the pressure was steady, measured. Gemma could feel each finger individually where they rested on her knuckles. She pulled her hand away and put it back on the wheel at a different position. He withdrew his hand smoothly and folded it back with the other in his lap. Didn't apologize, didn't acknowledge that anything had happened. The man spoke again and asked about her sister. Gemma's stomach dropped. She hadn't mentioned her sister. She'd said family in the diner had been deliberately vague, had given him no details, unless she had. Unless she'd mentioned it while they were walking to the car, and she couldn't remember through the exhaustion. Or unless he already knew. The thought came unbidden, and Gemma tried to push it away, but it kept circling back, insistent. This man had never given his name, had never said where he was from, where he was going, anything beyond the broken-down truck a mile up the road. But he'd asked about her sister specifically. Not your family, but your sister. And the man in the brush had said it killed me, not he. If the thing in the brush had been the real man, bleeding, dying, trying to warn her, then the thing in her passenger seat was something else wearing his shape. And if it was wearing his shape, it must have found him. It must have studied him, killed him, stolen his body down to the scars. The thing hadn't been waiting at that diner by accident. Hadn't randomly picked that location. It had positioned itself on this specific highway, at this specific diner, because it knew Gemma would be driving through. Because it was hunting someone Gemma was connected to, and it needed Gemma to deliver it. She made herself answer, said the surgery was routine, trying to keep her voice steady. He asked what kind of surgery. She said she didn't want to talk about it. He said okay, and went quiet, and the silence in the car became enormous. Then Gemma saw it. A single bar of signal flickering on her phone screen in the cup holder, faint and unstable. But there. She kept her eyes on the road. Her right hand stayed on the wheel while her left hand moved slowly, casually down to her coat pocket. The man in the passenger seat was looking forward, hands folded. Gemma's fingers found the phone and pulled it into her pocket, the movement smooth and unhurried. She unlocked it by feel, the pattern she'd traced 10,000 times, and the phone vibrated once to confirm. She found the messaging app by touch, tapped it, and waited before finding her sister's contact. The keyboard appeared, and she started typing blind, her thumb moving across the glass by memory. Don't trust man in car. Not him. Something wrong. Don't let him near you. The words were clumsy, abbreviated, but they would be enough. Her thumb found the send button, and she pressed it. A small vibration confirmed. The message was out. Her sister would see it, would know, would be warned. The man in the passenger seat turned his head and looked at her. Then he spoke, and the voice was her sister's voice. Higher, softer, exact. Don't trust man in car, not him. Something wrong. Don't let him near you. The exact words she just typed. The thing tilted its head smoothly, and when it spoke again, its voice was back to the man's. The signal out here is terrible, Gemma. It won't go through. It reached down gently and lifted her phone from her pocket. The screen showed the message still sitting in the text field, unsent, the signal bar gone. It placed the phone back in the cup holder, face up where she could see it. Then it folded its hands back in its lap and looked forward again. The thing had seen her typing, had watched her or felt her, or somehow known exactly what she was doing. Had read the message she'd typed blind and recited it back to her in her sister's voice. Her sister was 25 miles away, and the surgery was at 7, and Gemma had promised. The man in the passenger seat was watching her again, patient, waiting. She thought about the bleeding man in the brush. That's not me. It killed me on the highway. It. Not he. It. And the man spoke one more time, and his voice was calm and measured, each word placed with calculated care. He said they were almost there. Said he was grateful. Said it had been lucky that Gemma stopped at the diner, that she'd been kind enough to help, that she'd been smart enough to test him. And then he smiled, and the smile didn't reach his eyes. The desert began to change. The absolute dark gave way to scattered light. Dead wind turbines against the sky, their blades motionless. An abandoned way station, concrete pad cracked and empty. A truck stop with its sign still lit. Fuel food showers, but the parking lot empty. The man in the passenger seat tracked each one as they passed. His eyes moved mechanically, following the structures from the moment they appeared in the headlights until they disappeared behind the car, not turning his head, just moving his eyes, tracking the arc with the precision Gemma associated with surveillance cameras. Then the city lights appeared on the horizon, faint orange-yellow glow against the black. Lights meant people. People meant witnesses. The highway widened from 2 lanes to 4. Exit signs appeared overhead, green and white. Industrial Park, 2 miles. Downtown, 5 miles. Medical Center, 7 miles. Gas stations passed on either side, closed but lit up. Fluorescent canopies over empty pumps. Fast food restaurants. The drive-thrus dark, but the signs still glowing. Industrial buildings, warehouses, empty parking lots. No people. The man spoke and asked if she knew where the hospital was. Gemma said yes, and her voice came out hoarse. He said that was good, that her sister would be waiting. It knew about her sister, knew where she was going, knew about the surgery, knew who she was expecting. It had been waiting for her specifically, had positioned itself at that exact diner because it knew Gemma would be driving through. Because it had been watching her sister's life, and it knew Gemma was coming. Gemma turned onto a wide commercial street, and then she saw it. A police cruiser parked in the shadows of a closed bank. Radar gun visible on the dash. The officer inside silhouetted against the glow of a laptop. Her foot moved before she could think. Pressed down on the accelerator, hard. The speedometer climbed, 45, 50, 60. The engine noise rose and the streetlights started blurring past, and Gemma kept her foot down, pushing 70, willing the radar to catch her, willing the lights to flash. The man in the passenger seat turned his head and looked at her. Then his hand moved smoothly, and his cold fingers wrapped around her wrist where it rested on the gear shift. The pressure was gentle, firm. His other hand reached over and shifted the car into neutral with the same fluid motion. The engine roared uselessly. The car began to glide, momentum carrying it forward, but speed bleeding off fast. 60, 50, 40. Gemma tried to shift back into drive, but the thing's fingers tightened on her wrist. Not painful, but immovable. And the car kept slowing, kept gliding, until it rolled to a gentle stop at the side of the road. The police cruiser sat 50 yards behind them. Its lights stayed dark. The thing released Gemma's wrist and folded its hands back in its lap. When it spoke, its voice was gentle, almost paternal. "We don't want a ticket, Gemma. Your sister is waiting." She put the car back in drive and pulled slowly back onto the road, accelerating to exactly 35. In the rearview mirror, the police cruiser stayed dark and still. A convenience store appeared on the right, fluorescent lights bright through the windows. Someone inside, a clerk standing behind the counter. Gemma's foot hit the brake. The car slowed, pulling toward the curb. The man turned his head and looked at her, asked if she needed to stop. She said yes, coffee, bathroom. He said okay. Said he'd wait in the car. Gemma pulled into the parking lot. The interior light came on when she opened her door. The man was visible in it, hands folded, face forward. She got out, and the cold air hit her. The asphalt was cracked, weeds growing through the gaps. The bell chimed when she pushed through the door. The clerk looked up from his phone. Young, bored, name tag reading Dylan, and gave her the automatic acknowledgement retail workers gave everyone at this hour. Gemma stood just inside the door. The fluorescent lights were too bright. The air smelled like old coffee and floor cleaner. She turned and looked back through the glass. The car sat in the lot. The man was visible through the windshield, sitting exactly where she'd left him. Hands folded, face forward. Not fidgeting, not checking his phone, not looking around, just sitting, waiting for her to come back. She could stay here, could tell Dylan to call the police, could wait for them to come and try to explain that the man in her car wasn't human. And Dylan would nod and call the police, and they would come, and they would walk out to the car and talk to the man sitting calmly in the passenger seat. And he would show them his driver's license. Say Gemma had offered him a ride after his truck broke down. And was there a problem? And the police would look at Gemma, exhausted and hollow-eyed after 10 hours of driving, and they would ask her what the problem was exactly. And Gemma would try to explain about the bleeding man in the brush and the scar test and the voice that sounded like her sister. And they would see a tired woman making accusations against a calm, cooperative man with a valid ID and a plausible story. No weapon, no threat, no proof. And her sister was 10 blocks away in pre-op, looking for Gemma's face. Dylan asked if she was okay. Gemma said she was fine, just tired. He went back to his phone. Gemma looked at the car. The man hadn't moved. 30 feet of distance between them, and the thing in the car knew it was temporary. Stay and miss the surgery, or go back. She walked to the door, pushed through, crossed the parking lot. The thing watched her approach through the windshield. Gemma opened the driver's door and got in. The interior light came on. The man turned his head and looked at her. She started the engine, put it into drive. She drove, navigating through the empty streets. The man sat beside her, breathing in perfect rhythm. Every block brought her closer to her sister and closer to whatever the thing wanted. She could see the hospital clearly now. The emergency entrance lit up bright white. The parking structure, the signs. The man spoke. Asked what her sister was having surgery for. She said it was routine. He said hospitals made him nervous. Gemma's vision was narrowing, the hospital sharp and bright ahead of her. And she couldn't do it. Couldn't drive into that parking structure with this thing. Couldn't walk through those doors with it beside her. Couldn't lead it straight to her sister. The words came out before she could stop them. What are you? The man looked at her, and he didn't answer right away. Just sat there with his hands folded. Then Gemma drove past the hospital entrance and kept going because she couldn't make herself turn in. The man in the passenger seat tilted his head, the movement smooth and practiced, and when he spoke his voice was calm and measured. When we take a shape, we take everything, down to the cells. Gemma kept driving, turning at random through empty streets. Left onto a residential street, houses dark behind bare lawns, right onto a commercial avenue, shuttered storefronts. Down to the cells, the scar, the memories, the story. Everything copied perfectly, down to the cellular level. There had been no test Gemma could have given him. The thing sitting next to her had stolen the man's body and memories and scars, and the real man had been in the brush, bleeding and terrified. And Gemma had sent him into the desert to die because she'd demanded proof, and the monster had given her exactly the proof she'd asked for. She'd condemned an innocent man because she'd been smart. The hospital was behind her now. Her sister was there, in pre-op, looking for Gemma's face and not finding it. The nurses would be asking if anyone had called, and her sister would be saying, yes, she's coming, she promised. But Gemma was driving in circles through an empty city with a monster in her passenger seat. The thing spoke again, said she seemed upset. Gemma didn't answer. It said it understood this was difficult. Said it knew she'd done her best. The voice was calm, patient, almost sympathetic. She had to go back, had to turn around, had to be there for her sister. But if she walked into that hospital with this thing, if she let it into her sister's room, if her sister saw it and smiled. Gemma passed a park, swings moving slightly in the wind, past an elementary school, playground equipment casting long shadows. The thing said her sister was waiting, said the surgery was at 7, said Gemma was running out of time. And the thing was right. It was nearly 4:30 in the morning. If Gemma didn't turn around now, she would miss it, would break her promise. And the thing knew it. Knew Gemma would go back. Knew she had no choice. That was why it was sitting there so calmly. It didn't need to threaten her or hurt her or force her. It just needed to wait. She turned back toward the hospital, navigating through different routes because she had to be there, had to keep her promise, had to be the last face her sister saw, even if the thing came with her. The hospital appeared ahead and Gemma turned into the parking structure. She pulled into a space on level 3, turned off the engine. The silence was enormous. The thing said they should go inside. Gemma got out of the car. The thing got out on the passenger side, smoothly, precisely, and walked around to join her. It moved with perfect economy, every step exactly the same length. They crossed the parking structure to the elevator. Gemma's footsteps echoed on the concrete. The thing's didn't. The thing pressed the button. The doors opened immediately. They stepped inside. The thing stood perfectly still while the elevator descended. The elevator played soft, instrumental music. The thing didn't react to it. The doors opened. The lobby was bright, sterile, mostly empty at this hour. White tile floors, white walls. A security guard sat at a desk near the entrance, 20 feet away, reading something on a tablet. Radio on his belt. Gun holstered at his hip. Normal. Everything was normal. Gemma stopped walking. Just stopped 3 steps into the lobby. The thing kept walking for 2 more steps before it noticed, then turned back. The security guard was right there, 20 feet away. A witness. Authority. Help. Gemma opened her mouth to scream, and the thing moved. Not fast, not violent. It simply stepped close to her, wrapped one arm around her waist, gentle and supportive, the way a concerned family member would steady someone who was about to collapse. Its voice came out warm and tired and perfectly concerned, pitched to carry to the security guard's desk. Hey, I've got you. 10 hours of driving overnight, you're running on fumes. It looked past Gemma to the guard, gave him a weary, sympathetic smile. She wanted to be here for her sister's surgery. Wouldn't let me drive. The guard looked up, saw a tired woman being supported by a concerned companion, and smiled back with understanding, nodded, went back to his computer. The thing's arm stayed around Gemma's waist, firm and inescapable, and it guided her gently toward the information desk. Its voice dropped to a whisper. We don't want to make a scene, Gemma. Your sister is waiting. Gemma's legs moved. The thing walked beside her, arms still around her waist, and they crossed the lobby together to the desk where the receptionist looked up, smiled, and asked how she could help. Gemma's voice came out steady, automatic. She said her sister was in pre-op, gave the name. The receptionist checked her computer, gave Gemma a visitor badge, pointed toward the elevators. Fourth floor, surgical wing, room 412. The thing released her waist, took its own badge, and stood patiently at her side. The guard never looked up again. They rode the elevator to the fourth floor. The floor indicator counted up. 2, 3, 4. The doors opened. The hallway was long and empty, doors on either side marked with numbers. The smell was different up here. Medical. Gemma's stomach tightened. She walked down the hallway, the thing following. She passed the nurse's station, empty, computer screens glowing blue. Past a supply closet. Past a waiting room. Room 408, room 410, room 412. The door was half open. Gemma could see her sister through the gap, sitting up in the hospital bed, dressed in a surgical gown, IV in her left arm. When her sister saw Gemma, her face lit up with relief. She said Gemma made it, that she'd been worried she wouldn't get here in time. Gemma stood in the doorway, unable to speak. Her sister's gaze moved past Gemma to the thing standing behind her in the hallway. Her expression changed. Surprise, then delight. She said a name, smiling. Preston. Asked if Gemma had picked him up from the garage on the way. Said she didn't know he was coming too. Preston. Gemma's stomach went cold. The thing stepped forward into the room, and when it spoke, its voice was warm and familiar and perfect. Said it wouldn't miss it. Said Gemma had offered him a ride when she stopped for coffee. Her sister knew it by name, knew where he worked, the garage, was smiling at it like it was someone she'd known for years, someone she trusted. The thing hadn't found this man by accident. It had hunted him, had stalked her sister's life, learned who was in it, found someone close to her. Preston, who worked at the garage, who her sister knew well enough to be delighted to see. Then it had killed him and stolen his shape, and waited at that desert diner on the only highway from Sacramento, because it knew Gemma would be driving through, had planned every step. Her sister looked at Gemma, still smiling, and said she was so glad Gemma had brought him. Said it meant a lot that they were both here. The thing hadn't wanted to kill her on the highway. It had needed her to drive it here, to deliver it into her sister's life, to introduce it as someone safe, someone familiar, someone Gemma trusted enough to bring to the hospital. Her sister kept talking, saying how glad she was they were both here, how much better she felt knowing they'd be waiting when she came out of surgery. The thing moved to the other side of the bed, pulled the chair closer, sat down. It reached out and took Gemma's sister's hand. The gesture was gentle, familiar. Gemma's sister squeezed back, her fingers curling around the thing's hand. Gemma watched her sister's hand in the thing's hand, watched her sister's face, relaxed and grateful, looking at the thing with trust and affection. Her sister had no idea what was sitting beside her, what was holding her hand, what Gemma had brought into this room. A nurse appeared in the doorway, pushing a wheelchair. She said it was time. They needed to take her to the OR now. Gemma's sister looked at her, then at the thing, and said she'd see them both in a few hours. Said she loved Gemma. Said thank you for coming. The nurse helped her from the bed into the wheelchair. Gemma's sister settled into the chair, hospital gown bunched around her legs. She looked small, vulnerable. The nurse wheeled her toward the door. Gemma's sister gave them both one more smile, a little wave, and then she was out in the hallway, disappearing through the double doors marked surgical wing. And then her sister was gone. Gemma stood there in the empty room with the thing. The room was quiet except for the hum of the fluorescent lights and the distant beeping of monitors. The bed was empty, sheets rumpled. The IV pole stood beside it, hook empty now. The thing sat in the chair, hands folded in its lap. It looked at Gemma, said they should wait in the family lounge, that it would be a few hours. Said the cafeteria would be open soon if she wanted coffee. It was going to stay, was going to be there when her sister came out of surgery, was going to be part of her sister's life now, welcomed and trusted and impossible to remove, because Gemma had brought it here herself, had vouched for it just by walking in with it beside her. She'd used her own love, her own urgency, her own intelligence to deliver an apex predator straight to the person she'd driven 12 hours to protect. And there was no way to undo it. No way to explain. No way to warn her sister without sounding insane. The thing stood and walked to the door, turned back to look at her, patient, and asked if she was coming. She could stay here in this empty room, refuse to move, force a confrontation. But then what? The thing would wait, or it would go to the family lounge without her, and either way her sister would wake up from surgery and ask where Gemma was, and the thing would explain that she'd been acting strange, that the long drive had exhausted her. And who would her sister believe? She followed it into the hallway. The family lounge was at the end of the corridor, past the nurse's station and through a set of double doors marked Family Waiting Area. The thing walked ahead of her, matching its pace to hers, and pushed through the doors. The room was exactly what Gemma expected. Commercial carpet in a pattern designed to hide stains, industrial beige with flecks of blue and gray. Vinyl chairs arranged in rows facing a wall-mounted television, playing the morning news with the sound off. A small kitchenette in the corner with a coffee maker, sink, microwave. Fluorescent lights humming overhead. High windows on the far wall where pale blue dawn light was just starting to bleed through. It was 5:15 in the morning. The thing walked to a vinyl couch against the wall and sat down, leaving space beside it. It leaned forward, elbows on knees, and sighed, a perfectly calibrated gesture of anxious waiting. Gemma stood in the doorway and watched it perform the role of supportive friend. Another family was in the far corner, an older couple, the woman dozing in her chair, the man reading a newspaper. They looked up when Gemma entered, gave her the brief acknowledging nod that strangers gave each other in hospital waiting rooms, then went back to their vigil. Gemma walked to the kitchenette and poured herself coffee from the carafe. The coffee was old, burnt-smelling, but she poured it anyway because she needed something to do with her hands. She added too much sugar, stirred it, and walked back toward the seating area. The thing was watching her. It patted the seat beside it on the couch, a gentle invitation. Gemma sat, not because she wanted to, but because refusing would draw attention, would make the couple in the corner look up, wonder what was wrong, why that young woman was avoiding her friend. The thing adjusted its posture to mirror hers, leaning back slightly, hands folded in its lap. It said something about how surgery always took longer than expected, that they should try to relax. Gemma nodded, sipped the coffee. It tasted like burnt plastic. The television played its silent morning news cycle. Traffic reports, weather, local stories. The thing glanced at it occasionally, the way someone waiting would glance at a television, seeking distraction from anxiety. The thing wasn't attacking her because it didn't need to. It had won. It was using the social pressure of a public waiting room as a cage, and the bars were made of Gemma's own fear of making a scene, of looking crazy, of being removed by security while her sister lay defenseless in recovery. She could scream, could point at it, and tell everyone in this room that it wasn't human, that it had killed a man named Preston and stolen his body, that it was here to prey on her sister, and they would call security, would have her escorted out, would comfort the poor man whose exhausted friend had clearly suffered some kind of breakdown after driving all night. And her sister would wake up from surgery with the thing at her bedside and Gemma locked out or sedated or committed for observation. The thing knew this. That was why it was sitting so calmly, breathing in perfect rhythm, waiting with the patience of something that had already calculated every possible move Gemma could make and found counters for all of them. A nurse appeared in the doorway and called a name. The older couple stood up, the woman smoothing her skirt, and followed the nurse out. The door swung shut behind them. Gemma and the thing were alone. The television kept playing. A commercial for car insurance. A commercial for breakfast cereal. The pale blue light through the high windows shifted, became brighter. 5:30, 5:45. The thing said something about getting more coffee, asked if Gemma wanted any. She shook her head. It stood up smoothly, precisely, and walked to the kitchenette, poured itself a cup, added cream and sugar with the exact movements someone would use if they'd gotten coffee from this kind of dispenser 1,000 times before. Because the real man had. The real Preston had probably waited in rooms exactly like this one, had poured coffee from carafes exactly like this one, and the thing had copied every gesture down to the way he held the cup. It walked back and sat down beside her. 6 o'clock. The sun was fully up now, visible through the high windows, pale yellow light stretching across the carpet. Gemma watched it creep forward, watched the room transform from artificial fluorescent to natural daylight, and realized that the night was over. But the nightmare wasn't. The thing beside her sipped its coffee, set the cup down on the side table, and adjusted its position again, leaned forward, sighed, glanced at the clock on the wall, performed anxiety. And Gemma sat there and watched it perform, knowing that when her sister came out of recovery, in an hour, maybe 2, Gemma would have to smile, would have to act normal while the thing held her sister's hand and said all the right things, would have to drive it home and watch it answer her sister's phone calls and show up at her sister's apartment and integrate itself into every corner of her sister's life. And Gemma could never explain, could never warn, could never tell her sister that the man she trusted was something that had killed Preston and stolen his shape down to the cells, that had stalked her sister's life and found someone close to her, that had waited at a desert diner for Gemma to drive by, that had used Gemma's love and urgency and intelligence as tools to get exactly what it wanted. The smell of desert dust still clung to the thing's clothes, faint under the coffee and antiseptic, and Gemma could smell it when it shifted position beside her. The television played on. The fluorescent lights hummed. The sun rose higher in the sky. It was the beginning of the rest of her life. The pine table had been there before him, scarred and solid, in a way that made the empty kitchen feel less temporary. Norman ran his hand across the surface and felt the grain catch under his palm. Rough where someone had sanded it badly decades ago, smooth where hands had worn the wood down. The kitchen smelled of sawdust and new paint, and the afternoon light through the window reminded him of his grandmother's kitchen. The way the light would slant across the flour while she taught him to knead. He unpacked the Dutch oven from the box beside the stove, the weight of it familiar. His grandmother had given it to him 40 years ago, and he'd used it to bake bread every Sunday at the bakery in Portland until Marie died and he closed the shop. He set it on the old gas range and ran his hand over the lid, feeling the smooth, cold iron. 8 miles from the nearest neighbor, the realtor had mentioned it twice, a warning Norman chose to ignore. He wanted quiet. He wanted his own kitchen. He wanted silence after 6 months of the apartment in Portland, echoing with Marie's absence. The farmhouse sat on what used to be dairy land, the barn listing to one side, second-growth forest pressing close. The house itself was a simple frame structure from the 30s, white paint gone gray. The bones were solid, and the kitchen had good light. Norman unpacked his tools slowly, setting each one where it belonged. Mixing bowls, wooden spoons, measuring cups, the dough scraper. He arranged them the way his grandmother had taught him, and for a moment he waited for Marie's voice to call from the other room, asking what he was making for dinner. Marie didn't call. Norman stood at the counter with his hand on a wooden spoon and felt the weight of the empty house settle around him. This was what he'd wanted: space, distance from the memories. But standing here in this unfamiliar kitchen, he felt more alone than he had in the apartment surrounded by 40 years of shared life. He decided to bake bread. The kitchen deserved it, and he needed something to do with his hands. He mixed flour and water and salt and yeast in the proportions he'd known for 40 years, kneading the dough on the pine table until it felt right under his hands. The rhythm was meditative, familiar, and for the first time since the funeral he felt something close to peace. While it rose, he walked upstairs, opening windows. The place smelled of dust and old wood and something faintly sour, standing water somewhere. The upstairs hallway was dark despite the windows, and Norman went quickly through it, rather than stopping to open the last two. In one of the bedrooms, he found names carved into the windowsill, initials, and a date. 1934. Norman bent closer, tracing the carved letters with his finger. 2 sets of initials, a couple. He went back downstairs. The strangeness of a new place, he decided. An unfamiliar house always felt occupied by something other than yourself until you'd lived in it long enough to make it yours. The cellar door was in the kitchen, a narrow wooden door he'd noticed earlier and dismissed. Now, with an hour before the bread would be ready, Norman opened it and looked down into darkness. Wooden steps descended into shadow. Norman found a pull-chain light at the top of the stairs and tugged it. A bare bulb flickered to life below. The cellar was low-ceilinged and damp, fieldstone walls sweating moisture. Shelves lined one wall, empty except for canning jars covered in dust. Norman walked carefully down the steps, ducking his head at the bottom. In the corner, half hidden behind a stack of rotting boards, he found a wooden crate. Norman pulled it out and opened it. Inside were papers. Old newspapers, yellowed and brittle. He lifted one carefully and tilted it toward the light. The Tillamook Headlight Herald, January 15th, 1934. The headline read, "Dairy Families Struggle Through Brutal Winter." Norman scanned the article. Record cold. Roads impassable for weeks. Several farms cut off from supply routes. Concern growing for isolated families. He set that paper aside and picked up another. February 2nd, 1934. 3 county families feared loss to winter storm. Norman set the paper down before he'd finished the sentence. The article listed names of families who hadn't been seen since Christmas, when searchers finally reached the properties in late February. He looked at the next paper, March 10th, 1934. Tragedy on former Holloway dairy. Couple found dead. The Holloway family, a dairy farmer and his wife, perished after being trapped in the farmhouse by snowdrifts that blocked the doors and windows. Cause of death, starvation and exposure. No food, no heat. Both bodies found in the kitchen. Norman set the newspaper down carefully and looked around the cellar. The Holloway Dairy. This house. The initials carved in the windowsill upstairs. The couple who died here. Norman stood there in the damp cellar, surrounded by the smell of rotting wood and old stone, and felt the house settle around him differently now. Not empty. Never empty. The timer went off upstairs, the sound faint through the floorboards. Norman climbed the stairs and pulled the bread from the oven. The Holloways had died in this kitchen, in these rooms, waiting for help that came in March when there was no one left to help. He cut a slice of bread while it was still too hot, spread butter on it, and ate it at the counter, looking out the window at the yard. The woman was standing at the edge of the yard. She was thin, painfully thin, wearing a dress that hung loose on her frame. Her hair was dark and pulled back. Norman watched her, waiting for her to wave or call out, but she was too close to the tree line. He'd walked that edge of the yard an hour ago and seen nothing. She couldn't have come from that direction. Norman set down the bread and walked to the front door. He opened it and stepped out onto the porch. The yard was empty. Norman stood there for a minute, listening. When he went back inside, the woman was closer, 10 feet from the porch now, between him and the barn. Her head was tilted forward, too far forward, her neck unable to hold the weight. Norman's hands went cold. He thought of the newspaper, Eliza Holloway, 38. He opened the back door and stepped out. The cold hit him, colder than it should have been for September. He said, "Hello?" She lifted her head. Her face was hollow, cheeks sunken, eyes set deep, mouth slightly open. She looked at him the way someone looks when they've been waiting for hours and have stopped expecting you to come. She didn't speak. She just looked at him, and Norman felt afraid. Not the quick fear of a dog barking too close, but the deep, cold fear of seeing something you don't understand and knowing that understanding it won't help. The woman stood there, thin as kindling, and he knew she was hungry. Not the ordinary hunger of missing a meal, but the kind that goes all the way through you, into the bones, the kind that becomes what you are. He said, "Are you all right?" Behind her, another figure appeared, a man tall and gaunt. But the geometry was wrong. The man was between Norman and the collapsed fence line, a stretch of open ground Norman had crossed minutes ago. He hadn't been there. He couldn't have crossed that distance without Norman seeing him approach. They were both thin, both hollow. The man's face was gaunt, the bones of his skull visible. The woman's eyes were too large, too dark. They watched Norman with a hunger that felt like weight pressing against his chest. The cold outside wasn't an autumn chill. It was the stale draft of an unopened cellar, air preserved from a winter that had never truly ended. He looked at their feet, bare against the frozen dirt, and realized there were no footprints behind them in the damp earth. They hadn't walked here. They had simply condensed out of the dusk, drawn to the smell of yeast and warm butter like iron filings to a magnet. He said, "You must be so hungry." The woman's mouth moved, but no sound came out. Norman looked at them and felt the fear drain out of him. He wanted to feed them. It was what he'd always done. You saw someone hungry, you fed them. Norman went back into the kitchen and cut the rest of the loaf into thick slices. He spread butter on each piece and arranged them on a plate. He filled a second plate with a pot roast and poured water into mason jars. He set everything on the pine table. Then he went to the back door. The woman was still there. The man. The children. All of them standing in the dark, watching. Norman opened the door and said, "I made supper. There's enough for everyone." He stepped back and left the door open. Then he went upstairs to the bedroom and sat on the floor with his back against the wall, listening. After a long time, he heard something that might have been footsteps, light and slow, or might have been the wind. He stayed upstairs until the silence became heavier than the fear. Then he went back down. The plates were empty. The mason jars were empty. The table looked the way it looks after a family has eaten together and left nothing behind. Norman stood in the doorway looking at the empty dishes. The back door was still open. The yard beyond was dark. He closed and locked it and went upstairs. He lay down on the floor in the bedroom and stayed there until the morning, listening to the house settle, thinking about the hollow faces and the hunger in their eyes and the newspaper article that said they had died here, in these same rooms. Norman stared at the ceiling and listened to the silence and didn't sleep until dawn. When the sun came up, he went downstairs. He stood at the kitchen window looking out at the yard. He would bake again tonight. He would set out plates again. Because they were hungry, and he knew how to fix that. The pattern established itself over the first week. Norman would wake at dawn and come downstairs to find the plates from the night before cleaned, scraped, set carefully on the counter beside the sink. The mason jars emptied and rinsed. The table wiped down, the chairs pushed in. He'd wash the dishes and make coffee and try not to think about dead hands touching his plates. Around 4 or 5, he'd start cooking. Beef stew with carrots and potatoes. Roasted chicken with herbs from the overgrown garden. Biscuits made with butter and buttermilk. He'd set the table carefully, and while he worked, he'd talk. Not to the ghosts. He told himself he wasn't talking to the ghosts, but to the silence. The way he'd talked to the silence in the Portland apartment after Marie died. He told the empty kitchen about the bakery, about his grandmother's recipe for sourdough starter, about the regular customers who'd come in every Sunday morning for cinnamon rolls. Sometimes, while he talked, he'd smell something faint and fleeting. Not bread or cooking, but something floral and familiar. Marie's perfume. The one she'd worn on Sundays. Norman would stop mid-sentence and turn, expecting to see her standing in the doorway the way she used to stand, watching him work with that small smile she'd get when she thought he wasn't looking. But the doorway would be empty. Just the smell fading, and the silence pressing back in. Memory, he decided. The mind playing tricks. But the smell came at strange times. Not when he was thinking about Marie, but when he was focused on kneading or measuring, and it would hit him like someone walking past, close enough to touch. Once, late in the second week, he heard humming from upstairs. Norman froze at the kitchen counter, his hands in bread dough, and listened. A woman's voice, faint but distinct, humming a melody Norman recognized. Claire de Lune. Marie used to hum it while she read. The humming stopped. Norman washed his hands and went to the stairs. He climbed slowly, listening. But the house was silent now. He checked each bedroom. Empty. He went back downstairs and finished the bread, and he didn't hum the rest of the night. By the second week, he noticed the ghosts were changing. They appeared at dusk, standing in the yard the way they always did. But the woman's face was less hollow now. Her cheeks had filled in just slightly. The man stood straighter. The children's skin had lost some of its translucent quality. The light at this time of day, he decided, or his eyes adjusting, but the change continued. Week by week, they grew more substantial. Their clothes stopped hanging quite so loose. Their faces took on color, and Norman grew lighter. It was in the third week that he found his wedding ring sitting loose on his finger while kneading dough. He pulled it off and looked at it. The band solid, Marie's name inscribed inside, and when he slid it back on, it settled loosely at the base of his finger, too big now by half a size. Norman looked at his hand for a long moment. Then he went back to kneading. In the 6th week, he caught his reflection in the kitchen window while washing dishes. The light was behind him, and for a moment, he didn't recognize himself. His cheeks looked sunken, the bones too prominent. His neck looked thin, tendons visible. Norman turned away from the window and dried his hands. The light at this time of day, he decided. He was eating fine. 3 meals a day. But that night, making chicken and dumplings, something changed. The water in the kettle boiled before the flame was lit. The sourdough starter bubbled with a frantic, unearned vigor, rising twice as fast as the laws of physics allowed. The kitchen was coaxing the meal out of him, smoothing away the effort so his hands moved in a fluid, hypnotic glide. He was no longer baking out of craft. He was being played like an instrument, the house providing the cadence while he provided the fuel. Norman's hands shook as he crimped the dough, and upstairs, faint and distant, he heard the humming again. Claire de Lune. Norman stood at the stove and listened, and this time he didn't go to investigate. He just listened until it stopped, and then he finished cooking in silence. The ghosts came that night the way they always came. Norman sat on the stairs and listened to the sounds below. Chairs scraping, silverware clinking, and his mind turned to Marie and the Holloways and the way the house smelled sometimes of perfume he hadn't worn in 6 months. When he came back downstairs, the plates were clean and the ghosts were gone. Norman washed the dishes and put them away. His hands shook the entire time. He went to bed that night and lay on the floor in the dark, and for the first time since he'd arrived, he let himself think the thought he'd been avoiding. The ghosts were getting stronger. He was getting weaker. And the house was doing something to him, something he didn't understand, using Marie's memory like bait to keep him here, keep him cooking, keep him feeding the dead. Norman lay in the dark and listened to the house settle around him, and he knew he should leave. Tomorrow. He'd leave tomorrow. He fell asleep thinking about packing the truck, about the apartment in Portland, about getting away from this place. Norman woke on the kitchen floor with flour on his hands and no memory of how he'd gotten there. The dough was on the counter where he'd been kneading it, shaped into a rough ball but not finished. The morning light came through the window at an angle that told him it was late, past 8, maybe 9. He pushed himself up to sitting, arms shaking with the effort, then got to his feet slowly, holding the counter for balance and breathing until the kitchen stopped tilting. He looked down at his hands, thin now, the bones visible through the skin, tendons standing out along the backs like taut cords under canvas. His wedding ring hung so loose it would have fallen off if he'd held his hand palm down. Norman turned and looked at his reflection in the window over the sink. The man looking back at him was dying. He stood there staring at himself for a long time, then made a decision. He was leaving. Norman left the dough on the counter, went upstairs and packed a bag with what little he'd need, then came back down to the kitchen and picked up his truck keys. The truck was parked in the gravel turnaround beside the barn. Norman walked to it, opened the door, threw his bag onto the passenger seat, got in and turned the key. The engine turned over, caught, rumbled to life. Norman put the truck in reverse and backed out of the turnaround, then shifted into drive and started down the long gravel driveway toward the county road. The driveway was a quarter-mile, straight and level. He'd driven it 100 times. He drove for what felt like 5 minutes, but the driveway didn't end. Norman kept driving, watching the gravel unreel beneath the hood, waiting for the mailbox to appear. The pasture on both sides looked the same, the tree line looked the same, but the mailbox never came. He drove for another 5 minutes, then saw the barn appear on his right. Norman stopped the truck. He was back where he'd started. He turned the truck around and tried again, faster this time, pressing the accelerator, watching the speedometer climb to 40. The barn appeared on his right. Norman slammed on the brakes and sat there with the engine running, hands on the wheel, not moving. He tried a third time, slowly now, watching the sides of the driveway for the place where it looped back. There had to be a curve somewhere, a fork, something. The driveway stayed straight, but 10 minutes brought him back to the barn anyway. Norman turned off the engine and sat in the truck in silence. Then he got out and walked. Past the barn, past the collapsed fence line, into the forest. He walked for 20 minutes, pushing through underbrush, over fallen logs, deeper into the trees. The barn appeared ahead of him, through the branches. Norman stopped and put his hand against a tree trunk. He wasn't going to make it back through the forest. He could feel that in his legs. The property wouldn't let him go. Norman walked back to the farmhouse and went inside, stood in the kitchen looking at the dough on the counter, and something in him snapped. He grabbed the flour jar and hurled it at the wall. It shattered, white dust exploding across the floorboards. He swept the mixing bowls off the counter. They clattered and spun across the floor. He picked up the wooden spoons and snapped them in half. He tore the dish towels off their hooks and threw them. He opened the cabinet and started pulling out plates, ready to smash every one of them. His hands stopped. Norman tried to move them, but they wouldn't respond. His fingers were locked around a plate, frozen, mid-motion. He tried to let go, tried to throw the plate, tried to drop it, but his hands carefully set the plate back in the cabinet instead. Norman watched his own hands close the cabinet door, smooth and controlled. The house was moving his hands. Norman staggered back from the counter, hands hanging at his sides, still now his own again. He looked at the broken bowls on the floor, the flour dust coating the walls. If he tried to leave the kitchen, the compulsion would come back. Norman went to the wall phone, an old rotary still connected, and picked up the receiver. Silence. He dialed the operator, 0, and waited. The silence on the line shifted, became textured. Norman pressed the receiver closer to his ear and heard something underneath the dead air. Breathing, faint and ragged. Multiple breaths overlapping, coming from somewhere that wasn't the other end of a phone line. He slammed the receiver down. Norman stood there for a long moment, then slowly picked it back up and dialed his old number in Portland, the apartment line. He needed to hear the answering machine, needed to hear his own voice from 2 months ago saying he wasn't available, needed some proof that the world outside this property still existed. The line connected. A voice said, "Norman," not the answering machine. A voice, Marie's voice. Norman's throat closed. "Norman," Marie said again, and her voice sounded wrong, too hollow, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. "Why did you leave me?" Norman dropped the phone. It swung from its cord, and he could hear the voice still speaking, faint and distorted, saying his name over and over. Norman ran up the stairs into the bedroom, slammed the door and locked it, and stood there with his back against the wood, breathing hard. He would wait it out. Stay in this room. The ghost didn't come during the day. If he could just make it until... Norman looked at the window. It was getting dark outside. How long had he been downstairs? It had been morning when he woke. Now the light was fading, dusk coming. He hadn't set out food. Dusk was when they came. The house needed him to feed them. He tried to push the thought away. He didn't need to feed them. He was leaving. He was staying in this room until he figured out how to break whatever was keeping him here. Norman lay down on the floor and waited. The light faded completely. Dark came. Norman lay there listening to the house. No sounds from downstairs, no footsteps, no scraping chairs, just silence. And then the pressure started. The air in the bedroom grew dense, taking on the heavy, suffocating quality of grain dust in an enclosed silo. It pushed against his eardrums with a low, thrumming resonance, forcing the breath back down his throat whenever he tried to exhale. The floorboards beneath him groaned, not under weight, but as if the entire frame of the house were leaning inward, narrowing the room, channeling every vector of force toward the open doorway and the stairs beyond. Norman tried to stay still, tried to wait it out. The air kept thickening until his vision blurred and his hands started shaking uncontrollably. Norman stood up and went to the door. His hand reached for the lock. He pulled his hand back. He wasn't going downstairs. He wasn't going to cook. He wasn't going to feed them. The pressure bore down until Norman couldn't see anymore, until his chest felt like it was caving in, until he was gasping for air that wouldn't come, and his hand reached for the lock again, and this time he couldn't stop it. The lock turned. The door opened. Norman walked into the hallway, and the pressure eased slightly. He tried to stop walking, tried to turn back to the bedroom. His legs kept moving, carrying him to the stairs. With each step down, the pressure eased more, and by the time he reached the kitchen, it was almost gone. Norman stood in the doorway, looking at the counter, at the dough, at the broken bowls on the floor, and the flour dust on the walls, at the Dutch oven on the stove. His hands moved. Not because he decided to move them. They just moved, bending down to pick up an unbroken bowl, reaching for the flour jar he hadn't shattered, starting to clean up the mess he'd made. Norman watched his hands work, and he tried to scream, tried to stop them, but his throat wouldn't make sound, and his hands kept moving with practiced efficiency, sweeping up the flour dust, washing the bowl, measuring new flour into it. His hands reached for the dough and started kneading. Norman stood at the counter watching his own hands knead and fold and press, and he was screaming inside his head, but his body was calm, his breathing steady, his hands working the dough the way they'd worked dough for 40 years. No longer choosing, only obeying what the house made him do. His hands shaped the loaf, put it in the Dutch oven, slid it into the oven, set the timer. Then they reached for a pot and started making soup, and Norman stood there trapped inside his own body, a passenger, watching himself cut vegetables and season broth and stir. He was crying. His face was wet, but his hands kept working. When the bread was done and the soup was ready, his hands at the table, plates and bowls and silverware, napkins folded, everything arranged just so. Then his body walked to the front room and sat in the chair by the window, and Norman sat there trapped inside himself while the back door opened and the ghosts came and ate. He could hear them from the front room, the sounds of chairs scraping, the silence of the dead feeding on what he'd made. Norman sat in the chair and wept silently, and when the sounds stopped and the ghosts were gone, his body stood up and walked back to the kitchen and washed the dishes with steady, practiced hands. Then his body walked upstairs and lay down on the floor, and only then, only when the cooking was done and the ghosts were fed, did Norman have control of himself again. He lay on the floor and stared at the ceiling. The oven timer would go off again tomorrow, and the night after, and every night, however long that was. 3 days passed. Norman cooked every night. His hands moved on their own, and he watched them work, a passenger in his own body. During the day, the compulsion eased, and he could move freely, but every evening at dusk, the pressure would build, and his hands would start reaching for ingredients, whether he wanted them to or not. On the 4th day, Norman stood at the kitchen counter and decided to watch. Tonight he would see exactly what the ghosts were taking. He finished the bread and made soup. Simple, quick, and set the table. Then, instead of going to the front room, he went to the hallway beside the kitchen and stood in the shadows where he could see through to the table. The light faded. The back door opened. A sound so faint Norman wasn't sure he'd heard it. Footsteps, light and slow. The ghosts appeared at the table. All 5 of them. The woman, the man, the 3 children. They stood around the table looking at the food Norman had set out. The woman reached for the bread. Her hand passed over the plate, hovering just above the slices, not touching. And then Norman saw it. A shimmer in the air above the bread, barely visible, something rising from the food in thin threads that caught the fading light, not steam. This was something else, something that flowed upward from the bread and the soup and gathered around the ghosts' faces. They breathed it in. The woman's chest expanded as she inhaled, her eyes closing, her face softening with relief. The children leaned forward over their plates, breathing deep. The man sat with his head bowed, drawing in long, slow breaths. And with each breath, the shimmer around the food grew fainter. The bread on the plate didn't move. The soup in the bowls sat untouched. But the ghosts were eating something. Something that came from the food, but wasn't the food itself. Something Norman had put into it while he made it, while he kneaded the dough and stirred the pot. Warmth, care, the act of making food for someone. Norman stood in the doorway watching them feed. They were draining him. Not the food, the act of making it. The warmth he poured in while he worked, the life force that made bread rather than matter. That was what they consumed. And every meal took something from him that he couldn't get back. But as he watched, something else happened. The ghosts at the table began to shift. The woman's face blurred for a moment, and when it came back into focus, she looked different. Her hair was lighter. Her dress was different. A blue cotton dress Norman recognized. Marie's dress. Norman's breath caught. The woman smiled, and it was Marie's smile, and she looked at the empty chair at the head of the table and gestured for him to sit. Norman took a step forward before he could stop himself. The children at the table were different too. Not the Holloway children anymore, but other faces. Faces from the bakery. The customers who used to come in every Sunday. His grandmother sitting at the far end of the table, smiling. Norman took another step. They were all there. Everyone he'd fed, everyone he'd loved, everyone who'd made the work matter. They were sitting at his table, eating his food, and they were warm and solid and real. "Come sit," Marie said, and her voice was perfect. Exactly the way he remembered it. Norman walked to the table and reached for the chair. His hand passed through it. The illusion shattered. Marie's face blurred and became the hollow woman again. The children became the dead Holloway children. His grandmother vanished. The table was just the table, the bread untouched, the ghosts standing around it breathing in the shimmer that rose from the food. Norman's legs went out from under him. He caught himself on the door frame, sliding down to sit on the floor. The ghosts all turned to look at him. Their faces were full of concern. The woman half rose. The man leaned forward. Norman raised his hand. "It's all right." And they settled back slowly, watching him. He sat there on the floor looking at them, at the family that had died here 90 years ago, at the dead who'd shown him Marie's face to keep him cooking. They hadn't meant to hurt him. They didn't understand what they were taking. They were just hungry, and the house was using them. Using Norman's grief for Marie to keep him here, keep him feeding them, keep the cycle going, but it was killing him. Norman closed his eyes. When he opened them, the ghosts were gone. The table was empty. The bread sat on the plate, untouched. He was alone in the kitchen. He looked down at the flour dusted across his palms. For 40 years, kneading had been an act of creation, a gift offered freely to neighbors and strangers alike. The house had taken that sacred rhythm, the simple, honest instinct to nourish, and turned it into a slaughterhouse hook. It wasn't just taking his body. It was souring the only thing he had ever known how to do well. The house had shown him Marie's face tonight. It had offered him comfort, offered him the illusion of everyone he'd lost. offered him a reason to give up the fight and just keep cooking until there was nothing left. Norman sat on the floor in the empty kitchen. The trap wasn't just physical, it was psychological. The house knew exactly what he wanted and would keep showing it to him, keep dangling it just out of reach, until he gave up everything trying to touch it. 2 weeks later, Norman collapsed while kneading dough. His vision went white, and the floor came up to meet him. He lay there with flour dust settling on his face and felt his body shutting down, the irregular rhythm in his chest stuttering, missing beats, failing. Norman tried to push himself up and couldn't. His arms wouldn't obey. 73 years. Not a bad run. Norman closed his eyes and waited. But his body wouldn't let go. It kept breathing, kept that stuttering rhythm going. He opened his eyes and turned his head. It was late afternoon. Soon the ghosts would come and find the table empty, and Norman on the floor. He had to get up and had to finish the bread. The panic came then. Not dying, he'd made peace with that, but failing them, leaving them hungry. Norman dragged himself across the floor toward the counter, using his right arm to pull and his legs to push, moving inches at a time. He made it 3 feet before his body gave out. Norman lay on the floor, breathing in small gasps, and felt tears leak from his eyes. The light faded outside. Norman lay there waiting to die, and instead heard the back door open. Footsteps. Multiple sets. Then hands on his shoulders. Cold hands, not quite solid, but strong enough to lift. They were moving him. Norman felt himself being carried, not toward the table, but toward the back door, out into the yard. The cold air hit his face. They carried him to the barn. They laid him down on the floor, and Norman felt the cold seep up through the boards into his back. The barn smelled of old hay and dust. The ghosts appeared above him, both of them close. The woman knelt beside him. She reached out and put her hand on his chest, and Norman felt the touch, cold but gentle. The man knelt on his other side. The children gathered close. The woman's hand pressed down slightly, and Norman felt something shift. Not painful, just a loosening. One more irregular beat in his chest, then nothing. The pain faded. The cold faded. Everything faded. And Norman felt himself rising. Not his body, but something else. Something that had been inside and was now free. He rose above the barn floor and looked down. His body lay there, small and thin, flour dust still on his collar. The ghosts stood around it, heads bowed. Norman floated there and felt relief. It was over. The compulsion, the pain, all over. He was free. He turned toward the barn door, toward the light outside, and felt a pull, gentle but insistent. Something calling him away. Norman moved toward it. A hand on his arm, solid, real. He turned. The ghostly father stood beside him. Not below, but beside him, on the same plane. The man's face was calm, and he held Norman's arm with a grip that was warm and strong. The man said without speaking, "You are ours now, Patriarch." Norman felt it. The connection forming, snapping into place. A lock closing, a tether, binding him to this place, to this house, to these people. He tried to pull away. The pull toward the light was still there, but weaker, fading. The man raised his other hand and touched Norman's chest. 3 months you fed us from your hearth. The words came without sound. 3 months makes the bond. You are bound to us as Patriarch. You are ours, and we are yours, and this house is yours forever. The pull toward the light faded completely. Norman felt himself sinking into the space the ghosts occupied, the place between living and dead. The man's hand left his chest, and Norman found his voice. He said without sound, "What happens now?" The man's face shifted. The calm cracked, and underneath Norman saw desperation. The man said, "We are still hungry, Patriarch." And then, quieter, the man said something else, something Norman hadn't expected. "You were chosen. Not the first, not the last. The house knows who to call. The lonely ones. The ones who give until there's nothing left." Norman looked past him at the woman, at the children. Their warmth was draining away, their cheeks sinking, their eyes growing hollow. Norman said, "But I'm dead. I can't cook for you." The woman drifted closer, desperate, the hollow returning. She reached for him, her hands passing through his arm. Ghosts couldn't make food. The warmth he'd given them had come from being alive. Now he had nothing to give. The children crowded close, their mouths opening in silent cries. The woman's hands pulled at his clothes. The man stood behind them, face drawn with hunger. They were trapped here, all of them. Norman had joined them, bound through 3 months of feeding, and now he would spend eternity surrounded by the family he loved, watching them starve and knowing he could do nothing to help them. Could never feed them again. Could never do the one thing he'd built his life around. The man said quietly, "We have waited 90 years. The house calls them one by one. They come. They feed us. They die. They join us. And still we are hungry. You are Patriarch now. But you cannot save us. No one can. We are the house's flock. And the house is always hungry." The days stopped meaning anything. Norman drifted through the farmhouse, watching the ghosts deteriorate. The woman's face grew gaunt, skin pulling tight over bone. The children's bodies became translucent. The man stood by the window, staring at nothing. They didn't speak to Norman. They moved past him, through him sometimes. They gathered in the kitchen at dusk, standing around the empty table, waiting for food that would never come. Norman tried to leave. He walked to the edge of the property and felt the tether pull tight. He pushed against it until the pain became unbearable, then drifted back. His body was still in the barn, thin and used up and covered in dust. No one had come looking. 8 miles from the nearest neighbor. The hunger started in the second week. Not physical hunger, but the same hollow ache the others carried, the emptiness, the cold that went all the way through. This wasn't hunger for bread, but for warmth, for connection, for being solid and real and alive. They crowded around him the way they crowded around the empty table, pressing close, hands reaching, trying to pull something from him that he didn't have. Norman tried to apologize, but the words came out hollow, empty. The woman began to cry, not tears, but a dry, desperate keening. In the 3rd week, Norman went to the kitchen and stood at the counter where the Dutch oven sat cold and empty on the stove, the mixing bowls stacked beside the sink, the flour and salt and yeast all still there. Norman reached for the flour jar. His hand passed through it. He tried to grip the counter's edge. Nothing. He swept his arm through the Dutch oven, the wooden spoons, the dough scraper, his hand moving through solid objects like smoke through a screen. He pressed both palms flat against the pine table and pushed down with everything he had. The table sat unmoved. His hands sank through the grain to the wrists. He couldn't bake bread, couldn't cook anything. The one thing he knew how to do was gone. Norman sank to the floor and screamed into the silence. The ghosts gathered at the doorway, watching and waiting. The woman drifted closer, knelt beside him, her mouth moving the word, "Please." Norman shook his head. There was nothing he could do. The woman reached for his face. Her hand passed through, and Norman felt the cold of it. The woman pulled her hand back and looked at it. Then she looked at Norman. She stopped reaching. He couldn't feed them. Ever. The woman drifted away, back to the man and children. and they stood there looking at him with the same hollow emptiness they'd carried for 90 years. Norman pushed himself up, and he stood in the kitchen, surrounded by all the tools he could no longer use. Then he went to the table. There was a loaf of bread on the table. Norman stared at it. Fresh bread. The crust golden, scored, steam rising. He hadn't made this bread. His body was in the barn. There was no one else. But the bread was there, real, solid. Norman reached for it. His hand passed through. He tried again, focusing every fragment of will on the loaf. Nothing. The bread remained untouchable, a promise he could see but never fulfill. The ghosts drifted closer. They surrounded the table. The woman leaned forward, face above the loaf, and breathed in. Nothing happened. No shimmer. No life force, just bread. The woman straightened, and the hope died in her eyes. Norman stood at the table with his hands hovering above the loaf he couldn't touch. This was eternity. The table, the kitchen, the bread he could see but never lift. The people he loved but couldn't help. His hands reaching for the loaf, passing through it, reaching again. Time passed in the farmhouse, but Norman stopped counting. Weeks, months, maybe years. The seasons changed outside, leaves falling, snow coming, spring appearing and fading. But inside, nothing changed. The ghosts stayed hollow. The bread stayed on the table. Norman's hands kept reaching. Norman learned the patterns of his prison. The tether extended to the property line, but no farther. The compulsion was gone, replaced by desperate want. The hunger never faded. The ghosts drifted through the house on their ancient paths, and sometimes they would gather around Norman, with their hollow faces reaching, pleading, and drifting away. Norman tried everything. He tried willing warmth into the bread, staring at it for hours. Nothing happened. He tried moving objects through the force of will. His hands passed through. He tried leaving, pushing against the tether until pain made him collapse. When he drifted back to awareness, he was always in the kitchen, always near the table. In what might have been the second year, details began to go. Marie's voice, his grandmother's face. The memories were fading, worn smooth by emptiness, until eventually there would be only this: the kitchen, the table, the bread, the hollow faces. He would become like the others, a ghost, defined only by hunger. Norman stood at the table one evening and looked at his hands hovering above the bread. 73 years learning to make bread, learning to put love into food. And now eternity, unable to do the one thing that had made his life mean anything. Norman pulled his hands back and turned to the ghosts gathered in the doorway. He wanted to tell them he was sorry, that he'd tried, but the words wouldn't come. Norman turned back to the table and reached for the bread again. His hands passed through. Again. And that's when he heard it. A sound from outside, distant but distinct. The crunch of tires on gravel. Norman froze. The ghosts turned toward the front of the house. A car door opened, closed. Footsteps on the porch, solid, heavy, real. A voice called out, "Hello? Anyone home?" Norman drifted toward the front room. The ghosts followed silently. They gathered at the windows. A car was parked in the gravel turnaround. A woman stood on the porch, mid-30s, wearing jeans and a jacket. She cupped her hands around her eyes and peered through the window. Realtor said the place was empty, she called. Just wanted to look before the showing tomorrow. She tried the door. It was unlocked. The woman pushed the door open and stepped inside. Norman felt the tether shift, not loosen, never loosen, but orient itself toward this new presence, this living presence, this source of warmth and life. The woman walked through the front room, running her hand along the wall and testing the plaster. She looked up at the water stain on the ceiling Norman had never fixed. "Needs work," she said to herself, "but the bones are good." She walked into the kitchen. Norman stood in the doorway, watching her. The ghosts crowded behind him, their hollow faces fixed on the woman with desperate intensity. The woman saw the table, saw the bread sitting there, impossibly fresh. She walked over and looked at it, her head tilted in confusion. "That's weird," she said. She reached out and touched the bread. Her hand didn't pass through. Her fingers pressed into the crust. She pulled them back, looking at the indentation. Someone's been here. The living woman turned to leave, and the front door swung shut. She went to open it. The knob wouldn't turn. What the hell? She tried the back door, also locked. She pulled out her phone, held it up. Frown. No signal. She looked around the kitchen, and Norman saw fear in her eyes. Okay. This is weird. The light outside was fading. Dusk was coming. The woman tried the windows. They wouldn't open. She started to look panicked, pulling at the frames, rattling the locks. Behind her, the ghosts gathered. All 5 of them. They didn't reach for her. They just watched, waiting. Norman drifted forward. He tried to speak, tried to warn her. No sound came out. He tried to touch her shoulder, to push her toward the door before it was too late. His hand passed through her. He tried to knock a cup off the counter to make noise, to do anything that would scare her into breaking a window and climbing out before dusk came and the house took control. He reached for the cup, focused every fragment of consciousness he had left on willing it to move, to fall, to make a sound. The cup sat still. Norman tried again, positioning his hand under the cup and pushing up with everything he had, screaming silently with the effort. The cup sat still. He tried to write in the flour dust on the counter. Run. Just 3 letters. His finger moved through the dust without disturbing it. The woman gave up on the windows and went back to the front door, pounding her fist against the frame. Hey, is this some kind of joke? Let me out. Silence. The light outside continued to drain into dark. She retreated into the center of the kitchen, her coat brushing against the chair Norman had sat in for months. Her eyes darted across the counter until they caught on his dough scraper, dull with white crust beside the sink. She picked it up, testing its weight, then set it down with a sharp click that vibrated right through Norman's chest. She looked at the fresh loaf on the table, then at the empty chairs, the silence in the room suddenly settling over her like heavy woolen cloth. The air grew still, the frantic, hungry stillness that Norman recognized all too well. The woman checked the glowing screen of her phone one last time, saw the dead signal indicator, and lowered her hand. The light outside was almost gone now. Dusk was here. Norman saw the exact moment she made the decision. She was going to stay the night, wait for morning, then break a window if she had to. She walked to the front room and sat in the chair by the window as far from the kitchen as she could get. Norman drifted into the kitchen. The ghosts were already there, gathered around the table, staring at the empty place settings Norman had once arranged with such care. They turned to look at him, hollow faces, desperate eyes. They weren't waiting for the woman to cook. They were waiting for Norman to teach her. He was patriarch now. He was part of the house, part of the machine. Norman shook his head. No, he wouldn't. He'd tried to warn her. He'd tried to save her. He wouldn't be part of this. But as he thought it, he felt the house around him, felt the tether binding him here, felt the weight of the title the ghostly father had given him. Patriarch. Not protector, not provider. Master of the flock, keeper of the cycle. The house's eldest ghost. The one who'd been here longest. The one who understood how it worked. The woman in the front room was shivering now, though the night wasn't cold. She wrapped her arms around herself and stared out the window at the dark. Norman drifted to the doorway between the kitchen and the front room and watched her. Hours passed. The woman checked the door twice more, tried the windows again, sat down, stood up, paced. Norman watched her movements slow, watched exhaustion settle over her like weight. She lasted until midnight. Then she stood up and walked into the kitchen. Norman watched her shoulders slump as she looked at the bread on the table. She stared at it for a long time. Then she tore off a piece and ate it. Norman stood there watching her chew, watching her swallow. She would get hungry again. She would find the flour and the salt, the yeast, the Dutch oven, and eventually, tonight, tomorrow, the day after, the house would make her hands move, would make her bake, would make her feed the hungry dead, pouring her life force into the food with every meal until there was nothing left but a shell. And then she would die. And then she would join them. And the cycle would begin again. The woman ate another piece of bread, then another. When she finished, she looked at the Dutch oven on the stove, at the flour and salt and yeast on the counter. Her hands reached for the flour jar. Norman tried one more time to scream, to warn her, to do anything. Nothing came out. And then he felt it. The compulsion. Not in him. He was beyond such things. But in the house itself. In the walls and floor and ceiling. In the tether that bound this place to the dead. And the house was using him. Norman felt himself drift forward without deciding to. Felt his ghost form move toward the woman the way his living hands had once moved toward the dough, smoothly, inevitably, beyond his control. The woman's hand touched the flour jar, and somewhere in the walls of the farmhouse, something old and patient and endlessly hungry smiled. Norman felt it smile through him. Felt the house reach through his spectral body the way it had once reached through his living one, using him as a conduit, a lure, a warm presence to make the kitchen feel less threatening. Just as his living hands had been forced to knead, his ghost self was being forced to comfort, to make her feel less alone, to make her stay, because he was part of it now, part of the house. Part of the machine that called the lonely ones, trapped them, fed on them, and added them to the flock. The woman opened the flour jar and started to measure. Norman stood beside her, his position no longer his to choose. And his last thought, before the darkness took him completely, was this. He'd become exactly what he'd fed. Not a patriarch and not a provider, just another ghost in the machine. Forever hungry, forever waiting, forever watching the cycle repeat. The woman's hands moved through the familiar motions, measuring, mixing, kneading. Somewhere, years or decades from now, she would stand where he was standing, watching the next victim arrive, trying to warn them, failing, being used by the house to lure them deeper. And the house would smile through her, too, forever. She was telling a story about a painter when the bus passed the last lit window between Tonopah and the playa. And after that, the dark came down like a lid on a box and stayed there. Harlan kept his hands at 10 and 2. The headlights cut a wedge of road ahead. 2 lanes, no shoulder. The center line feeding toward him in yellow dashes, as regular as a pulse. And beyond the wedge, nothing. No moon. No stars that he could find through the windshield. The Mojave at night was not merely dark. It was a dark that had weight, that pressed against the glass like water against the hull of a ship. And sometimes, when the route was long enough and the passengers were quiet enough, Harlan could almost hear the desert leaning on the bus with a kind of patience that had nothing to do with time. The perfume reached him in slow waves, coming and going with the air from the heating vent. Desert rose, heavy sweet. The kind that came in a glass bottle shaped like a woman's hip. The kind that department stores kept behind the counter and sold to men who loved women, who wore sequined dresses and sang in lounges where the carpet was the color of dried blood and the spotlight turned everything to gold. Harlan could not remember when the smell had first appeared. It seemed to him that it had always been there, part of the bus, the way the diesel vibration was part of the bus, the way the green glow of the instrument panel was part of it, a fact of the machine, steady and permanent, something you stopped noticing until a night came when you noticed it again. Dolly sat 4 rows back, aisle seat, left side. He could see her in the overhead mirror, a stripe of sequined silver catching the green, shifting when she gestured, her hands moving through the air with the slow, shaping gestures of a lounge singer, shaping the empty space into the story she was telling. Her face was difficult in the mirror. The light hit the sequins, and the sequins threw it back in tiny fragments, so that she seemed to be sitting behind a screen of slow-motion sparks. What he could see of her was this: dark hair pinned up with a clip that caught the green, a jawline that had once been sharp and was now soft in the way that expensive things go soft with handling, and lips that moved continuously, shaping words he could hear, but only just, the way you hear a radio in another room. The melody clear, the words half gone. She was telling the story to the boy. The boy had boarded at the stop before the playa, though boarded was generous because the stop had been nothing but a concrete pad and a metal pole, with a sign so faded you could not read the route number, and the boy had been standing there in the dark as though he had been planted, arms at his sides, a duffel bag between his feet. He was young in the way that meant he had not yet learned that his body would eventually become a problem. Tall, thin, wearing a canvas jacket over a white t-shirt, hair too long, jaw working on something, gum or his own thoughts. He had climbed the steps without looking at Harlan, had walked past the first 3 rows as if they did not meet some private standard, and had sat in the 5th row across the aisle from Dolly and had not spoken. Dolly had spoken for him. She had simply turned to him, the sequins catching the light, and said a few words Harlan could not quite catch, and whatever it was had pulled the boy's head around the way a hand on a dog's collar pulls a dog's head around. Not violently, but with an authority that did not require explanation. Now she was 4 paragraphs into the painter. Harlan drove. The road unspooled. He should have been watching the mirrors for headlights, checking the fuel gauge, noting the milepost markers so he could radio dispatch if the engine seized. But the road had been empty for what felt like an hour. The gauge had not moved since Tonopah, and the mileposts, if they were out there, were swallowed by the dark before his headlights could find them. So he listened instead. 11 years on this route, and most passengers were the same passenger. The tired gambler heading home lighter than when they boarded, the couple who had run out of things to say to each other somewhere around Goldfield, the man in the back row who slept with his mouth open and woke startled at every stop, already embarrassed. Harlan had learned to sort them by what they did with their hands. The winners held them still. The losers couldn't stop moving them, and the ones who were neither sat on their hands like the decision was still being made somewhere they couldn't reach. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Some things shrink when you share them. Dolly's voice was low and clear, the kind of voice that carried not because it was loud, but because it was aimed, a lounge voice, a voice built for rooms where people were drinking and talking and not necessarily listening, a voice that had to reach across noise and smoke and the clink of ice in glasses to find the one person in the back booth who was paying attention. It carried through diesel vibration the same way it must have carried through the bar noise. It went through the obstacle rather than over it, and came out the other side cleaned of everything but the story. The bus rolled on. The dark pressed. The perfume came and went. And somewhere behind Harlan, in the green glow of the overhead mirror, the boy leaned forward in his seat. And Dolly's hands shaped the scene out of the air, and the painter began to climb his ladder in the Nevada sun. The heating vent pushed warm air past Harlan's ankles. The green glow was steady, the road was a line, and the line went on. Something was wrong with the road. Not wrong in any way he could have named or pointed to. The pavement was smooth, the center dashes were regular, the headlights found the surface, and the surface was there, unremarkable. But the road was too straight. Harlan had driven Route 95 for 11 years. He knew it the way a man knows the shape of his wife's hip in the dark. Without looking, without thinking, the knowledge in his hands and his back and the shifting of his weight on the seat. Route 95 curved. It bent around dry lake beds and wandered toward mountain passes. And sometimes it climbed, and sometimes it dropped, and none of that was happening. The road ahead was a ruled line, and it had been a ruled line since Tonopah. And when Harlan tried to remember the last curve he had taken, his memory gave him nothing but the line, running forward into the dark, and the dashes coming at him, and Dolly's voice, and the perfume, and the road, and the dashes, and the line. He adjusted his grip on the wheel. The vinyl was warm under his palms. The bus hummed. Dolly was 4 rows back, telling the boy about a painter and a billboard in the Nevada sun. Dolly told it like this. There was a man, not young, not old, just that middle distance where the body still does what you ask it, but the asking takes longer. Who painted billboards for the highway companies up and down the 93 between Ely and Pioche. This was the early 50s, she said, when the billboards still belonged to the desert the way the Joshua trees belonged to it. A thing the land permitted but did not want, something the wind would eventually take back. The painter traveled with his colors in a wooden box and his brushes in a canvas roll, and his ladders strapped to the roof of a Ford truck that had been green once and was now the color of everything else out there, which was no color at all but only sun and dust and the pale yellow of a thing that had given up. He was hired that spring to paint a woman. Not a real woman. A cigarette advertisement. A figure of a woman in a red dress holding a cigarette between 2 fingers. Her lips parted, her eyes aimed at the highway as if the highway were a man she had been waiting for. The billboard stood alone at mile marker 41, a wood and steel frame bolted to a concrete footer on a gravel rise overlooking 4 miles of straight desert road in both directions. The nearest building was a filling station 9 miles south. The nearest town was Caliente, 22 miles north. The billboard had been blank for a year and a half, and the blankness had a presence of its own out there. A great white rectangle against the brown and the blue, the color of old cream, catching light all day, visible from the highway as a shimmer that you first mistook for a building, and then for a lake, and then for what it was, which was nothing pretending to be something, which is what the desert did best. The painter set up his camp at the base of the billboard. He laid out the company's reference illustration on the tailgate of the Ford, a glossy photograph of a woman whose beauty was of the type that existed only in photographs and on billboards, the kind of face assembled from the best features of 7 different women, and given a smile that none of them had ever actually worn. He studied it for an afternoon. Then he climbed his ladder and began. He painted her in sections, the way a printer lays down color. The background first, then the broad shapes, then the details that made the shapes into a woman. Her dress came first, a red that looked like it had been poured rather than painted, so smooth the surface seemed wet even from the ground. Then the arm, the hand, the cigarette between the fingers, the thin curl of smoke rising into the painted sky behind her, then the face, the lips, the cheekbone, the fall of dark hair across one eye. And last, always last, because he was superstitious in the way that painters are superstitious, believing in the small rituals that keep the work honest, the eyes. He painted the eyes on the 9th day. Dolly paused here. Harlan could feel the pause the way you feel a held breath in a theater. The air thickening, the bus quieter, even the diesel seeming to wait. In the overhead mirror, the boy was motionless. The painter told people later, the filling station owner, the postman, a waitress in Caliente, that he knew something was wrong before the paint dried. The eyes were good. They were better than the reference illustration. They had what the photograph lacked, a kind of attention, as if the billboard woman were not merely facing the highway, but watching it. Watching with the fixed, patient gaze of a woman in a window above a street, counting the cars, learning the patterns, noting which ones slowed and which ones passed and which ones, late at night, pulled to the shoulder and sat there with their headlights on, looking up. He drove back to the filling station that evening. He drank a beer on the concrete apron and watched the sun go down behind the mountains and did not think about the eyes, or told himself he was not thinking about them, which is the same as thinking about them with the lights off. He went back the next morning to finish the lettering across the bottom of the billboard, the brand name, the slogan, the Surgeon General's warning in letters so small you would have to stand on the roof of your car to read them. And when he pulled up to the site and looked up at the board, the woman's head had moved. Not much. A quarter inch, maybe less. Enough that her gaze, which the day before had been aimed at the highway, at a point roughly 100 yards south, was now aimed at a point roughly 80 yards south. The movement was the kind of thing you could explain away if you wanted to. Paint dries, wood flexes in the heat. A man's memory of where he painted something is never as precise as the painting itself. And the painter wanted to explain it away, so he did. And he finished the lettering, and he drove back to the filling station, and he drank his beer, and he did not think about it. But the next morning, the head had moved again, another fraction of an inch. And the arm holding the cigarette, had bent at the elbow, the way an arm bends when a woman shifts her weight from one hip to the other. The cigarette smoke, which he had painted as a vertical curl, now drifted left, toward the mountain pass, as though a wind had come through the painting that had not come through the desert. He measured it. He brought a level and measuring tape, and he stood on his ladder and put the level against the painted woman's shoulder line, and the line was not where he had put it. It was lower on the left side by 1/8 of an inch. The head was turned another degree south. The eyes, and this was the part that made him come down the ladder faster than he should have, so that he missed the third rung and landed hard on the gravel, and sat there for a while, looking at the sky. The eyes had changed their focus. They were no longer watching the middle distance. They were watching the ground directly below the billboard, watching him. The bus swayed gently, a seam in the road, or something that felt like a seam. Harlan's hands adjusted on the wheel without his telling them to, and the green glow held steady, and Dolly's voice continued. And the boy sat in his seat like a man watching something through glass that he could not touch. Harlan noticed, and the noticing came with a small, cold weight he could not explain, that the billboard in Dolly's story was the color of old cream, that the road the painter drove was straight for 4 miles in both directions, that the filling station 9 miles south was the same distance as the real filling station south of Tonopah, the one Harlan passed every night at the start of his route, the one with the concrete apron where a man could sit and watch the sun go down. He let the noticing pass, the way you let a strange noise pass when you are driving at night, and the alternative to letting it pass is pulling over and looking under the bus in the dark. Dolly told the boy that the painter did not come back for 3 days. He stayed at the filling station and drank more beer than was good for a man in the desert, and told the station owner that the job was finished and he was waiting for the check, which was true in the way that a locked door is true. It keeps things out, but it also keeps things in, and what was locked inside the painter was the knowledge that the painting was not finished, that the painting was doing something he had not asked it to do, and that every day he stayed away was a day the painting had to itself. He went back on the 4th day. He went back because the filling station owner had driven past the billboard the night before and had come into the station at dawn with a face like a man who has seen a car fire. Not afraid exactly, but aware suddenly and permanently that the ordinary world contained things that burned. The painter asked what he had seen. The station owner said the woman on the billboard had turned around. Not her head this time, her whole body. She was facing the other direction now, looking north, her back to the highway, the cigarette transferred to her other hand. The red dress shifted on her frame as if she had been standing there a long time and wanted to sit down. And the expression, the station owner had driven past at 40 miles an hour and had only seen the face for a few seconds, but the expression was not the expression of a woman on a cigarette advertisement. It was the expression of a woman looking for someone she had not seen in a long time and was beginning to believe she might not see again. The painter drove to the billboard at dusk. Dolly's voice dropped, not in volume but in register, lowering as this story found its bridge, and Harlan could feel the green air in the bus grow heavier with it. The diesel and the perfume and the warmth from the vent, all gathering into a single density that pressed against his eardrums like altitude. The painter found the billboard blank, not vandalized, not painted over, blank the way it had been blank before he started, the great white rectangle catching the last of the dusk, the wood grain showing through where the primer had thinned, the corners dark with the shadows of bolts and brackets. Every stroke of color was gone. The red dress, the dark hair, the cigarette, the smoke, the eyes. All of it lifted from the surface as cleanly as a sticker peeled from glass, leaving behind only the white, and in the white, barely visible, a silhouette, not painted, unpainted. A woman-shaped absence where the primer was slightly thinner than the primer around it, as if the painting had not been removed but had stepped out, leaving its outline the way a body leaves an outline in new snow. And the outline, Dolly said this the way you say something that is true and terrible and that you have known for a long time. The outline was not the shape of a woman standing. It was the shape of a woman sitting in a chair, knees together, hands in her lap, head tilted slightly to the left, as if she were listening to someone she could not see. Harlan's hands tightened on the wheel. He did not know why. The image was just an image, a shape on a billboard. But the shape was familiar in the way that a dream is familiar. Not because you have seen it before, but because your body has, in some room, it remembers, and you do not. The painter stood at the base of the billboard for a long time. The sun went down. The desert went dark the way this desert went dark, like a lid on a box, and the white rectangle above him glowed faintly with the last of the light, and the silhouette glowed inside the glow. And then that too was gone, and there was only the dark and the gravel, and the smell of sage and creosote, and the dry electric smell that comes before rain in a place where it never rains. He heard footsteps in the sagebrush, not animal footsteps, not the scurry of a jackrabbit or the careful placement of a coyote. These were the footsteps of a woman in shoes that did not belong in the desert. Something with a heel, something that clicked against the hardpan with the sound of a finger tapping glass. The sound came from the north, from the direction the billboard woman had been facing, and it was getting closer, and the painter did not move, and the footsteps grew louder, and the sagebrush parted. He heard it part, heard the dry branches scrape against fabric. And the woman stepped out of the brush 10 feet from where he stood and faced the highway and raised her hand. Not waving, flagging. The way you flag a car on a dark road when your own car is broken down and you need someone to stop. She wore a red dress. She held a cigarette between 2 fingers of her raised hand. She did not look at the painter. She looked at the road and the smell that came off her. The painter told people this later, told the filling station owner, who did not believe him but did not forget it either. The smell was not paint and not perfume and not the desert. It was desert rose, heavy, sweet, the kind that came in a glass bottle shaped like a woman's hip. Harlan's foot eased off the gas. He did not decide to do it. The foot moved the way it had moved at the second passenger's stop, on its own, answering a signal his mind had not sent. The bus slowed by 2 miles an hour, maybe 3, and the deceleration was so slight it was almost nothing, but it was not nothing, because the foot knew something, and the foot was afraid of what it knew. And Harlan pulled it back to the gas, and the bus resumed its speed, and in the overhead mirror the boy was looking at him, not at Dolly, at him, with an expression that Harlan could not read and did not want to. Dolly finished the story. The painter never saw the woman again. The billboard stayed blank. The filling station owner sold the business and moved to Reno. The painter took a job in Carson City, painting signs for grocery stores, small signs, signs that stayed where you put them, and he did not drive past mile marker 41 again, and the billboard rotted in the sun, and the wind took it back the way the wind takes everything back. And the last piece of it fell in a winter storm in 1959, and nobody was there to see it fall except the desert, and the desert did not care. Dolly stopped. The bus rolled, the green glow held. The boy sat in his seat and did not speak. Harlan waited for the rest of the story. Dolly did not give it. After a while, the boy said something. Harlan could see his lips move in the mirror. And Dolly answered, brief and warm and shaped like the end of a conversation. And the boy sat back and turned his face to the window and looked out at the dark, and the dark looked back. Harlan drove. The road ran straight. The dashes came at him. He realized he had not seen a milepost since Tonopah, and the realization sat in his stomach like a swallowed stone. And then the heating vent pushed another wave of desert rose perfume past his ankles, and the stone dissolved, and he drove, and the road went on. The second stop came out of the dark the way the first one had. Not gradually, not approached, but suddenly there. The distance between here and there simply gone. No one was there. He was certain of it, and then he was not certain of it, because the door opened. Had he opened it? His hand was on the lever, but he could not remember pulling, and footsteps came up the metal stairs, heavy, deliberate. The footsteps of a man carrying something he did not want to drop, and then the footsteps went past him toward the back of the bus, and he saw, briefly, in the green glow, a coat too heavy for the season, and a metal lockbox clutch against a chest. And then the figure was past him and sitting, and the door closed, and the bus was rolling again, and Harlan could not have said how any of it had happened. He looked in the overhead mirror. The man was in the second-to-last row, exactly where Harlan had known he would be, though he could not have said how he knew this either. The lockbox was on the man's knees. His hands were on the lockbox. His eyes were on the back of the seat in front of him, and they did not move. Dolly had already turned. She turned the way she did everything, smoothly, as if the motion had been rehearsed 1,000 times, and the rehearsal had worn away everything unnecessary, leaving only the essential gesture. The rotation of the shoulders, the tilt of the head, the sequins catching the green and throwing it back in a scatter of light that made her seem, for an instant, like something seen through shallow water. She was facing the man with the lockbox now, and her hands were in her lap. And she was wearing the smile women keep for frightened men. Not to reassure him, but to let him know that she has seen the fear and considers it reasonable. She told him a story. Harlan heard it the way he had heard the first one, through the diesel and the vent hum and the distance of 4 rows, the words arriving clear enough to follow but soft enough that he had to listen, which meant he had to stop thinking about the road, which meant the road ran itself for a while, the way roads do when you have driven them long enough that the driving is something your hands and your feet do without consulting the rest of you. There was a prospector, Dolly said. This was older, Depression years, maybe earlier, the kind of years that had edges and the edges cut. The prospector had a claim in the mountains east of Goldfield, up in the Pinyon and the hard rock, and the claim had given him enough gold to fill 3 coffee cans, and not enough to fill a 4th. And the 3 coffee cans were buried in the cellar of the shack he lived in at the foot of the claim, and the cellar was locked with a padlock, and the padlock key was on a cord around his neck, and the cord had worn a groove in the skin above his collarbone that looked like a second mouth, always open, always dry. He was the kind of man the desert makes when it has enough time and enough emptiness to work with. His face was the color and texture of a boot that had been left outside for a year. His hands were the size of catcher's mitts and twice as hard. He talked to himself, not in the way of madness, but in the way of a man who has been alone so long that the sound of his own voice has become a kind of furniture, something to put in the empty rooms so they don't echo. One autumn, he drove to the abandoned diner. Dolly described the diner the way a woman describes a dress she once owned and wishes she had kept, with precision and a kind of tender inventory. Aluminum siding gone the color of old cream, a counter with 12 stools, all of them bolted to the floor, all of them listing slightly left, as if the building had settled that way and the stools had settled with it. A plate glass window with a crack running from the upper right corner to the lower left, like a line on a map showing the shortest distance between 2 points that nobody wanted to go to, a floor the color of institution. Gray-green linoleum, the kind they put in hospitals and bus stations and any place where people sit and wait for something that is never going to arrive. Harlan's hands shifted on the wheel. The linoleum. He knew linoleum like that. He could not say where or when, but the knowledge was in his palms and his feet and the base of his spine. Linoleum under shoes that had not moved from one spot in a long time. Linoleum with the particular cold of a floor in a room with no sun. He let this pass too. The road went on. And in the corner of the diner, between the cigarette machine and the wall, a jukebox. Not a modern jukebox. An old one, the kind with the curved glass top and the chromium trim, and the carousel of 45s visible through the glass, turning slowly under a light that was not on because the jukebox was not plugged in. Its cord lay on the linoleum like a dead snake, flat, black, the prongs of the plug dull with dust. There was no outlet within 6 feet of where the machine stood. The diner had been closed for 3 years. The electricity had been shut off 18 months before that. The jukebox was playing. Not loudly. Far from the full-throated blast of a song chosen and paid for. It was the sound a jukebox makes between selections. The mechanical hum of the carousel turning, the click of a record being lifted from its slot, the whisper of the needle finding the groove, and then a song, soft, distant, as if it were being played in another room and the sound was leaking through the walls. The prospector stood in the doorway and listened. The song was one he did not recognize. It was slow and sad, and it had a woman's voice in it, and the voice sang about a road that went on and never arrived, and the prospector thought it was the most beautiful thing he had heard in 3 years, which was the last time he had heard any music at all. He went back the next day. The jukebox was playing a different song. He went back the day after that. A different song again. He began going every afternoon, the way a man goes to church, not because he believes exactly, but because the ritual fills a space in the day that would otherwise fill with something worse. He brought a camp chair and sat in front of the jukebox and listened. And the jukebox played for him, and the songs were always sad and always beautiful, and he never recognized any of them. And this not recognizing was part of the beauty, because a song you have never heard is a song that has not yet been used up by the world. Dolly paused. The bus swayed. In the overhead mirror, the man with the lockbox had not moved, but his eyes had shifted from the seat back to Dolly's face, and the fear in them had been joined by something else, a kind of hunger that Harlan recognized from his own mirror on mornings when the route ahead was long and the night behind was longer, the hunger of a man who needs a story the way a drowning man needs a log. On the 4th week, Dolly continued, the jukebox played a song the prospector recognized, not from the radio, not from a bar or a dance hall, or any of the places where songs live in the ordinary world. He recognized it because the song was about him, not about a man like him, about him specifically by name, which is a thing that songs do not do, and a thing that a reasonable man would refuse to believe, except that the jukebox sang his name in the woman's voice, and the name was correct, and the song described his shack and his cellar and his 3 coffee cans and the groove in his collarbone where the key cord wore. And the prospector sat in his camp chair with his hands on his knees and listened to a machine that was not plugged in sing the details of his life to a room where no one could hear it. The next song was worse. It was about a man driving to the filling station in Goldfield. The man was driving fast because something was behind him, and the song did not say what was behind him. But the speed of the music said it was close, and the key the song was in said it was gaining, and the final verse described the man's truck leaving the road on a curve 2 miles south of the station and rolling 3 times in the creosote and coming to rest on its roof in a dry wash with the headlights still on and the radio still playing. And the prospector thought this was an ugly song and did not like it. And 3 days later, the filling station owner in Goldfield mentioned that a man had died on the highway 2 miles south of town, and his truck had rolled 3 times, and the headlights had still been on when they found him. The prospector went back to the diner. The jukebox played a song about a woman in Tonopah who would fall asleep at her kitchen table on a Tuesday evening and not wake up. The prospector drove to Tonopah. He did not know what he intended to do, warn her perhaps, or simply confirm that she existed, that the jukebox was not manufacturing people to kill. And he found her house, and her kitchen light was on, and he sat in his truck outside and watched the light and did not knock on her door, because what would he have said, and what would she have believed? And how do you tell a woman that a machine you found in a dead diner has scheduled her death and you came to watch? On Tuesday, the light was on at 7 and off at 8. And on Wednesday, the obituary was in the Tonopah paper. And the cause was cardiac arrest, and the time was 9:15 on a Tuesday. And the prospector sat in his truck with the paper on his knee and the key cord pressing against the groove in his collarbone, and thought about the jukebox the way a man thinks about a loaded gun he has found in a drawer. With a fascination that is only the polite name for terror, he went back. Of course he went back. He went back because the songs were the only true thing in the desert. Truer than the gold in his cans, truer than the shack, truer than the face he saw in the mirror above his basin. And truth is a kind of gravity, and you fall toward it whether you want to or not. The jukebox had changed. The carousel was turning faster. The records were dropping into place with a sharpness that sounded like fingers snapping. The woman's voice was louder now, and the songs were closer to home. Not about men on highways and women in Tonopah, but about people the prospector had known. People who had sat at this very counter in the years before the diner closed. People whose names he spoke to himself in the evenings, because speaking their names kept them alive in the only room that mattered, which was the room inside his head. One by one, the jukebox sang them away. A herder outside Battle Mountain, a teacher in Austin, a bartender in Eureka whose hands shook, and who poured a drink like a man diffusing a bomb, carefully, with great attention, as if the distance between the bottle and the glass were the distance between life and its opposite. The jukebox sang their going with the same sad beauty it had brought to the first songs, and the prospector listened, and the people died, and the prospector could not stop coming back, because the songs were beautiful, and the beautiful is always the most dangerous thing in any room. Then the carousel stopped, not gradually, not the slow winding down of a mechanism running out of power. It stopped the way a heart stops, mid-beat, absolute. The prospector sat in his camp chair and stared at the curved glass and the chromium trim and the still carousel, and he waited, and the diner was quiet, and the crack in the plate glass window let in a thin whistle of wind that sounded like a woman breathing between verses. A record dropped. It fell from the carousel into the play position with a sound like a door closing, and the needle swung across the vinyl with a sound like a fingernail on silk. And the song that came out was not sung. It was played solo piano, slow, in a key that lived at the bottom of the keyboard, where the notes were felt in the chest rather than heard in the ear, and the prospector recognized it on the first bar because the song was his, not about him, his favorite song, the song he had played on the upright piano in his mother's parlor when he was 12 years old and the world was a place where songs could still be learned and pianos could still be played, and a boy's hands on the keys were the most natural thing in the world. The song he had not heard in 40 years. The song he had believed he had forgotten. The jukebox played it perfectly. Every note, every pause, every place where the tempo shifted, because the boy's hands had been too small to reach the chord and had to stretch. And the stretching slowed the music by a half-breath that was not in the sheet music, but was in the playing. Because music is not what is written, but what is played, and what is played carries the body of the player inside it, like a fossil carries the shape of the bone. The prospector stood up. He crossed the diner floor. And here Dolly said something that made Harlan's hands go still on the wheel, so still that the bus drifted right by a foot before his arms corrected. She said the prospector's shoes made a sound on the linoleum that was the sound of shoes that have not moved from a spot in a very long time. A small tearing, a peel, the adhesion of sole to surface breaking like a seal. She said the sound surprised the prospector because he had not known he had been sitting that long. Harlan drove. The road went on. His palms were damp. The prospector put his hands on the curved glass of the jukebox and looked inside, through the glass, past the carousel and the chromium and the records, into the dark interior of the machine, and the dark looked back at him. And from somewhere inside the dark, not from the speakers, not from the needle, but from the walls of the machine itself, from the wood and the wire and the glass, he heard breathing. Not the jukebox's breathing. There was no such thing as a jukebox's breathing. This was a man's breathing. Fast, shallow, the breathing of a man who is afraid and cannot control the fear. the way you cannot control a cough or a shiver or the beating of your own heart. The breathing matched his breathing, breath for breath, inhale for inhale, as if the machine had learned him the way it had learned the piano. Not the song, but the playing of it. Not the breaths, but the breathing of it. The body inside the sound. He tried to smash the machine. He picked up the camp chair and swung it at the curved glass, and the glass did not break. He swung again, and the metal legs of the chair bounced off the chromium trim, and the jukebox did not move, and the breathing inside it did not stop, and the piano kept playing his song, his childhood song, the notes going on in the slow, sad key at the bottom of the keyboard, and the prospector dropped the chair and backed away, and the breathing followed him. Not from the jukebox anymore, but from the walls of the diner, from the aluminum siding the color of old cream, from the cracked plate glass window, from the linoleum floor, and the counter and the 12 listing stools bolted to the floor, as if the building itself had learned to breathe, and the breath it had learned was his. He ran. He ran to his truck and drove to his shack, and went into his cellar and sat on the dirt floor beside his 3 coffee cans, and held the key cord in his fist, and listened to the silence, and the silence was not silent. Inside it, behind it, so faint he could have told himself he was imagining it. But he knew the sound too well to pretend, because the sound was him, was the breathing, his breathing, coming from inside the walls of his own home. And he understood, sitting there in the dark with his gold, that the songs had never been inside the jukebox. They had been inside the walls of every room he had ever sat in. Every room where he had been still and alone long enough for the walls to learn him, and the jukebox had merely been the first room honest enough to play them back. Dolly stopped. The bus was quieter than it had been. Harlan noticed this, the way you notice a change in temperature. Not sharply, but completely, the whole body registering it at once. The diesel was still running. The vent was still pushing warm air. The green glow was still there. But the quiet had changed. It had become the quiet of a room with people in it who are not breathing, or a room with no people in it at all. And Harlan did not look in the overhead mirror because he was not sure which of these he would find. His hands were on the wheel. He could feel the vinyl under his palms, the ridges of the grip, the slight give where the material had softened with years of use. But the feeling was wrong, not the wrongness of a broken thing, the wrongness of a familiar thing that has become, without changing, unfamiliar. The wheel was the right size and the right shape and the right temperature, and his hands were in the right position, and all of this was wrong the way a word is wrong when you say it too many times and it loses its meaning and becomes a sound, just a sound, and you cannot remember what it was supposed to be for. The road ahead was straight. The dashes came at him. The dark pressed against the glass, and the stories Dolly had told. The painter who had made a woman so real she stepped down from the billboard. The prospector who had sat so long in one room that the walls had learned his breath were sitting inside Harlan's chest like 2 stones. And the stones were heavy, and the heaviness had a shape. And the shape was the shape of a question he did not want to ask and could not stop forming. How long had he been driving this road? Not tonight. Not this shift. But how long? How many nights? How many times had the road run straight from Tonopah to the playa without a curve, without a milepost, without a single pair of headlights coming the other direction? And had he ever, even once, arrived? He pulled his eyes from the road and looked in the overhead mirror. The boy was gone. Not gone in the way of a man who has moved to a different seat. Gone in the way of a glass that has been washed and put away. The space where he had been was empty and clean, the seat cushion undented, showing no impression at all. The boy had been a thought, and the thought had been finished, and the thinker had moved on. Harlan looked at the back rows. The man with the lockbox was gone too. His seat was the same as the boy's, undisturbed, uninhabited, no impression in the upholstery, no warmth in the air where a body had been. The lockbox was gone. The heavy coat was gone. The worried face and the white knuckles and the hunger in the eyes, all gone. And the bus was empty behind Dolly, and in front of her, and around her, and the rows of seats stretched back into the green glow like the pews of a church where the congregation has left and is not coming back. Dolly sat in her seat, aisle side left. The sequins caught the green. The perfume came in waves. Harlan stopped the bus. He did not decide to stop it. His foot moved to the brake the way it had moved at the second passenger stop. Without consulting him, the body making a decision, the mind had not approved. And the bus slowed, and the diesel dropped in pitch, and the tires found gravel, and the bus stopped, and the silence that came after the stopping was the loudest thing Harlan had ever heard, because it was not the silence of a bus that had stopped running. It was the silence of a bus that had never been running. The engine noise was gone, not winding down, not fading, gone. The way the boy was gone, the way the lockbox was gone, completely and without transition, as if the sound had been a recording and someone had lifted the needle. Harlan sat in the driver's seat with his hands on the wheel. The wheel was wrong. He knew it before he looked. The vinyl was real. He could feel the grain of it, the ridges where years of driving had softened the surface into the shape of his palms. The wheel was a real wheel. But beneath the vinyl, where the column met the dashboard, there was nothing, deeper than a broken connection. This was a connection that had never existed. The column went into the panel and stopped. He could feel it in the absence of resistance. The wheel turned freely without the weight of gears and tie rods and tires pressing against asphalt, and the free turning undid him because it meant the wheel had been turning freely for years, every night under his hands, and the turning had never moved anything. He tried to reach the door lever. His arm did not move. The command left his mind. He felt it leave, felt the intention travel down through his shoulder, and the arm did not respond. Beyond refusal. Beyond any locked joint, absence. The total silent non-acknowledgement of a limb that has been in one position so long it has become part of the chair the way a branch becomes part of a fence when the tree grows around the wire. He commanded again and felt the phantom of reaching, the ghost of his arm extending toward the lever, the fingers closing around cold metal, and saw in the thin gray light that was replacing the green glow that his arm had not moved at all. It was on the armrest where it had been. It had always been there. He tried to stand. The same silence. The mind sent its orders to the legs, and the legs were stone. He felt himself rise, felt the effort in his back, the push through his arms, the 2 inches of lift, and the sensation was exquisite and false. A man pulling away from a body the man no longer occupied, and the body did not move. And the chair held him the way a foundation holds a house, and the house does not get up. The sound of his breathing filled the small space, and the space gave it back to him, the way the prospector's walls had given his breathing back. Not as echo, but as presence. The sound of a man who is afraid, trapped in the room with the man who is afraid, and the two of them are the same person. The dashboard. The instrument panel was dark. The green glow was gone, and in its place Harlan could see that the gauges were not gauges. They were painted. Brush strokes on a wooden panel. A speedometer, a fuel gauge, a tachometer, an oil pressure dial, all of them rendered with care, with attention, by a hand that had studied real instruments closely enough to get the proportions right, but could not hide the brush marks, the slight waver in the lettering, the places where the paint had run and been wiped and repainted. The needles were lines of white paint. The numbers were hand-lettered. Someone had built this panel for a man who could not tell the difference, and the care in the painting was the most merciless thing Harlan had ever seen, because the care meant love, and the love meant someone had known he would need this. He looked through the pane of glass, set into the wall beyond the dashboard, and the road was gone. There was a wall, cream-colored, cracked, the crack running from the upper right corner to the lower left, the same line as the diner window in Dolly's story. And beyond the wall, a corridor, dim, institutional, stretching away toward a door that was half open and showing nothing but dark. He turned his head, only his head, because the neck still had that much give, and looked at the rows of seats behind them. The seats were there, the geometry of a vehicle built to carry people. But the windows were not windows. They were painted. Gray paint over flat panels, each one brushed with a lighter gray in the center to suggest glass, to suggest the dark, to suggest a desert that was not there and had never been there. And the linoleum under his feet was not the grooved rubber of a bus floor, but the smooth, institutional gray-green of a room in a building that was not a bus and had never been a bus. And the same linoleum from Dolly's story, the prospector's diner floor, the cold surface where a man's shoes stick when they have not moved in a long time. Dolly sat in her seat. In his mind, she had been 4 rows back, a passenger on his route. But as the green light died, the distance collapsed. Her chair was right beside his, a companion seat bolted to the linoleum where the engine shroud should have been. She had not moved. The sequins caught the light. A thin gray light from somewhere above, leaking through a seam in the ceiling that was not a bus ceiling, but a drop ceiling, acoustic tile, water-stained, sagging in places where the grid had buckled. The perfume was still there. The face in the dimness was still there. The hands were in her lap. Hands in her lap, knees together, head tilted slightly to the left, the posture of the silhouette on the blank billboard, the shape left behind when the painting stepped out. And she was looking at him with an expression he had seen before but could not place. The expression of a woman who has been waiting for a man to see something, and the man has finally seen it, and the scene is terrible, and the woman knows it is terrible and does not look away. She reached out and took his hand. Her hand was cool, not cold, cool, the temperature of a glass of water that has been sitting on a table all afternoon, room temperature. The temperature of the room, which was not the temperature of a bus crossing the Mojave, but the temperature of a small room in a building that did not move. Her fingers closed around his fingers, and the grip was light and familiar and so gentle it ached. Harlan sat in the therapy cabin with the painted dashboard and the hand-painted instruments in the linoleum floor and the acoustic tile ceiling, and Dolly held his hand, and the perfume came in waves, and the room was what it was. He could see a nurse's station through the gap where the windshield glass met the wall, empty. A counter with a clipboard on it, and a pen on a chain, and a calendar on the wall showing a month he could not read. The calendar had a photograph of a desert sunset, red and orange and purple, the kind of sunset that happens only in photographs and on calendars, and in the memory of a man who has driven through enough of them that they have become a single sunset, permanent and unreachable. He sat there. He sat for a long time, a moment that felt like a month or a year, or the time it takes for a man to drive from Tonopah to the playa on a road that does not curve. And he let himself believe it. The room, the chair, the painted gauges, Dolly beside him. A facility. A cabin built for a man whose mind had outlived his roots. Bittersweet and manageable. and Dolly's hand was in his hand, and the hand was cool, and the room was what it was. And then the room changed. It changed the way the bus had changed, not gradually and not in stages, but in the way a held breath ends, all at once, the whole body releasing. The light from the ceiling shifted. The gray became thinner, colder, the gray of a place that has not been lit in a very long time. The acoustic tiles above him were no longer sagging. They were gone, several of them, missing from the grid, leaving black rectangles where the crawl space above was open to the room. And through the black rectangles he could see not pipes and wiring, but the undersides of roof joists, weathered gray, bowed with the weight of years. The linoleum under his feet was cracked. Not the cracks of age, the cracks of rupture. Places where the floor had buckled and split, and something had come through, and the something was sand. Desert sand, fine and pale, pushed up through the cracks in small drifts that fanned out across the floor like the fingers of a hand reaching for the walls. The walls. The cream-colored walls were stained now, not with water, but with time. The layered damage of decades of heat and cold and dust, and the slow, patient chemistry of abandonment. Plaster had fallen in sheets, exposing lath beneath, and the lath was dry and splitting, and in places it was gone entirely, leaving gaps through which the night was visible. The actual night, the desert night, black and enormous, pressing through the gaps with a weight that was not metaphor but fact, a weight Harlan could feel against his face like breath. The nurse's station was a ruin. The counter had collapsed on one end and leaned at an angle that made it a ramp rather than a surface. The clipboard was on the floor, half buried in sand. The pen was gone. The calendar was still on the wall, but the photograph of the desert sunset had faded to a pale, uniform pink. And the month and year were visible now, and the year was 1970, and the month was October, and the calendar had not been changed in more than 50 years. Harlan looked at the corridor through the gap where the windshield glass had been. The corridor was dark, not dim, dark, the dark of a place that has not been walked in years, the dark of a place where the ceiling has partially fallen, and the fallen pieces lie on the floor, and the floor is sand, and the sand is undisturbed. At the far end, where the hallway must once have turned toward an exit, the ceiling had come down in a solid mass of timber and plaster, and against the rubble the sand had piled itself into a dune that reached the top of the doorframe. Decades of wind pressing grain after grain into the gap until the building was sealed. And whatever was inside for good. Sand was on his shoes, not tracked there, drifted. The fine, pale sand of the Mojave accumulated grain by grain over years, over decades, a miniature dune forming against his left foot, where the draft from the gap in the wall pushed the grains across the linoleum and piled them against the first obstacle, which was his shoe, which had not moved. The chair under him was not warm where he sat. The vinyl was cracked and dry, and the cracks had the deep, permanent quality of leather left in the sun for years. The metal frame was spotted with rust. The bolts that held the frame to the floor were orange with it, and Dolly sat beside him. She had not changed. This was the thing. Everything else had changed. The room had aged. The walls had crumbled. The floor had split. The ceiling had opened to the desert sky. Sand had invaded the corners and the corridors in the nurse's station, and the cracks in the linoleum. But Dolly had not changed. Her dress caught the light. Her perfume came in waves. Her hand was cool around his hand. Her face was the face it had been at the beginning of the night, and the night before that, and the night before that. However many nights, however many thousands of nights. He looked down at their joined hands. Dolly's hand was the hand he remembered. The fingers tapered, the nail shaped, a ring on the fourth finger that caught whatever light was left and sent it back in a small, determined spark. But the hand had no weight. He could feel the grip, light, certain, the geometry of a hold, practiced 10,000 times. But the substance behind it was not there. The way a voice fills a room but has no weight you could measure on a scale. Her hand was not warm and not cold. It was the exact temperature of the air around it, as if the hand had no heat of its own but borrowed what the room offered, and the room was offering the cool of the desert at night. Precisely that and nothing else. His hand was not. The knowledge arrived the way the sand had arrived, grain by grain, then all at once. He could see it in the gap between her fingers. The skin on the back of his hand was dark. Not the dark of a suntan or the dark of dirt. The dark of leather that has been left in a dry place for a very long time, shrunk, taut, pulled against the bones beneath until the bones were the hand and the skin was only a covering, a wrapper. The thin brown casing of a thing that had been sitting in a chair in a room in the desert for 50 years. And the desert had done what the desert does, which is to take the water out of everything and leave the rest. His knuckles were ridges. His tendons were cords. The veins on the back of his hand. He had known those veins, had watched them surface during the long hot runs between Beatty and Tonopah. When the sun hit the wheel and the wheel hit his hands, the veins were gone. There was nothing left to surface. The flesh between the bones had thinned to the thickness of paper, the brown paper of a grocery bag left in the sun, and the joints of his fingers where they met Dolly's fingers were stiff not with age, but with the stiffness that comes after age, after the last thing age does, which is stop. He understood. Not because Dolly told him. Dolly did not tell him anything. Dolly sat beside him and held his hand, and the hand she held was not a living hand and had not been a living hand for longer than many people live. And she held it the way she had held it on the first night and every night since, with a grip that was light and familiar and careful beyond all reason. And the care was not the care of a nurse or a wife on visiting day. It was the kindness of a woman who had followed a man into the desert and found him in a chair, and could not make him stand, and could not make him walk, and could not carry him out, and so had done the only thing left, which was sit down beside him and hold his hand, and fill the room with stories, so that the silence would not fill it first. 50 years. He did not know how he knew this, but the knowing was in the sand and the rust and the calendar on the wall, and the fine, patient dust on every surface that was not Dolly. And the knowing was in Dolly, too, in the fact that she was here, that she had always been here, that her hand had not let go of his hand in all the time the sand had taken to build its dunes against his shoes and the roof had taken to open itself to the stars. Harlan looked at the gap in the wall where the plaster had fallen and the lath had split and the night came through. The desert was there. The actual desert, not the painted gray of the bus windows, not the dim corridor of the facility, but the Mojave itself, the real Mojave, black and infinite, and scattered with stars that were the first stars Harlan had seen since the bus had left Tonopah, since the lid had come down on the box, since the dark had become a thing he drove through rather than a thing he looked at. The stars were enormous. They were the stars of a desert that has no light pollution. No cities, no highways, no green glowing instrument panels. Stars the size of dimes, the size of quarters, the kind of stars you see once and carry inside you for the rest of whatever you have instead of a life. The Milky Way was a river across the center of the sky, and the river was so bright it cast shadows, and the shadows fell through the gaps in the walls and lay across the sandy floor in bars of dark and light. And one of the bars lay across Dolly's dress, and the sequins in the bar of light were not green anymore, but silver, true silver, the color of the actual moon. And Harlan saw that Dolly had been beautiful all along. Not the assembled beauty of the billboard woman, not the professional beauty of a lounge singer in a spotlight, but the beauty of a woman who has chosen to sit in a ruin for half a century because the man in the chair beside her needed someone to sit with him, and the choice was hers, and the choice was the most beautiful thing about her. He looked at the desert through the gap. It was very large. It was the largest thing he had ever seen, and the largeness had a quality that was not beautiful and not terrible, but both. The way the open sea is both to a man on a small boat. And Harlan understood that the desert was the thing he had been afraid of all along. Not the dark, not the silence, not the dissolving of the bus or the crumbling of the facility, but the size of what waited outside the ruin, the sheer immensity of the nothing that stretched in every direction from this small room to the edge of the world and beyond, and what it meant to walk into it, and what it meant to leave the room, and what it meant to stop being the man in the chair. Dolly's hand tightened on his. Not much. The lightest increase of pressure, the way a woman's hand tightens when she is about to say something that matters and the saying of it requires the body's support. But she did not say it. She did not say anything. She had never explained anything, and she did not explain anything now because the desert was its own explanation, and the ruin was its own explanation, and the 50 years were their own explanation, and the hand holding his hand was its own explanation, and some things do not need to be said because saying them would make them smaller than they are. He looked at his mummified hand in hers. Her fingers laced through his the way they had always laced through his. Ring finger, middle finger, index. The pattern of a hold that had been practiced so many times it did not need living fingers to remember it. The hold remembered itself. The love was in the pattern, and the pattern did not require flesh. Harlan looked at the desert. He looked at Dolly. He did not stand up. He settled deeper into the cracked vinyl chair. The rust held. The bolts held. The sand was soft against his shoes. The starlight moved across the floor the way starlight does, slowly, imperceptibly. The earth turning under the sky turning over the earth, the light traveling its distance and arriving without announcement, without hurry, on time. Dolly's hand was in his hand, and her hand was cool, and the coolness was the temperature of the room, and the room was the temperature of the desert, and the desert was the temperature of the night, and the night was the temperature of everything that has been still for a very long time and does not intend to move. She began to speak, not loudly, in the same voice she had used on the bus, the lounge voice, the carrying voice, the voice built for rooms where noise and smoke and the clink of ice tried to drown it and failed. The voice that went through obstacles rather than over them and came out the other side cleaned of everything but the story. She was telling him a new one, not the painter, not the prospector, a new one. About a lighthouse keeper, she said, who lived on a rock in the ocean and tended a light that ships no longer needed. And the keeper kept the light burning anyway because the light was company, and company was all he had. And one night, a fog came in that was so thick the light could not get through it. And the keeper climbed the stairs to the lamp and pressed his face against the glass and looked out into the fog and saw. But that is as much as the wind carried, because the wind was there now, the real wind, the night wind that comes across the Mojave after midnight and smells of sage and alkali and the cold breath of mountains you cannot see, and the wind moved through the gaps in the walls and across the sandy floor and through the rows of rusted, bolted-down seats with their cracked vinyl and their painted windows and their steering column that connected to nothing. And the wind carried Dolly's voice the way a river carries a leaf, up and out and across the desert. And if you had been standing on Route 95 at mile marker 31 in the small hours of the morning, if you had pulled your car to the shoulder and turned off the engine and rolled down the window and sat there in the dark with the stars above you and the desert around you and the silence pressing against the glass, you might have heard it. A woman's voice, so faint it might have been the wind itself, rising and falling in the cadences of a story that had been going on for 50 years and was not finished, and would not be finished tonight, and would not be finished until the man in the chair was ready to stand and the woman beside him was ready to walk, and the desert was ready to let them cross, and the desert was patient, and the woman was patient, and the story went on. Mile marker 31. A ruin in the sand, half buried, the roof gone, the walls open to the sky. Inside, rows of empty, rusted frames, and at the front, 2 chairs, rusted, bolted to the floor, facing a panel of painted instruments that no longer measured anything that moved, and the smell of desert rose rising. The Dunbar's car was still audible when I locked the front door behind them, the engine note thinning on Monument Avenue until it folded into the general hum of a Friday evening in early October. And I stood in their foyer with the deadbolt turned and my overnight bag at my feet and thought, this is the largest room I have ever been alone in. I'd sat in lecture halls that seated 300, wandered the rotunda with my neck craned back like every other first year who pretended she'd been raised on Jeffersonian architecture. Those rooms had been populated. The Dunbar's foyer held only me, and its scale made no sense at all. The Dunbar's foyer was built for 2 people who wanted anyone standing in it to understand exactly how unnecessary they were. The staircase swept up in a curve that managed to suggest both welcome and authority, the banister rubbed to a dark shine by what I estimated was 140 years of palms. The chandelier above me had been converted from gas at some point. You could see the capped fittings where the mantels had been, and it threw a light that was fractionally too warm for the wattage, an amber that turned everything beneath it into a photograph for a listing in one of those Richmond Heritage magazines that my roommate collected ironically, but read with genuine attention. To my left, a parlor with pocket doors rolled halfway open, revealing the edge of a settee upholstered in something dark. To my right, a study lined with books I suspected had been bought by the yard. Ahead, the hallway that ran the depth of the house to the kitchen, and halfway down that hallway, on the left-hand wall, the door. Let me be exact about the door, because it became the only feature in the house that mattered. When I tried to describe that night, to the police, my advisor, the therapist I saw 3 times before my insurance ran out, I always start with the door, as if it were the beginning rather than the middle. It was oak, original to the house, with raised panels and a patina that came from age rather than staining. The wood had the look of something that had been maintained for so long that the maintenance itself had become part of its character, layer upon layer of hands and oil, and the slow chemistry of living alongside a surface until the surface starts to feel like skin. What made it different from every other door in the Dunbar's carefully restored Victorian was the hardware. 3 deadbolts, commercial grade, evenly spaced down the jamb at knee height, waist height, and shoulder height. The locks were new. The brass was bright against wood that had spent a century darkening, and the screws that held the strike plates had bitten into the frame without pilot holes. Someone had driven them home in a hurry, or at least without a cabinet maker's patience. Each lock took a separate key. Mrs. Dunbar had told me about the animal they both had in the careful overlapping way of couples who have rehearsed a conversation, each picking up the thread when the other's voice began to thin. Mr. Dunbar was a tall man with a certain stillness of someone who had trained himself not to take up the space his body occupied, shoulders slightly forward, hands clasped in front, the posture of an apology that had become structural. I'd seen him in the neighborhood before I knew his name. He walked their block every morning at 6, moving along the sidewalk with the measured pace of someone who was not exercising but patrolling, checking something, confirming that the world outside his house was still the world he expected. His wife was smaller, quicker, and her eyes had a quality I recognized from the semester I'd spent volunteering at the crisis line. The focus, slightly elevated attention of a person who has been managing catastrophe so long it has become administrative. The animal, they said, was a rescue, large, unpredictable. They had taken it in 2 years ago from a situation they described in terms vague enough to suggest something worse than neglect, and it had not adjusted. It was comfortable in the basement, which had been converted to accommodate it. They stressed this, the comfort, the accommodation. But it could not be allowed upstairs under any circumstances. The sounds it made at night could be alarming, especially to someone unfamiliar with the species, and they apologized in advance for what I might hear. The deadbolts were not to be opened. There was no emergency scenario in which the lock should be touched. Mrs. Dunbar said this, looking directly at me. Her fingers curled around a key ring she had not yet let go of, and then she turned and put the key ring in the drawer of the hall table, the narrow ornamental table halfway between the front door and the basement door, and closed the drawer and stood with her hand on the brass pull for a moment before releasing it. I remember the way Mr. Dunbar watched her do this. His hand was on her shoulder, lightly, not steering but anchoring, and when the drawer closed, he looked at me with an expression I misread completely. I thought it was embarrassment. The self-consciousness of wealthy people explaining their eccentricities to the help. The specific discomfort of the privileged when they are forced to reveal that their lives contain something unmanageable, something that all the restored wainscoting and the converted gas chandeliers in the foyer built to humble visitors cannot fix or conceal. What it was, I understood much later, was the look of someone calculating whether the person they were leaving in their house was the kind of person who would open a drawer they'd been told not to think about. They left for the airport. I stood in the foyer of their beautiful, enormous house and listened to the car turn the corner at Meadow Street and dissolve. That was 6:30. I should tell you about myself because it matters. Not in the way the therapist wanted it to matter, as context for what she called my rescue orientation, but in the way that any con works. The contours of the mark determine the particular shape of the grifts, and I was a very particular shape. I was 26. Second year of a master's in social work at VCU, which in 2006 meant I was someone who had read enough about structures of abuse to identify them from a textbook description and not nearly enough to identify them from the inside while they were happening to me. I had spent the previous summer interning at a women's shelter on Broad Street, where I had learned, among other things, that the women who came through our door were invariably smarter, funnier, and more resourceful than the intake forms made them sound, and that the people who hurt them were invariably less monstrous and more ordinary than I wanted them to be. This had felt like wisdom at the time. It was wisdom. It just wasn't the right kind. My parents were in Roanoke. My father taught 9th grade biology, and my mother worked the front desk at a Holiday Inn. And between them, they had produced a daughter who believed, with the unexamined conviction of someone who had never been seriously wrong about anything important, that the world operated by rules and that they could be read. I carried this assumption into adulthood the way other people carry their parents' religion. Not examined, just inhaled, It had been the water I swam in, and I had never been out long enough to realize I was wet. The house-sitting job had come through a posting on the department board. Nothing unusual, nothing urgent. Professor Egan's neighbors needed someone to stay overnight while they traveled, once or twice a month, because their home security system required a physical presence to arm certain zones. This was plausible enough that I didn't examine it, and even if I had, the truth. That they needed someone in the house, so there would be a living person on the upper floors if something went wrong with the locks or the ventilation, or any of the other arrangements keeping their daughter alive through the night, was so far outside my frame of reference that I'm not sure examination would have helped. Some locks aren't picked by intelligence. They're picked by assumption, and my assumption was that the world divided into people who needed help and people who were too comfortable to provide it, and that I could always tell which was which. The Dunbars had paid me $200 for the evening. Not extravagant, not suspicious. The kind of amount that suggested they valued the service without trying to buy my silence about anything. I'd done the job twice before without incident. Both times I'd heard nothing from below the door. Both times I'd slept in the guest room on the second floor and left before their car pulled into the drive on Saturday morning, the house locked tight. Whatever the animal was doing behind those 3 deadbolts, it was doing it quietly, and I had let myself believe that the Dunbar's anxiety was the kind of disproportionate caution that people with enough money to rescue large animals and not enough sense to leave it to professionals would naturally exhibit. I had thought, and I'm trying to be honest, which is harder than you'd think when the subject you're being honest about is your own capacity for self-serving interpretation. I had thought they were a little ridiculous. The third time was different, and I've spent a long time trying to determine what changed, whether the woman in the basement had been waiting, these 2 prior visits, for something in my behavior to confirm I was someone who would go looking for those keys, or whether some variable in her own cycle had simply aligned with my presence in the house that night. I don't know. I never will. But the distinction matters to me in a way that, I suspect, says more about my need to believe in my own agency than it does about anything that actually happened. So I'll leave it where it is and tell you about the evening as it unfolded, as precisely as I can, beginning with the hour after the Dunbars left and the house settled around me like a garment one size too large. I explored, not snooped. There's a difference. Or at least I told myself there was. And I wonder now whether the distinction was ever anything more than the kind of permission slip I was very good at writing for myself. This is professional curiosity. This is environmental assessment. This is the responsible behavior of a person tasked with the security of an unfamiliar space. The truth was simpler and less flattering. I was fascinated. I'd grown up in a 3-bedroom ranch in Roanoke with aluminum siding and a carport, and the Dunbar's house was the largest private residence I had ever been inside alone, and I wanted to see all of it. To open every door, examine every room, touch the surfaces, and feel the particular weight of a house that had been continuously inhabited since 1867, which was the date on the cornerstone I'd noticed by the front steps on my first visit. The house was a museum of a specific kind of American comfort. The wainscoting was original, the plaster medallions on the ceilings had been restored rather than replaced, and the furniture was the heavy upholstered kind that you see in homes where no one has moved anything since the last major renovation. There was a quality to the upkeep that I want to describe without the word I would have used then: obsessive. Because I understand now that what I took for the neurotic perfectionism of the wealthy was something else entirely, a practice, a discipline, the daily habit of people who had learned that the only thing standing between their household and catastrophe was the rigorous maintenance of surfaces. The molding was immaculate. The floors were waxed. The kitchen had been updated. Granite counters, a gas range, a refrigerator with an ice dispenser, and a water filter and a magnetic strip on the side holding a calendar printed with the logo of a veterinary clinic in Carytown, which I noted and assigned to the large animal narrative, and which was, I now suspect, the only genuine veterinary contact in the Dunbar's life. But the rest of the house existed in a state of suspended gentility, every surface attended to with the concentration of people for whom letting something slide was not an option. The second floor had 4 bedrooms. The guest room I'd used before was at the front, overlooking Monument Avenue, and I'd already deposited my bag there. The bed was a 4-poster with a mattress that sagged slightly in the center, and the nightstand held a lamp, a clock radio set to the classical station, and a small card in Mrs. Dunbar's handwriting that said the Wi-Fi password was on the back of the router in the study. The master was at the back, the door closed. I tried the handle, not locked, which surprised me, and I opened it and looked in. The room was large, with a bay window facing the alley, and the bed was made with the geometric precision of a hotel room. On the nightstand nearest the door, a telephone, a glass of water covered with a coaster, a paperback book face down at its midpoint, and a baby monitor. The baby monitor stopped me. It was a standard unit, the kind with a receiver and a transmitter. The transmitter would be downstairs in the basement, and the receiver was here on Mrs. Dunbar's nightstand, positioned so that she could hear it from the bed. I picked it up. It was turned off. The display was dark, but the cradle it sat in had a wear mark, a discolored oval where the base of the unit had rested night after night after night, the plastic leaving its chemical signature on the wood the way a glass leaves a water ring, and the sight of that mark, the evidence of 700 nights of listening, was the first thing in this house that I did not understand and did not try to understand, because understanding it would have required me to revise the story I was telling myself, and I was not yet ready to revise. I put the monitor down. I closed the master bedroom door. I moved on. 2 other bedrooms flanked the hallway, one converted to a home office with a heavy desk and a filing cabinet, and a window that looked out onto the side yard, the other empty save for a daybed and a dresser. I noticed, and dismissed, that the empty bedroom had a lock on the outside of the door, not a deadbolt. A simple sliding bolt, the kind you'd put on a bathroom door if you had small children. It was unlocked and the room was empty, and I assigned it no significance whatsoever. I do this sometimes in the retelling. I catalog the things I should have seen. The evidence that was lying open-faced on every surface of that house, and I arranged them in the order I encountered them, as though the arrangement might retroactively produce the understanding I failed to reach in real time. The baby monitor, the exterior lock, the veterinary calendar that listed no veterinary appointments. The fact that the Dunbar's house, for all its 4 bedrooms and its restored grandeur, contained not a single photograph of a child or a young adult anywhere on its walls. The 3rd floor was the attic, accessible by a narrow staircase behind a door in the upstairs hallway. I opened it, saw darkness, and the smell of old wood and mothballs strong enough to sting, and closed it again. I was not looking for anything. I was calibrating the space, walking the rooms until the dimensions stopped surprising me, until the sounds the house made became sounds I recognized as structural rather than inhabited. Floorboards settling, pipes adjusting to the evening cool. The particular groan of a house whose bones are older than anyone living in it. The house reciting itself in the language of expansion and contraction and the slow drift of a foundation that has been holding since before the war. I ate the dinner I'd brought, a sandwich from the place on Carey Street, an apple, a bottle of water, at the kitchen island, and read 40 pages of a textbook on family systems theory. The irony is too large to note, so I'll note it and move on. I was reading about enmeshment, about closed loops that resist outside intervention, about the difference between a boundary and a wall, and 30 feet away from me, a family's closed loop was about to open itself using me as the key. While I read, I noticed something. The wainscoting on the hallway side of the basement door. The dark, restored paneling that ran the length of the corridor had a seam in it. Not a visible gap, not a flaw in the restoration, but a line slightly too straight to be a natural joint in the wood, running vertically about a foot to the right of the doorframe. I got up and examined it. A small hinged panel, painted to match the surrounding wood, with a brass catch recessed into the surface. I pressed the catch, and the panel opened inward, revealing a rectangular opening in the wall, approximately 8 inches wide, 12 inches tall, lined with smooth wood on all sides, a pass-through, a delivery hatch, the kind you'd install to pass a tray of food from one side of a wall to the other without opening the door. On the far side of the hatch, another hinged panel identical to the first. I pushed it, and it swung open on a spring hinge, and I was looking into the basement stairwell. The carpeted stairs descending into warm lamplight, the white-painted walls, the edge of a room visible at the bottom. The air that came through was climate-controlled, faintly sweet, the scent of laundry detergent and habitation. I leaned closer, and from below the sound of something shifting, a creak, a small displacement of weight, and then silence. I closed the hatch. I closed the hallway panel. I went back to my textbook. I noted the pass-through in the same mental category as the baby monitor and the exterior bedroom lock. Interesting. Assignable to the large animal narrative if you were willing to stretch the narrative far enough, which I was. Around 8:30, I washed my hands, dried them on a towel that was softer than anything I owned, and walked back down the hallway toward the stairs, and stopped. The sound was coming from the pass-through, not through the door, through the hatch, whose hallway panel I had closed, but which sat less flush in its frame now that I'd opened it. A 1/4-inch gap where the magnetic catch hadn't fully engaged. And through that gap, barely audible, but unmistakable, a rhythmic displacement of air, something scratching, something working at a surface with sustained, focused pressure, clusters of 3 or 4 repetitions separated by silence. I stood in the hallway with my damp hands held slightly away from my body and listened. The scratching was not frantic. Not the panicked clawing of a frightened animal. It was measured, systematic, as though the thing on the other side were testing the wood for a weak point. There was a patience to it that was harder to listen to than urgency would have been. Urgency I could have filed as distress, fear, the flight response of a cornered creature. This was a process. I thought about the Dunbars' faces when they described the rescue animal. I thought about the 3 deadbolts and the bright brass against old wood. I thought about the 2 previous nights I've spent in this house hearing nothing. And the thought that arrived was not the one I expected. The thought was, an animal in confinement makes noise. Every evening, every night, it vocalizes, it paces, it drags itself against the walls. An animal that makes no sound at all is either too sick to move or too smart to reveal itself. The silence on those first 2 nights hadn't been the silence of an empty room. It had been the silence of something deciding whether to perform. I went upstairs. I closed the guest room door. I sat on the bed with my textbook and I listened. The scratching stopped. The house was quiet. The 1,000 small sounds of a structure holding itself together in the dark. I told myself I was projecting. The crisis line training had given me an oversensitive ear. I was hearing human effort in an animal's instinctive scratching. At 10:15, the sound resumed. Not scratching this time. The scratching had served its purpose. It had established that something was alive behind the wall, something that worked at surfaces, something with intention. What came now was different. Through the pass-through's imperfect seal, carried on the warm basement air that the hatch channeled like a speaking tube, came a sound I cannot describe without using the word human, because that is what it was, a whimper. Not the whine of a dog, not the mewling of a cat, not the guttural complaint of any animal I had ever encountered in a shelter or a vet's office. A human throat producing a sound of such compressed, exhausted anguish that my body responded before my mind had finished processing it. I was in the hallway. I was at the top of the stairs with my hand on the banister. It was a person crying the way people cry when the crying has become involuntary, a function of the body, the way a wound bleeds without deciding to. I gripped the banister. The whimpering continued below me, and I felt the sensation I have spent 2 years trying to name. A straightening, a clearing, the evening, the boredom, the reading, the idle exploration, burned off in an instant, and in its place was absolute clarity. Someone was locked in the Dunbars' basement. The Dunbars had lied to me. The animal was not an animal. Behind the door was a human being in distress. The whimpering lasted perhaps 30 seconds more. Then it stopped, and in the gap I heard worse. A voice. Coming through the pass-through hatch. She had found it from the inside. Of course she had. She had 2 years to map every seam and joint and weakness in her enclosure. And she was pressing her mouth to the opening and speaking, muffled, stripped of most consonants by the wood and the distance, but shaped. A human mouth forming words with the cadence of a plea, the rising inflection, the repetition, the way the phrases climbed and broke and started again. I went downstairs. I walked the length of the hallway. I stopped in front of the door, the 3 deadbolts, the bright brass, the oak that had been standing since 1867. Behind it, silence. The kind that arrives when a person hears footsteps and holds their breath. I stood there. I thought about the women at the shelter. I thought about the ones who had told me during intake, about the rooms they'd been kept in. Not dungeons, not the dramatic architecture of captivity that you see in movies, but bedrooms and apartments that looked from the outside like any other house. I thought about the one woman, I will not use her name, who had lived for 4 years in a house in Chesterfield County that her husband had modified with locks on the outside of the bedroom door and a padlock on the refrigerator and a security camera in the hallway that he monitored from his office, and how she had described the modifications in the language of home improvement. He installed this, he upgraded that, he said it was for our safety. I thought about how the most effective prisons are the ones that look like protection. I thought about the baby monitor on Mrs. Dunbar's nightstand, placed exactly where she could hear it from the bed. I thought about the lock on the outside of the empty bedroom door. I thought about the pass-through hatch, designed to deliver food without opening the door. The infrastructure you'd build to feed something without having to enter its space. I thought about the fact that the Dunbars had no photographs of a young person anywhere in their house. And I thought, the story about the animal is exactly the story you would tell if you needed a stranger to spend the night in your house and not open the door to the room where you keep the person you are not supposed to be keeping. The Dunbars had not given me the keys. The keys were in the hall table drawer. Mrs. Dunbar had put them there in front of me and told me the locks were not to be opened under any circumstances. The drawer was 10 feet to my right. The brass pull caught the light from the overhead fixture. I want to say that I struggled with it, that I stood in the hallway for an hour, weighing the instruction against what I'd heard, considering every possibility with rigorous even-handedness. I didn't. What I did was open the drawer. The key ring was there. 3 keys, each a different cut, each labeled with a small tag in Mrs. Dunbar's handwriting. B.M.T. Bottom, middle, top. The tags were laminated. She had taken the time to laminate them, to protect the ink, to ensure that in whatever emergency required the use of these keys, the person using them would not have to guess which lock each one opened. The care of the lamination, the small, precise gesture of a person who had thought about this moment from the other side and had tried to make it as easy as possible, should have told me something. It should have told me that these were not the keys to a cage. They were the keys to a last resort, maintained with the same devotional attention that I would find in every other surface of the room below. But I was not reading the keys. I was reading the door, and the door said, locked, and the sound through the hatch said, human. And the distance between those two facts was the distance I was about to cross. The bottom lock turned smoothly, oiled recently. Someone maintained these locks. Someone oiled the mechanisms and tested the bolts and ensured that the brass stayed bright. The same disciplined attention to the machinery of the house that I had mistaken for wealthy neurosis. The middle lock resisted for a moment, then gave. I could feel the bolt sliding back through the handle of the key. The top lock was the stiffest, and I had to brace my left hand against the door frame to get the torque I needed. The wood was warm under my palm, and while I was bracing, while I was physically committed to the act of unlocking a door I had been told in the clearest possible terms to leave alone, I heard the voice again through the hatch, closer now, shaped into a word. Please. The lock turned. I pulled the door open. The staircase was not what I had expected. I had been picturing a cellar. Stone walls, dirt floor, the damp and dark that you associate with basements in old houses. Instead, the stairs were carpeted. The walls were painted a pale, clean white. A light was on below, warm, steady, the glow of a lamp rather than an overhead fixture. And the air that came up was climate-controlled, neutral, with that same faint scent of laundry detergent I had noticed through the hatch. At the bottom of the stairs, standing in the light, was a young woman. She was approximately my age, mid-20s, though the sort of mid-20s that could have been 22 or could have been 30. The age made ambiguous by the quality of her skin, which was the pale of someone who had not been in direct sunlight for a long time. Dark hair pulled back and secured with an elastic band. Clean clothes that were well-fitting but not new. A sweater with a stretched collar. Jeans with a crease across the thighs from sitting. Socks without shoes. Her eyes were red but dry, the red of someone who has been crying long enough for the crying to become involuntary and then to stop. She looked up at me. There was a moment. I need to describe this carefully because it was the hinge. When she saw me and I saw her, and neither of us spoke, her eyes moved across my face the way a reader's eyes move across a page. Left to right, quick and systematic. I interpreted this as hypervigilance, the rapid environmental scan that becomes habitual in people who have lived in unpredictable situations. She saw the key ring in my hand. She saw my face. She saw the way I was standing. Weight forward, open posture, the body language of someone who has come to help. Thank you, she said. Her voice was steady, not the whimpering through a hatch moments ago, or rather, it was that voice, but recovered, the way people at the shelter sounded after the initial shock of contact, when the survival adrenaline could settle into coherent speech. She took a step toward the stairs, and I moved back to give her room, and she climbed 3 steps and stopped. She told me her name was Lana. She told me she was the Dunbar's niece. She told me she had been kept in the basement for just over 2 years, and that the Dunbars had told everyone she had moved to Portland. She told me the room downstairs was not a kindness but a strategy, that people who locked other people in dungeons went to prison, but people who locked other people in comfortable apartments with cable television and fresh sheets could tell themselves they were providing care. She used that word, care. And the bitterness landed in my own throat before I could stop it. She told me about the inheritance, her parents' estate, held in trust, the Dunbars as executors, the money accessible only if she remained in their custody or was declared incompetent. She provided details I hadn't asked for. The name of the trust, the law firm, the amount, and deflected questions I did ask with the self-protective misdirection I associated with people who have been controlled so long that transparency feels like a risk even when they're being offered help. She described the construction of the basement apartment. Contractors told it was a rental unit, permits filed with the city. She showed me the pass-through from her side, the same hatch I'd discovered from the hallway, and told me it was how they fed her and how she had known from the footsteps and the sound of a textbook page turning that the person in the house tonight was different from the Dunbars. She said she had pressed her mouth to the opening and spoken because it was the only crack in her enclosure, the only place where sound could travel. And she had learned this not from being told, but from 2 years of listening to the house above her through that 8x12 rectangle of air. She was convincing. She was more than convincing. She was specific in the way that real accounts are specific and fabricated ones are not. And she calibrated her emotional register to stay within the narrow band between too upset to be coherent and too calm to be believed. Everything I had been trained to recognize as authentic, she was producing with a fluency that left no room for doubt. And I want to be precise about this. She was not faking. The distress was real. The isolation was real. The desperation was real. She had been locked in this room for 2 years by people who believed they were keeping her safe. And the 2 years had been exactly as long and exactly as suffocating as she described. And the rage in her voice when she said care was the genuine rage of a person being managed by people who loved her. The fact that the love was real and the management was necessary did not make the rage less real. She had simply wrapped the truth in a story that redirected its meaning. I did not fall for a trick. I fell for the truth, told Slant. She asked me if we could leave. I said yes. I did not call the police or Professor Egan or my roommate. The phone in the kitchen was a landline, working 6 feet from where I'd eaten my sandwich. Calling someone would have meant waiting, and waiting would have meant asking her to go back behind the door while I waited. And I could not be the person who looked at a woman who had just asked for help and said, "Go back into the room. Let me verify your story before I decide whether your suffering merits my intervention." We climbed the stairs together. I turned off the stairwell light at the top, but left the basement door standing open behind us. The hallway stretched ahead of us toward the foyer, toward the October evening on Monument Avenue. I needed to go up to the second-floor guest room to get my bag and my car keys, and I assumed she would follow me. She stepped into the hallway ahead of me, but instead of moving toward the foyer or the staircase, she took only 2 paces before she stopped. I stopped right behind her, my back still nearly touching the open basement door. "My keys and bag are upstairs," I said, gesturing toward the foyer. "We need to grab them before we can leave." She didn't move. She didn't look toward the stairs. I noticed in the way you register details during emergencies without processing them. The absolute stillness of her posture. It wasn't the tentative, overwhelmed hesitation of someone once seeing the upper floors for the first time in 2 years. I turned slightly to look at her face in the dim light of the hallway. What I saw was not relief, it was concentration. Her eyes flicked from my face to the dark, open doorway directly behind my shoulder, and in the fraction of a second that her gaze made that movement, Something in my body understood before my mind caught up. I had positioned myself poorly. I was standing directly in the frame of the threshold. She lunged forward, both her hands slamming flat against my chest, with a force that was not the force of a woman my size, but something more organized than size. A mechanical efficiency that used my own momentum and the angle of my body, and the fact that I was half-turned and off balance. She drove me backward through the basement doorway, and I went down the first 4 steps on my feet, stumbling, grabbing for the rail, and then my heel caught the carpeted edge of the 5th step, and I sat down hard on the 6th, and slid the rest of the way to the bottom on my back, the carpet burning through my shirt, my head hitting the wall at the base of the staircase with a sound that was duller and smaller than I expected from the amount of pain it produced. The door closed above me. Not slammed, pulled shut, with the firm, measured click of someone who has done this before. Then the locks. 3 of them, rapid succession, bottom to top. The slide of the bolt, the thunk seating, the vibration of the key withdrawn. She had taken the keys. I had left them on the hall table after unlocking the door, set them down without thinking, while I stood in the stairwell light looking at her face, and she had watched me set them down, and she had waited. The last lock engaged. I was on my feet before the sound of the 3rd bolt had finished. The back of my head was pulsing, and my shirt was rucked up, and the skin of my lower back was raw, and none of it registered as pain yet. Just data, my body reporting its status while the rest of me was already climbing the stairs on my hands and knees. I reached the door. I hit it with both palms, open-handed, and the oak absorbed the impact the way it had been absorbing impacts for 140 years, completely, without flex. I tried the handle. The door didn't move. I pressed my shoulder against it and pushed with my legs, driving upward from the step below, and the door was as immovable as the wall. Above me, her footsteps crossed the hallway. Measured, unhurried, the footsteps of someone no longer performing. She stopped. I heard drawers opening, the hall table again, then the kitchen, the scrape of something on granite, the electronic chirp of a cell phone receiving a notification. My cell phone, the one I'd left charging on the counter. Then she went upstairs. I tracked her by the footfalls on the old floorboards, across the 2nd floor hallway, into the guest room, a pause, then back out. She had my bag. My car keys were in the front pocket. My wallet was in the side pocket. Driver's license, VCU student ID, debit card. And in the main compartment, along with the textbook I'd left on the bed, was my field journal. The spiral-bound notebook I carried to every practicum session, every site visit, every Tuesday-Thursday shift at the Broad Street shelter, and in which I had written, in my own handwriting on the inside front cover, the shelter's physical address, and the gate code, and the shift change schedule, and the after-hours phone number for the residential coordinator, because the shelter didn't print this information on anything, and didn't allow it in any digital file, and relied instead on the staff and interns memorizing it or keeping it in one secure place. And my one secure place was a notebook that was now in the hands of a woman driving my car through Richmond. The front door opened. I heard the deadbolt turn, the hinges, the sound of Monument Avenue, and then the door closed, and the lock turned from outside, and silence. I pressed my forehead against the oak and breathed. Then I went down the stairs and into the apartment and into the kitchen. The cabinet above the counter held bowls, plates, cups. I grabbed a plate and brought it down hard against the edge of the countertop, and the plate bounced. It bounced off the granite and out of my hand and hit the floor and rolled to a stop against the mini-fridge, intact, without a scratch. Plastic. Thick, heavy gauge, the kind that would not shatter. I picked it up and tried again. I slammed it against the counter, the wall, the floor. Nothing. I pulled open the silverware drawer. A spoon and a fork, both plastic. The tines of the fork rounded to bluntness. Nubs, soft nubs, on a plastic handle. No knife. I took the fork to the door and tried to work a tine into the seam between door and frame, above the top deadbolt. The tine bent immediately. The plastic deformed under the pressure of my hand, and the fork became a useless, curved thing, and I threw it down the stairs, and it landed on the carpet without a sound. The microwave. The turntable inside was ceramic, heavy, thick. I lifted it above my head and brought it down on the counter edge as hard as I could, and the ceramic cracked but did not shatter. It separated into two halves with rounded, crumbling edges, chalky, no sharper than the side of my hand. The ceramic had been chosen because it would fail this way, blunt, powdery fragments rather than shards. I was holding the evidence of someone's research, someone's testing, someone's careful selection of a material that would be heavy enough to function and too soft to weaponize. I pulled the shower curtain. No rod. A waterproof nylon partition hung from clips mounted to the ceiling. I grabbed the nylon and pulled down with my full weight. The clips released instantly. All four. And I was holding a sheet of nylon and 4 plastic clips that had been specifically engineered to give way before they could support a human body. Anti-ligature hardware. I had seen these on a field visit to the state psychiatric facility in Petersburg. They were the clips you install in a room where a person might, during an episode they will not remember, try to use a curtain rod for something that the rest of their life would never want. The mirror. Polished metal, not glass. Bolted flush to the wall with tamper-proof fasteners. Smooth domed heads, no slot, no cross. I couldn't unscrew them with my fingers, the fork, or anything else in this room because nothing in this room had been left by accident, and everything had been chosen by people who knew what a person could do with a screwdriver or a glass mirror at 3 a.m. I looked at my reflection in the steel. Wider, flatter, a version of myself that hadn't resolved. I looked at that face, and the room completed itself. This was not a prison. This was not the architecture of abuse. This was a suite built for a person who could not be trusted with a knife, a glass mirror, a curtain rod, a spiral binding, or a door that opened from the inside. Every surface was padded at the corners, every fixture designed to fail before it could serve as an anchor point. Every comfort, the weighted blanket, the medical mattress, the watercolors with their rounded caps, was comfort filtered through the logic of someone who loved a person they could not let near anything sharp. The Dunbars had not been lying about the animal. They had been using the only language they had for a thing they could not say to a 26-year-old stranger. I sat on the bathroom floor with the nylon curtain in my lap, and I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes. The woman I had released was not a kidnapping victim, and she was not a con artist. She was a person whose waking hours and nighttime hours contained 2 different people. During the day, she was lucid, intelligent, and manipulative. Not because manipulation was her nature, but because it was the only tool available to someone who was confined against her will and did not believe she was dangerous and resented every moment of her captivity, with the focused, legitimate rage of a person being managed by people who loved her. During the night, during the episodes, she became someone else, someone whose capabilities, the anti-ligature clips and the rounded forks and the soundproofed walls had been built to survive. The room was designed for the nighttime person. The locks were designed for the nighttime person. But the daytime person was the one who had learned to use the pass-through hatch as a speaking tube and to produce the specific sound that would make someone on the other side of the door go looking for the keys. She was out. She was in Richmond, in my car, with my phone and my wallet and my student ID and my field journal. And in that journal, in my handwriting, was the address of the Broad Street shelter. The confidential address that the shelter never printed on anything, never included in any email, never entered into any database. The shelter's entire security model was built on the principle that its location existed only in the memories and the private records of the people who worked there. My private record was a spiral-bound notebook, and that notebook was in the main compartment of an overnight bag in the passenger seat of my car, being driven through Richmond by a woman whose daytime self was formidable and whose nighttime self was something the Dunbars had spent 2 years and $250,000 trying to contain. The address did not have to be used deliberately. It only had to be found. If the notebook was discarded or left in a diner or entered into evidence during whatever encounter the woman's nighttime self eventually produced, the address would be in the record, and the record would be discoverable, and the shelter would have to relocate. 12 women, 6 children, evacuated in the middle of the night to a secondary safe house that was smaller and less secure, because a graduate student had written down an address she'd been told to memorize and had then handed her bag to a stranger because the stranger sounded like she needed help. I got up. I went back to the door. I hit it again. Not because I believed it would open, but because the alternative was to stay in the room and wait. I tried the pass-through hatch. The panel opened from the side, and I could fit my arm through, reaching into the hallway up to my shoulder. I could not reach the lock. The hatch was 6 feet from the nearest deadbolt. I lay on the floor with my arm through the wall and my face pressed against the wainscoting, and I screamed into the hallway of the empty house, and the house absorbed it completely, indifferently, without returning a sound. I withdrew my arm. I closed the hatch. I walked back into the apartment. The closet. I opened it and found clothes. Sweaters, jeans, t-shirts, all without zippers or buttons or hooks. Elastic waistbands, Velcro closures. A small dresser inside held undergarments and socks, folded with precise tenderness. Each pair matched and rolled, each shirt along the same lines. The folding was not for the recipient. The folding was for the person doing it. It was the only thing they could control. On the back wall of the closet, half hidden by the hanging sweaters, marks. 4 vertical lines crossed by a 5th, the universal notation for counting days. Scratched into the drywall with the edge of something blunt. Rows neatly organized, left to right, top to bottom. I pushed the sweaters aside and counted. 743, just over 2 years. She had told me the truth about the duration. She had lied about everything else. The name, the relationship, the inheritance. But the number was real. During the days when she was herself, she knew where she was and how long she had been there. And she marked the time with the methodical care of a person who had not stopped being a person, despite what happened to her when the daylight left. I found the scratches on the inside of the door. From this side, in the lamplight, they were deeper than I'd thought. Concentrated at the height her hands had been when she'd stood at the base of the stairs. The grooves followed the natural curve of fingernails dragged downward. Not random clawing, but systematic, repetitive, focused pressure in the same tracks, night after night. Some had been sanded and refinished. Lighter patches where someone had come with sandpaper and stain, and some were fresh, the raw wood pale against the darkened surface. The layers were a geological record. Sand, stain, gouge, sand, stain, gouge. A stratigraphy of the boundary between the person who lived here during the day and the person who lived here at night. Behind the bed, between the mattress and the wall, a strip of cotton, torn from a sheet, twisted into a rope and tied in a series of 6 evenly spaced knots. Old, faded, the fibers fraying. Someone had made this during an episode, working by feel, tearing and knotting with the focused, automatic industry of a body operating without the mind's supervision. And someone else had found it in the morning and had not thrown it away, but had pushed it into the gap. Not hidden, not displayed, kept. The way you keep a thing you cannot bear to see and cannot bear to destroy. I put the fabric back. I turned off the bedside lamp. In the darkness, the ceiling resolved. Someone had stuck glow-in-the-dark stars to the plaster, not scattered randomly, but arranged. I lay on the bed, and the arrangement assembled itself. 3 stars in a diagonal, close together, and below them a vertical line of fainter stars, and to the upper left and right, 2 brighter points. Orion. Someone had put Orion on the ceiling of this room. I lay there and thought about who had done it. Not the woman. The woman's marks were on the closet wall, functional and furious. The stars were a gift. Someone had lain on this bed. Mrs. Dunbar, I thought, and I could see her doing it. Lying on the medical mattress with a sheet of glow-in-the-dark stars and a chart printed from the internet, pressing each one into the right position, so that when her daughter opened her eyes in the dark after an episode she cannot remember, the first thing she saw was a sky. This was the thing I could not reconcile. Not the anti-ligature clips, not the rounded forks, not the ceramic that crumbled instead of shattering, or the nylon that released instead of holding. The stars. Because the rest was prevention. Clinical vocabulary, the tools of harm reduction. I could process those. But the stars were not prevention. The stars were the gesture of a parent who had done everything possible to make a room safe and then done one more thing that had nothing to do with safety and everything to do with the hope that when the danger passed, her daughter would open her eyes and see something beautiful. And for one moment, before she remembered where she was, she would not be afraid. I lay under the weighted blanket and looked at the stars, and the tears came, the way tears come when you are not the person who deserves to cry. Sometime after midnight, I got up and walked the room again. The glass block windows were dark. There was no way to gauge the time except by my own clock, which was becoming unreliable as the adrenaline receded and the room's engineering conspired to produce an atmosphere that my body, despite what my mind knew, interpreted as safe. The room was trying to comfort me. That was its function. I lay on the medical mattress and stared at the plastic Orion, and I understood that the room's purpose, the locks, the soundproofing, the absence of anything sharp, was not to punish the person inside, but to protect the world from what the person inside became in the dark. And the room was working perfectly, holding me in absolute comfort and absolute security. And the person it was supposed to be holding was somewhere in the city with my name and my notebook and the address I had written down in my own handwriting. Because I was the kind of person who believed in being thorough, the glass block windows began to lighten before 7. Black to charcoal, to pewter to a diffuse, milky gray. The color of light that has passed through too many barriers to carry information about its source. Morning in this room was not morning. It was the idea of morning without the reality of sky. I had not slept. My head ached. My back ached. My hands were swollen from hitting the door. The knuckles of my right hand had split during the first hour and had crusted over. At 7:40, I heard the front door open, a key in a lock, a door on hinges, the creak of the foyer floorboard. Then footsteps, 2 sets, fast. Not running, but walking with the controlled urgency of people who are afraid of what they're going to find. Mrs. Dunbar's voice first. Not words, just the pitch, high and tight. Then Mr. Dunbar's lower, but with a vibration that was the sound a voice makes when the body producing it has not stopped shaking since the phone rang. They came down the hallway. They stopped at the door. Silence. long enough for them to see what I knew they were seeing. 3 deadbolts engaged from the outside. The door opened, and the person inside replaced. The locks open, top to bottom. She was using a second set of keys, and the practiced speed of her hands was the sound of someone who had opened these locks hundreds of times, whose fingers knew each mechanism the way a pianist's fingers know the weight of each key, because she opened them every morning to bring her daughter back from the night. The door swung inward, the stairwell filled with light. Mrs. Dunbar stood at the top of the stairs. Her coat was on. Her carry-on was at her feet. Her face was doing something I had not seen a face do before. Devastation and recognition simultaneously. The expression of someone who has always known that one day the person they hired would hear what their daughter could make them hear, and would do what any decent person would do. I climbed the stairs. She moved aside. Mr. Dunbar was in the hallway behind her, already on the phone. His voice, the flat, rapid monotone of someone reporting information he has reported before. But the flatness cracked while I stood there. I heard him give a name I did not recognize, not Lana, and then a description, and then a pause while the other end asked a question, and then the script broke. His voice dropped, and I caught fragments. The phrase nocturnal episodes with violent, and then something I couldn't fully parse, and then the words, the last time she was unsupervised for more than followed by a number and a unit of time that I did hear and that I will not repeat because it is not mine to give, except to say that the number was small and the consequence he described was not. His hand was on the back of a chair, and the knuckles were white, and the phone was trembling against his ear, and he was no longer reading from the script. He was telling someone what his daughter had done the last time she got out during an episode, and the telling was costing him something that the script had been built to prevent him from spending. Mrs. Dunbar looked at me. She did not ask what had happened. She did not explain. She did not say the thing I expected. Some version of "we told you" or "how could you." She looked at me the way you look at something that has performed its function. Not with anger, not with pity, but with the flat, exhausted recognition of a person who has watched this happen before. Because the locks are only as strong as the weakest person in the chain, and the weakest person will always be the one who has not lived here long enough to understand what the locks are for. She reached past me and pulled the basement door closed. She stood with her palm flat against the oak, the same gestures she'd made with the key ring, the same pressure, and turned the bottom lock and the middle lock and the top lock, each bolt sliding home with the sound I had heard from the other side. The sound her daughter heard every morning when the night was over and the door closed behind the person who brought breakfast, and changed the sheets and sanded the scratches and checked the clips and folded the laundry with an exactness that was not domestic, but devotional. She turned from the door and told me there was coffee in the kitchen if I needed it. That was all she said. That was all she would ever say to me. Mr. Dunbar was still on the phone, and the morning light was coming through the transoms, and the staircase swept upward to the guest room where my bag was gone and my textbook lay open to the chapter on boundaries, and I stood in the hallway and opened my mouth for an apology, a question, anything. What came out was a noise I did not recognize, a small, broken compression. An exhalation that caught in my throat and escaped through my teeth as a thin, effortful whisper. Not language. The sound a body makes when it is trying to produce speech and the mechanism has failed. A sound that meant help but could not form the word. That meant, I understand now, but could not assemble the consonants. A whimper. It came back to me off the hallway walls, the plaster, the wainscoting, the closed oak door, and it returned shaped exactly like the sound I had heard the night before, rising through the pass-through hatch from the room where a woman, who was not what I believed, pressed her mouth to the opening and made the noise that she knew from 2 years of listening and practicing and studying the acoustics of her own confinement, would make someone like me go looking for the keys. The sound I was making was the sound she had made, and I could not tell. Standing in the morning light with the coffee smell reaching me from the kitchen and Mrs. Dunbar's back already turned, and Mr. Dunbar's cracked voice still coming from the study, describing to someone the specific thing his daughter's hands had done the last time. The very last time. I could not tell whether the sound was mine or hers, whether I was grieving for myself or rehearsing the frequency that had opened the door, whether the cry I could not stop was the sound of a person in distress, or the sound of a person discovering that distress was the key that fit every lock she had ever tried to keep closed, and that the key was inside her now, and that she would carry it for the rest of her life. The perfect, unbearable sound of someone who needed to be saved. The survey marker went into the limestone at a 40-degree angle, and the surveyor could smell the carbide even through the dust. The passage showed 3 distinct strata where the headlamp beam hit the eastern wall. Ordovician, probably, based on the brachiopod fragments embedded near the ceiling. But the geometry was wrong, too straight. The passage should have curved east within 30 meters, following the fault line visible in the upper chambers, but it continued north-northwest at a steady 12-degree descent, as if the underlying structure didn't matter. The team wasn't due for another 2 days. Equipment delays in Knoxville, a delay with drill bits for the core samples. The surveyor had told them about the flowstone gallery, about the mapped sections from last year's work, had not mentioned the collapse that opened the passage down. That discovery belonged to the survey to this day, and waiting 48 hours felt impossible when the route was already open and the gear was already packed. No one knew about the descent. The university crew would assume the surveyor was mapping the upper galleries, filling gaps in last year's work, safe sections, document spaces, not a newly accessible passage leading into unmapped depth. The compass reading hadn't changed. Same reading as before. Checked the previous station marker, still visible 20 meters back where the passage had narrowed. The line between the 2 markers formed a vector that made no geological sense. Water didn't carve passages this way. Water followed fractures, exploited weaknesses, curved and doubled back. This passage pushed through the limestone like a boring tool had simply decided on a direction and maintained it. The notebook came out. The surveyor sketched the profile, noted the bearing, marked the anomaly with a question mark. 3 hours into the descent, and already the new section refused to behave like the cave system above it. Forward motion resumed, footsteps absorbed by the stone, no echo. The acoustic quality had changed 100 meters back. In the upper system, every sound returned from the walls, layered and distorted. Down here, sound died. The air was different, too, not stale. The passage clearly connected to other chambers because there was movement, but older, as if it had been separated from the surface for longer than the rest of the system. The walls showed no tool marks, no evidence of human modification, just smooth limestone with that odd linear quality. The strata parallel to the floor rather than angled or folded as they should be. The surveyor ran a gloved hand along the western wall. Dry. Most caves in this region wept moisture, especially at this depth, but the stone here was as dry as bone left in sunlight. Ahead, the passage began to widen. The headlamp beam no longer reached both walls simultaneously. The surveyor set another marker, sketched the widening profile, noted the continued absence of water features. No flowstone, no draperies, no stalactites. The cave wasn't decorated. It was simply void. The widening accelerated. Within 20 meters, the walls had receded beyond the headlamp's range. The surveyor stopped, turned in a slow circle. No walls visible to the east or west. The ceiling still showed overhead, at least 5 meters up now, maybe more. But the passage had opened into something else. A chamber. The floor remained level, the same smooth limestone. No breakdown rubble. The pack came off, spare batteries went into the headlamp. Fresher beam. Brighter. Aimed east. The light found a wall perhaps 40 meters away. Aimed west. Nothing. Just darkness that swallowed the beam. This was it. The cathedral chamber marked on last year's survey as inaccessible. The team had heard the acoustic signature from above, a vast open space somewhere below the gallery. But they'd found no passage down, until the collapse 6 weeks ago opened the route. At the threshold, listening, no water sound, no drip, no stream, no distant falls, no bat colonies. The air would smell different, and there would be guano deposits, no wind, which meant the chamber connected to the surface somewhere, but the connection was distant or restricted. Just silence and the faint carbide smell from the marker 20 meters back, and the surveyor's own breathing. Something else, though. A quality to the space ahead. Not quite sound, but presence. The surveyor had been in large chambers before, rooms where you could feel the volume even in total darkness, where your breath and footsteps told you the walls were far away. This felt like that, but more so, as if the chamber ahead wasn't just large, but specifically shaped, deliberately proportioned. The surveyor set a marker at the threshold, sketched the opening profile in the notebook, noted the transition from passage to chamber, the continued absence of water features, the acoustic dead quality that suggested either an enormous volume of air or an absorptive surface ahead. Then stepped forward into the cathedral chamber. The floor remained level for 10 paces. Then began a gentle downward slope, perhaps 3 degrees. The limestone underfoot showed no breakdown, no loose rock, smooth, almost polished. The headlamp beam swept left to right, searching for reference points. The eastern wall was still visible, a vertical face of striated limestone receding as the surveyor descended. The western wall remained invisible. 20 paces in, the surveyor stopped and aimed the headlamp forward into the chamber's depths. The beam caught shapes ahead. Not a wall. Vertical figures scattered across the visible floor, perhaps 30 meters ahead. Pale gray, roughly columnar. Too regular to be stalagmites. Too numerous. The surveyor counted 12 within the beam's range, all approximately the same height. Perhaps 2 meters tall, maybe less. Standing upright like posts or pillars. Formation deposits. Had to be. Some unusual variant of stalagmites, though the surveyor had never seen any of that shape. Too narrow at the base, too uniform in height. And the color was wrong. Most formations in limestone caves were white or amber from the calcium carbonate and iron oxides. These were gray, almost the color of the limestone itself, but with a different texture. Matte rather than crystalline. Approaching the nearest one at 10 meters, the headlamp resolved more detail. The surface wasn't smooth. It had texture, almost fibrous. Vertical striations running from top to base. The top was rounded, not pointed like a stalagmite should be. At 5 meters, the surveyor stopped. It wasn't a stalagmite. The structure stood perhaps 180 centimeters tall, roughly cylindrical in the lower section, widening slightly in the middle, narrowing again at the top. Two smaller protrusions extended from the sides at what would be shoulder height. The rounded top showed a slight depression on one side, a suggestion of features worn almost smooth. The surveyor's breath caught. The headlamp beam held steady on the form. It looked like a person. A tall, thin person, standing motionless in the cave. But it wasn't a person. Couldn't be. The surveyor forced the analytical mind forward, pushed past the immediate vertebrate recognition response. The form was gray, uniformly gray. No clothing, no hair. The surface texture was wrong. Matted, almost like compressed felt, or matted fungal growth, and it stood perfectly still. No breathing, no shifting weight. Circling it at 3 meters, the specimen didn't move, didn't respond to the light or motion. The back showed the same texture as the front. The side protrusions, arms if this were human, hung straight down, no joints visible, no separation from the body, just continuous columnar form with a slight horizontal extension. Some kind of unusual mineral deposit. Cave formations could take strange shapes when water flowed in specific patterns, when the chemistry was just right. This was another variant, had to be. The headlamp swept the chamber ahead. More shapes, dozens of them, scattered across the floor at irregular intervals, all standing upright, all approximately the same height, all that same gray, fibrous texture. The cathedral chamber wasn't empty, it was populated. The surveyor set a marker at the base of the nearest form, labeled it Station 7 in the notebook, sketched the form's dimensions, noted the texture, the height, the distribution of others visible ahead, then stood still and listened. Nothing. The forms made no sound. The chamber remained silent, reaching out slowly, touching the nearest form. The texture felt biological, though the form was cool to the touch, the same temperature as the cave, and it didn't react to contact. The surveyor pulled the hand back, looked at the glove. No residue, no transfer of material. Ahead, the headlamp beam revealed more forms stretching to the chamber's depth. At least 50 visible from this position, perhaps more beyond the light's range. All standing, all motionless, all facing different directions. Some orient toward the eastern wall, some toward the darkness to the west, some toward the passage the surveyor had entered through. No consistent pattern. The cathedral chamber wasn't empty. It was full of dozens of upright, gray forms standing silent in the dark, and the surveyor alone among them. Deeper into the chamber, setting markers at 20-meter intervals. The floor continued its gentle descent, always smooth, always level side to side. The forms appeared at irregular intervals, sometimes clustered in groups of 3 or 4, sometimes solitary, always upright. 63 counted within the first 100 meters. At Station 10, another form stood slightly taller than the first, 190 centimeters. The same dense gray texture, the same general humanoid proportions. Columnar base, wider midsection, narrowed top with rounded crown, but this one showed more detail in the upper section. The rounded top had a definite forward-facing orientation. 2 shallow depressions where eyes might be, a slight vertical ridge suggesting a nose. The camera flash captured it. The specimen didn't react to the flash. It remained motionless. 30 seconds passed. Nothing. As still as the rock beneath it. More photographs, different angles, circling and documenting it the way you document an unusual geological feature. The side protrusions were more defined on this one. Definitely arm-like, though they showed no joint segments, no separation into upper arm and forearm. Just extensions from the torso that ended in rounded clubs with no fingers, no hands. The base, where the form met the cave floor, showed something interesting. No clean separation. The gray material seemed to merge with the stone, growing directly from it or into it. Kneeling close, examining the interface, the texture transitioned gradually from rock to organic fiber over a span of perhaps 5 centimeters, as if the form had grown up from the floor rather than standing on top of it. The word arrived unbidden. Rooted. These things were rooted. The surveyor stood, aimed the headlamp deeper into the chamber. The beam reached perhaps 60 meters before the darkness swallowed it completely. And in that 60-meter cone of light, 40 or 50 more forms stood visible. The chamber extended beyond that. The acoustic quality suggested at least another 100 meters of space, and maybe more. Station 11 marked a cluster. 3 forms standing close together, almost touching. The camera documented them. The notebook recorded their orientations. All 3 faced different directions. One toward the eastern wall, one back toward the passage entrance, one toward the invisible western side of the chamber. The measuring tape came out, distances checked between forms. The nearest ones were never closer than 3 meters apart. Most were 5 to 8 meters apart. But they weren't evenly distributed like a grid. They clustered and scattered in a way that felt organic, the way trees in a forest cluster around resources or avoid poor soil. At Station 12, a pause to eat. Granola bar, water from the canteen. The headlamp stayed on, aimed forward into the chamber. The columns stood motionless in the beam. The silence was total. No sound except breathing and the small noises of eating. Was there any literature on cave formations that resembled biological forms? Plenty of flowstone that looked like fabric or waterfalls or organ pipes. Helicoids that twisted in impossible directions. Gypsum flowers that bloomed from walls. But nothing like this. Nothing that stood upright, rooted to the floor, proportioned like a human figure, unless they weren't formations. The thought surfaced slowly. The surveyor had been pushing it down for the last hour, forcing the analytical framework to stay geological, but it kept returning. These things felt biological. The texture, the proportions, the way they rooted into the floor. And there were organisms that grew in caves, fungal mats on walls, bacterial colonies that formed pale curtains in sulfur springs, millipedes, crickets, salamanders in the twilight zones, but those were small. Mobile, these were massive, stationary, and shaped like nothing the surveyor had ever read about in cave ecology literature. The granola bar finished, wrapper stowed. Standing, aiming the headlamp at the nearest form, perhaps 4 meters away, facing southeast, walking up to it, reaching out, placing a palm flat against its torso. The surface yielded slightly. Definitely biological in nature, pressing harder. The form didn't move, but the material compressed under pressure like dense foam or living tissue. Not stone, not mineral. Beneath the matted outer layer, there was structure. Something solid but not rigid. The knife came out from the pack. A small folding blade used for cutting cord. Opened it, looked at the form, hesitated. If these were biological, cutting one would be destructive to an unknown species. If they were formations, cutting one would be vandalism. Either way, bad practice. The knife closed, stowed. Instead, the field lens came out. A small magnifying loop used for examining rock samples. Held it close to the form's surface and leaned in until the texture filled the field of view. The thread-like material resolved into fine filaments, densely packed, all oriented vertically. Not fur, not quite fungal hyphae either, though similar, something in between. The filaments were pale gray, almost white individually, but overlapping in such density that the overall effect was darker gray. Between the filaments, tiny gaps. The surveyor could see deeper structure underneath. Denser material, the color of limestone, but with a smoother texture. Enough time examining fungal mats and bacterial colonies to recognize living tissue when confronted with it, These things were alive. The headlamp beam swept upward to the form's face. The shallow depressions where eyes should be were empty. No lenses, no pupils, just indentations in the felted surface. The nose ridge was vestigial, barely raised, and there was no mouth. The lower face was smooth, unbroken, blind, mute. No apparent sensory organs at all, or if they existed, they were internal or atrophied to invisibility. The surveyor stepped back, looked at the dozen forms visible in the immediate area, all the same. Eyeless, mouthless, standing, silent and still, rooted to the cave floor like plants or like mushrooms, stationary organisms, cave-adapted to the point of complete motionlessness. The headlamp swept the chamber again. Dozens of forms, all standing, all the same approximate size and shape, all facing different directions with no clear pattern. The surveyor pulled out the notebook, flipped to a fresh page, began sketching the distribution pattern. Station markers formed a rough line from the entrance passage toward the chamber's interior. The forms scattered around that line at irregular intervals. The eastern wall receding slowly to the right, the western side still invisible. At Station 13, the surveyor set the marker and paused. The floor ahead sloped more steeply now, descending at perhaps 5 degrees. The chamber was deepening, and the forms were more numerous here. 20 visible within the headlamp's range, where earlier sections had shown 10 or 12. Denser population in the chamber's lower section. That made sense if these were organisms, resources concentrated deeper, nutrients seeping down through the limestone. The surveyor descended. The forms closed in around the path, never closer than 3 meters, but numerous enough now that walking required navigation, stepping between them, careful not to disturb. They didn't react to proximity, didn't shift or lean or show any awareness of the surveyor's passage. At Station 14, the surveyor stopped and turned in a complete circle. Forms in every direction, at least 30 visible. The headlamp beam now failed to reach the eastern wall. The chamber had widened significantly, or the surveyor had angled away from the wall during the descent. Total darkness to the west, to the north, to the south. Forms standing in the light wherever the beam swept. Gray, silent, eyeless. The cathedral chamber was vast, and it was full of these things. The surveyor checked the compass. The descent had maintained a roughly north-northwest bearing, consistent with the passage that led here. Depth below the entrance was now approximately 60 meters vertical, maybe 70. Distance from the passage entrance roughly 200 horizontal meters. The cave system above this point was well mapped. Standard geology, standard formations. This chamber, whatever it was, existed as an isolated anomaly below the normal karst structure, a pocket of space that didn't follow the rules, and filled with organisms that shouldn't exist. The surveyor stood still and listened. The silence remained absolute. No breath sounds from the forms, no movement, no rustle of growth or metabolic process. If they were alive in a way that made no sound at all. The surveyor decided to examine one form thoroughly, document it properly, understand what it was before going deeper. Station 15 marked the base of a specimen that stood 185 centimeters tall. The surveyor measured it with the tape and showed unusually clear facial features. The eye depressions were deep enough that the headlamp created shadows inside them. The nose ridge was pronounced, and the lower face showed something new, a horizontal seam where a mouth should be, sealed closed with the same matted material, but definitely present as a structural feature. The surveyor photographed the face from multiple angles, then moved down the body. The torso showed subtle texture variations, a vertical midline ridge from throat to where the rooted base began. Faint horizontal lines at what would be rib level. The arm protrusions hung at approximately 45 degrees from the body, not straight down like the others examined earlier. The ends were rounded, no digits, but there was a suggestion of structure. A slight division that might have been fingers once, or might become fingers, or might be the vestigial memory of fingers. The surveyor knelt at the base. The transition zone between organism and floor was more visible here because the cave floor showed a slight depression around the rooted area, as if the organism's growth had displaced stone over time. The matted material extended into the limestone in fine tendrils, or the limestone had grown up around the organism's base. Impossible to tell which. The surveyor pulled out the knife again, hesitated again, then made a decision. One small sample, a single filament from the organism's surface. The minimum necessary to confirm biological nature. The blade touched the organism's lower torso, where the matted layer was thickest. The surveyor selected a single protruding filament and cut it. The organism didn't react. No flinch, no movement, no fluid leaking from the cut site. The surveyor held the filament up to the headlamp. It was approximately 4 centimeters long, pale gray, flexible. Under the field lens, it showed cellular structure. Living matter, not mineral. The surveyor placed it in a sample bag, labeled the bag, stowed it. One filament removed from an organism covered in thousands of them. Minimal impact. But now there was confirmation. Alive, probably alive. Standing, backing away from the specimen with new understanding. Not a formation. An organism, a living thing, or something that had been living and was now in some kind of stasis, turning slowly, looking at the dozens of forms visible in all directions. A population, a colony, an entire ecosystem of these things, standing motionless in the dark, rooted to the floor. The notebook came out. Observations recorded. Organisms rooted to cave floor. Height range 175 to 195 centimeters. Columnar with lateral protrusions. Dense matted exterior, possibly protective layer. No visible eyes, ears, mouth, sealed or vestigial. No apparent respiratory motion. Bilateral symmetry. Legs fused into rooted base. Population density increases with depth into chamber. No consistent orientation pattern observed. Texture biological, confirmed via sample. Function unknown. Note: vertical posture may optimize surface area for filter feeding in still air. Resemblance to bipedal mammals, likely convergent evolution. Upright columnar forms efficient for maximizing atmospheric contact. Similar to how unrelated cave formations independently develop vertical structures. Then stowed the notebook and continued deeper. Station 16, Station 17. The forms multiplied. 53 counted between Station 15 and Station 18, a span of 80 meters, denser than the upper section. And the farther down the chamber the surveyor descended, the more the forms seemed to cluster. Not random distribution anymore. Definite groupings. 3 here, 5 there. 2 standing so close their felted surfaces nearly touched. At Station 19, something new, a form that had fallen. It lay on its side, still rooted at the base, but toppled over, the upper body horizontal. The surface showed damage where it had struck the ground. Torn filaments, exposed underlayer. The underlayer was pale, almost white, with a texture like soft cartilage or fungal flesh. Kneeling beside it, aiming the headlamp at the damaged area. No decay visible, no decomposition smell. The organism had fallen, or maybe years ago, maybe decades. But it hadn't rotted. The cave environment preserved it the way it preserved everything else. Cool, dry, sterile. The rooted base was intact. The organism hadn't been uprooted. It had simply fallen over while still anchored, as if the structural integrity of the torso had failed, but the root system remained alive, a dead specimen. or a dormant one. Impossible to tell which. The headlamp swept the area around the fallen form. Other forms stood nearby, upright, undamaged. They hadn't moved to help the fallen one, hadn't reacted to its collapse. Because they couldn't move, or because they didn't care, or because they had no concept of one another as individuals, standing, moving on. Station 20 marked the deepest penetration into the chamber so far. The floor had leveled out again, no longer descending. Checking the compass, noting the position, looking up. The ceiling was lower here, perhaps 3 meters overhead instead of the 5 or 6 meters visible in the upper chamber. And the forms were everywhere. More than 70 counted within the headlamp's range, standing in clusters, facing different directions, silent, still, surrounded by them now. Moving through them required constant navigation, choosing paths between the rooted figures, careful not to brush against their felted surfaces. The headlamp beam swept continuously, mapping safe routes forward. And then, at the edge of the light's range, a distinct pattern. The surveyor stopped. Ahead, perhaps 40 meters distant, the forms were arranged differently. Not scattered at irregular intervals, not clustered in small groups. They formed a pattern, a definite structure. The surveyor moved toward it, setting markers every 10 meters now. The pattern resolved as the distance closed. The forms stood in a ring, a circle, all facing inward toward a focal point. At 30 meters, the surveyor could count them. 23 organisms forming a circle, approximately 15 meters in diameter, all upright, all oriented so their faces, their eyeless, mouthless faces, pointed toward the hub of the circle. At 20 meters, the surveyor stopped walking and stood very still. The circle was perfect, not approximately circular, not roughly organized, perfect. The spacing between organisms was uniform. The orientation was exact. Every form faced the precise hub with mathematical consistency. This wasn't random distribution. This wasn't natural clustering around resources. This was deliberate arrangement. The surveyor's breath came faster. The headlamp beam moved from form to form around the circle, checking each one. Same height, same posture, same inward orientation. Like sentinels, like witnesses, like worshippers gathered around an altar. But there was nothing in the center. The headlamp beam swept across the interior of the circle. Empty cave floor, no formation, no feature, no marker, just limestone, smooth and bare. The surveyor approached the circle slowly. At 10 meters, the pattern remained perfect. At 5 meters, the surveyor could see the faces clearly. All the figures in the circle showed pronounced facial features, deep eye depressions, clear nose ridges, sealed mouths, more detailed than the scattered forms elsewhere in the chamber. The surveyor walked along the circle's perimeter, staying outside it, photographed it from multiple angles. The forms didn't react, didn't move. But their presence felt different now, not like trees or mushrooms, like an audience, like a congregation. The surveyor completed the circuit and stopped at the point closest to Station 20. The focal point was approximately 8 meters away. The floor there looked identical to the floor everywhere else, but the organisms had arranged themselves around it with geometric exactness that required either intelligence or instinct so refined it mimicked intelligence. The surveyor pulled out the notebook, started sketching the circle, then stopped. No. The eyes were adjusting to fatigue, seeing motion where there was none. The forms were motionless. They had been motionless for hours. But the sense of movement persisted. Not visual, something else. An atmospheric shift. A shift in the cave's acoustic quality. The surveyor stood very still and listened. Silence. Total silence. Same as before. But different. The silence felt active now, present. as if the cave itself were holding its breath. The surveyor checked the time. 4 hours since entering the cathedral chamber. 6 hours total since beginning the descent from the surface. The headlamp battery was at 60%. Plenty of time remaining. But the weight of the cave pressed down now. 70 meters of limestone overhead, 200 meters of horizontal distance from the entrance passage, surrounded by dozens of eyeless organisms arranged in patterns that made no evolutionary sense. The surveyor made a decision. No farther, not today. Document the circle, mark the position, return to the surface. Consult the literature. Bring specialists. Come back with a team and better equipment. The surveyor set a final marker at the edge of the circle, labeled it Station 21, and began sketching the precise arrangement in the notebook. 23 organisms, 15-meter diameter, perfect inward orientation, empty interior. Then looked up at the nearest form in the circle. It was watching. No. It had no eyes. It couldn't watch. But it faced the center of the circle with an intensity that felt like attention, like focus, like waiting. The surveyor closed the notebook and turned toward the exit route. But at Station 20, the surveyor stopped, looked back at the circle. The form stood unchanged, facing inward, and the surveyor's mind caught on a question that wouldn't release. The notebook, still in hand. But the camera. The surveyor patted pockets, checked the pack's outer compartments. Not there. The camera was still at the circle, left at the perimeter when taking the photographs, set down to free both hands for sketching. The surveyor looked up the passage toward the surface. 7 hours of work, irreplaceable documentation, the camera. The notebook had most of the critical data, but the photographs, the visual record of the forms, the circle, the arrangement, those were on the camera. The headlamp battery showed 55%, enough to retrieve it and still make the ascent with margin. The surveyor turned around and walked back toward the circle. The forms stood unchanged. The surveyor navigated between them, approaching the circle from a different angle this time. The camera was visible at the perimeter, exactly where it had been left. The surveyor bent to pick it up, and stopped. The organisms in the circle, all facing inward. The surveyor straightened slowly, looked at them with the question fully formed now. Why inward? Defensive formations were circular in nature. Organisms clustered to protect vulnerable members in the center, presenting unified front to threats. But these organisms had no young in the center. No vulnerable individuals, nothing to protect. The center was empty, unless the circle wasn't defensive. The surveyor walked slowly around the perimeter, examining each organism in sequence. They were identical to the others. Same fibrous texture, same sealed faces, same rooted bases. But their arrangement was unmistakable, deliberate, all facing inward. And the interior was empty. Not because nothing was there, because nothing was there yet. The surveyor stopped walking, looked at the vacant core. 8 meters of bare limestone floor surrounded by 23 organisms, standing in perfect radial formation, feeding. Everything living had to feed. These organisms were rooted, stationary, which meant they couldn't pursue food, so food came to them. The surveyor's mind worked faster now. The forms had those tiny pores beneath the matted layer, pores that could filter nutrients from air, filter feeders. They stood tall to maximize surface area, to catch whatever drifted through the cave's atmosphere. But if they filtered from air, they should orient toward air currents, should face the direction nutrients flowed from. And the circle's inward orientation suggested the hub was the source, the focal point, except the interior was empty. No air vent, no nutrient source, just floor. The surveyor knelt at the circle's edge and examined the limestone inside the formation. smooth, featureless, identical to the floor everywhere else. Stood, looked at the organisms again. 23 of them, all standing upright in columnar postures that happened through pure convergent chance to resemble the silhouettes of large bipedal mammals, the kind that would have sheltered in caves during the Pleistocene. Giant ground sloths, short-faced bears, megafauna that clustered in groups for warmth and protection. The surveyor had seen cave sediments from that period, bone deposits, evidence of large mammals using these systems, tens of thousands of years ago before the megafauna went extinct. The organism's shape wasn't random, it was adaptive, but not to humans, to something older. The surveyor's breath stopped. Aggressive mimicry. Not luring human predators. Humans were too recent, too rare in deep caves. But luring predators that had evolved to hunt clustered megafauna, predators that detected prey by sensing the pressure signatures of huddled groups, that targeted at the heart of formations where vulnerable, young, or injured members would shelter. The organisms weren't hiding. They were bait. Turning slowly, scanning the circle with new comprehension. A decoy herd. The organisms arranged to mimic the pressure signature and spatial distribution of clustered prey animals, all facing inward to create the appearance of a group focused on protecting something central, creating a target, a strike zone. And whatever had evolved to hunt those clusters, whatever had spent millennia refining its ability to sense and strike the vulnerable heart of huddled prey, might still be hunting, might still respond to the same pressure patterns, even though the actual prey had gone extinct thousands of years ago. And the surveyor had stood there, had stood in the exact focal point for 3 full minutes, taking photographs, sketching, documenting, positioning themselves in the focal point of a formation, evolved to lure something that hunted by. The atmosphere shifted, not gradually, suddenly. The surveyor's ears popped. The cave's atmosphere, static for hours, shifted, became heavier, pressing inward from somewhere distant. The surveyor grabbed the camera and stood, turned toward the passage entrance. The headlamp flickered. The battery indicator dropped from 55% to 40% in one jump, then to 30. The beam dimmed perceptibly. Something was wrong with the housing. The surveyor tapped it. The light stabilized briefly, then dimmed further. The surveyor ran, sprinted between the forms toward where the passage should be. The headlamp flickered again. The beam turned amber, weakened, 20 meters from the circle, 30. The columns stood motionless as the surveyor passed them, but the air was moving now. A current flowing through the chamber from west to east. Not wind, displacement. The wake of an enormous presence pushing through a connected passage. The surveyor's shoulder struck an organism hard, tearing felted surface. The headlamp housing cracked on impact. The surveyor bounced off, spun, kept running. Another collision. The headlamp flickered, died completely. Moisture or dust had entered through the cracked housing. The surveyor kept running blind. The surveyor fell, struck the cave floor, hands scraped on stone. The headlamp, torn from the head mount, lost somewhere in the darkness. Rolled. Came up on hands and knees. Atmospheric density spiked. The surveyor's ears popped again, painfully this time. The current strengthened. The surveyor could feel it on exposed skin, could hear it as a faint rushing sound against the chamber walls and against thousands of filaments. The organisms. The air current was making them rustle. Thousands of them surrounding the surveyor in the darkness, their surfaces moving in the displaced air, creating a sound like dry grass and wind, soft, pervasive, coming from every direction. The surveyor pulled out the camera, found it, looped the wrist strap over the right wrist, Standard practice kept expensive equipment from being dropped and powered it on by feel. The screen glowed faintly. Battery still charged. Aimed it forward into the darkness. Pressed the shutter. The flash fired. Brilliant white light for 1/10 of a second. The surveyor saw forms standing in every direction. The cathedral chamber floor. No passage visible. Disoriented completely. Darkness returned. The surveyor aimed the camera a different direction. Fired again. Another flash. More forms. Cave wall visible 30 meters away. Not the passage entrance. Just wall. The surveyor turned 90 degrees, fired again. Forms. Empty floor. And there. Barely visible at the edge of the flash's range. The passage entrance. A gap in the wall where the floor sloped upward. The pressure dropped suddenly. Not gradually declining. A sharp release. Like a door opening somewhere in the cave system. The current stopped. The rustling ceased. Perfect stillness returned. But the air felt different now, thicker, harder to draw into the lungs. The surveyor took a breath, and it required effort, as if the atmosphere had become denser, more resistant. The surveyor oriented toward where the passage had appeared in the flash and began walking. Counted steps. 1, 2, 3, stopped. Fired the flash to check direction. The passage was 45 degrees to the left. Corrected. Walked. 10 steps. Flash. Closer now, maybe 50 meters. The atmosphere pulsed. A single pulse. An enormous presence had shifted position. Close. In the chamber. The surveyor froze. Listened. Silence. But the quality had changed. The acoustic space felt occupied now. The chamber wasn't empty anymore. The surveyor raised the camera, aimed it behind, back toward where the circle had been. Hesitated. If something was there, something large enough to create the pressure changes, the flash would reveal it. The surveyor's finger hovered over the shutter button, then lowered the camera without firing. Turned back toward the passage. Walked. Counted steps. 15. 20. The camera flashed to check position. The large circle. The surveyor was walking directly toward it instead of toward the passage. Could see the organisms in the flash's brief illumination, standing in formation, facing inward toward their empty interior. The surveyor altered course sharply, moving to pass around the circle's perimeter. Walked. 30 steps. Flash. Inside the circle. Somehow the surveyor had walked into it instead of around it. The organisms stood around the perimeter, faces turned inward, toward where the surveyor now stood, toward the hub, toward the strike zone. The surveyor turned and ran. Direction didn't matter, just distance, just away from the center. The camera dangled from the wrist strap, swinging wild. The surveyor's boots struck limestone in irregular rhythm, stumbling, catching balance, running blind. Collision with an organism. The surveyor bounced off it, spun, kept running. Another collision. Then another. The forms stood everywhere, obstacles invisible in the darkness. The surveyor fell, struck the cave floor, hands scraped on stone. The camera struck rock. The impact transmitted through the wrist strap. Rolled. Came up on hands and knees. The oppressive weight built again. Steady increase. The surveyor's ears went numb, compression too great for the inner ear to process. And underneath the oppressive weight, something else. A sound. Faint. Subsonic. More felt than heard. A vibration transmitted through the cave floor. Rhythmic, slow, like breathing. Like the respiration of an enormous presence, massive enough that its breath cycle created perceptible oscillation in the surrounding stone. The surveyor crawled, hands and knees, trying to be small, trying to move quietly, trying to navigate by touch between the rooted entities. 10 meters? 20? The surveyor's hand touched an organism's base, felt the rooted structure where it merged with the floor, moved around it, kept crawling. The breathing sound continued. The surveyor could feel it now as vibration through the palms pressed against limestone. Steady rhythm, slow, patient. The respiration of something that had lived in absolute darkness so long it had evolved past any need for haste. The surveyor stopped crawling, pressed against the base of an organism, tried not to move, not to breathe, not to displace any air. The vibration held steady, then intensified. The breathing, if it was breathing, deepened. The rhythm unchanged, but the amplitude increasing. Whatever was producing it had expanded somehow, inflated, grown larger. The surveyor felt the organism above shift, not move. It was rooted, but stiffen. The felted surface went rigid. The defensive response the surveyor had observed earlier when waving a hand near their faces. The organisms detected something. Light or air movement or pressure. They detected pressure changes. That was how they sensed their environment. How they knew when to stiffen and play dead, by feeling the displacement of air around them. And they were stiffening now, all of them. The surveyor couldn't see it in the darkness, but could feel it. The organism overhead had gone rigid. And if this one had stiffened, the others would be stiffening too, all across the chamber. A wave of defensive response propagating through the population. Because something was moving through the cave system, an enormous presence, massive enough that its passage displaced air in volumes the organisms could detect, something approaching the cathedral chamber, approaching the circles, approaching the strike zone. The surveyor's throat closed, hands shook. The breathing vibration grew stronger, closer. The floor itself transmitted the rhythm now, a deep subsonic pulse that made the surveyor's chest cavity resonate in sympathy, then changed. The rhythm held, but the quality shifted. The exhalation phase shortened. The inhalation deepened. Whatever it was breathing was preparing to do something else. The surveyor pressed tighter against the organism's base, tried to become part of it, tried to disappear. The sound came first. Not a sound the ears could properly hear, too low, subsonic. A sonic wave transmitted through stone and air simultaneously, felt in the chest and skull and the hollows of the sinuses before it registered as noise, infrasound. The kind whales used to cross ocean basins, the kind elephants used to communicate across miles, but louder, closer, focused. The surveyor's chest cavity resonated. Ribs vibrated. The organism overhead shuddered, its filaments trembling in response to the sonic resonance. The cave floor transmitted the pulse as a physical wave. The surveyor's jaw ached. Teeth buzzed against each other. Then atmospheric density spiked. The infrasonic pulse intensified. The surveyor's left ear made a wet, tearing sensation deep in the canal, and then the pain came. Sharp and bright and wrong. The eardrum had ruptured. The surveyor felt the hot trickle down the side of the neck, felt the right ear straining, membrane flexing under the acoustic assault. The pulse held for 3 seconds. 4. The surveyor's vision grayed at the edges even in the total darkness. The chest struggled to expand against the resonant compression, then stopped. Silence. Complete stillness. The organism's filaments settled. The sonic resonance released. The surveyor waited. 5 seconds. 10. Nothing. Just darkness and silence, and the surveyor's own heartbeat hammering against ribs, and the hot, wet feeling in the left ear that meant damage, meant bleeding, meant permanent loss. Then the attack. A sweeping impact, not a single targeted strike. The surveyor felt it through the stone as a massive disturbance propagating across the entire circle. Something enormous had moved through the space with violent speed, not targeting a single point, but sweeping across the formation in an arc, heard it pass overhead, felt the displacement of air, An enormous presence, massive enough to create wind even in the stillness of the cave. It swept through the circle perhaps 2 meters above the floor, high enough to miss the surveyor huddled at an organism's base, low enough that standing upright would have put the surveyor directly in its path. At the formation's heart, the impact was loudest. A wet, crushing sound as whatever appendage or body mass the creature used struck the limestone where the surveyor had stood minutes before. The stone flexed under the blow. Dust rose, clouds of it. The surveyor felt it in the back of the throat, choking and mineral thick. Ancient sediment aerosolized by the violence of the impact. The organisms at the circle's perimeter swayed, their rooted bases stressed by the shock wave, and all around the surveyor came a new sound. Wet, frantic rustling as thousands of filaments moved in coordinated waves, filtering the disturbed air with what felt like eagerness. The strike had missed. The interior was empty, and the creature knew it. Movement. At the perimeter, not the center, the sweeping attack shifted. The surveyor heard it, felt it. As displacement traveling around the circle's edge, the creature was targeting the decoys themselves now. Secondary food source. Accessible protein when the primary prey wasn't present. An organism 3 meters from where the surveyor crouched made a sound, not a scream. It had no mouth, no voice, but a structural sound. Tearing felted surface. Rooted base, stressed beyond tolerance. The surveyor felt the impact through the stone as the creature struck it. Felt the organism topple. Heard the wet sounds of feeding. This was how the fallen specimen at Station 19 had ended up horizontal. Previous hunt. Previous miss. The predator consuming a decoy when the strike zone yielded nothing else. The feeding lasted perhaps 20 seconds, then stopped. Movement again. The creature retreating. The vibration fading. Withdrawing back into whatever deeper passage it had emerged from. Metabolism satisfied enough to wait for the next hunt cycle. Silence. The surveyor waited 2 full minutes. Then 5. Nothing. Just darkness and the faint settling sounds of disturbed sediment filtering back to the cave floor. Carefully, slowly, the surveyor checked the camera still dangling from the wrist strap. The housing felt intact despite the impacts. Powered it on by feel. The screen glowed faintly. Battery still charged, the falls and collisions hadn't broken it. Aimed it forward into the darkness. Pressed the shutter. The flash fired brilliant white light for 1/10 of a second. The surveyor looked up. The organism overhead stood motionless, rigid, its felted surface completely still. Beyond it, a dozen more forms visible in the flash's brief illumination, all frozen in the same defensive posture. The surveyor fired the flash again, another burst of light. More organisms, all stiffened, all motionless. And somewhere in the darkness, beyond the camera's flash range, silence. Perfect silence. But occupied silence. The surveyor could feel it. The chamber wasn't empty. Something else was there. The surveyor oriented toward where the passage should be and began walking. Fired the camera flash every 10 steps to check direction and navigate around organisms. The battery indicator showed 80%. Enough flashes to reach the passage. Probably. 10 steps. Flash. 20 steps. Flash. The surveyor's breathing seemed impossibly loud in the silence. Each footstep a percussion event. Each flash a beacon announcing position. 30 steps. Flash. 40. The passage entrance should be close. Should be? The flash revealed vertical stone. A wall. The surveyor's hands moved along it in darkness, searching for the passage opening. Left, right. No gap. Wrong section of wall. The surveyor moved right, following the wall's contour. Flash every 10 steps. The surveyor walked, counted 10, 15. The wall curved inward. The surveyor followed it. Flash. An irregularity appeared, a vertical stripe of different texture, crystalline, a calcite vein running up the wall. The surveyor had noted it on the way in, a mineral intrusion near the passage entrance. Station 1 was 10 meters to the right of this vein. The surveyor moved right, hands on the wall, counted steps in darkness, 8, 9, 10. Flash. The wall changed angle, receded. The passage entrance. The surveyor stepped into it and began climbing. The passage walls closed in, narrowing from the cathedral chamber's vast space to a corridor barely 2 meters wide. The ceiling lowered. The floor sloped upward. The surveyor navigated by touch now, saving the camera battery, only flashing when the passage split or the route became uncertain. Station 1 passed, marked by the carbide smell of the marker. Station 2. The surveyor climbed faster. The passage curved. The organisms were behind now, down in the chamber below, and whatever else had been that darkness was trapped there by the narrow passage that couldn't accommodate anything cathedral chamber-sized. Station 3, Station 4. The surveyor kept climbing. Hands on the walls for guidance. The passage leveled briefly, then descended. Wrong direction. The surveyor stopped, flashed to confirm. Dead end, side passage. Backtracked, found the correct route, continued up. How long the climb took, the surveyor couldn't say. Time dissolved in the darkness and effort and the single imperative of up. But eventually the passage widened. The ceiling rose. Flash. The familiar formations of the upper system appeared in the brief illumination. Flowstone draperies, stalactites, the gallery. The surveyor climbed faster, through the gallery, through the breakdown room where ceiling collapse had created the stable void, through the narrow passage that led to the original entrance. 50 meters from the surface, gray light filtered down from the entrance. Dawn light. The surveyor secured the camera in the pack's main compartment. Safe now, the worst behind, and climbed the last section in twilight, hands finding holds by memory and touch, until the surveyor emerged into the cool morning air. The cave entrance opened onto a limestone outcrop above a Tennessee valley. The surveyor sat on stone and looked at gray morning sky, drew breath. The air was thin here, too thin. Each inhalation required effort, as if the surveyor's lungs had adapted to the thick, heavy air of the deep chamber and couldn't process the surface atmosphere properly. The surveyor's ears rang, a high-pitched tone that didn't stop. The infrasonic assault in the cathedral chamber had damaged something. The surveyor turned head left, right. The ringing didn't change, would likely never change, the left ear especially. The surveyor pressed a finger against it gently and felt sharp pain. Ruptured eardrum, maybe both of them. The surveyor sat and listened to the ringing, and the distant sound of birds filtered through damaged hearing, and understood that the cathedral chamber had left marks that wouldn't heal. The notebook was secured in the pack. The sample bag with the single filament was preserved. The camera had survived. The survey was complete. Everything documented. 3 weeks later, back in the university lab, the filament sample showed cellular structure unlike any cataloged organism. No known DNA markers. Age indeterminate. The technician requested more samples, requested clear photographs of the organisms in situ, requested any visual documentation showing the distribution pattern and the circular formations. The surveyor filed the request and didn't respond. It was during those weeks of recovery, staring at the notebook sketches while the tinnitus sang its permanent note, that the pieces assembled themselves into comprehension, not bait, agriculture. The organisms had evolved to lure the predator specifically because its violent strikes aerosolized nutrients they couldn't access otherwise. Millennia of accumulated cave sediment, fungal spores, Biological debris settled deep in limestone's microscopic pores. All of it launched into suspension by the creature's attacks, then harvested by the filter feeders standing in perfect formation around the impact zone, a mutualistic relationship with their own predator. The decoys sacrificed the occasional outer organism when the strike zone yielded no primary prey, but the system worked. Had worked for hundreds of thousands of years. The surveyor submitted the camera to the university's digital forensics lab 2 weeks after returning from the cave, hoping for recovery of the corrupted images. 5 weeks after the descent, they returned it with a report. The memory card showed signs of physical trauma, microfractures in the silicon substrate, possible damage from extreme vibration or acoustic pressure. The report's language was cautious, but the technician had asked whether the camera had been near industrial machinery or explosive decompression. The early photos, the ones taken in the cathedral chamber before the headlamp failed, occupied sectors of the card that had suffered catastrophic data corruption. Unrecoverable. The navigation photos taken during the escape, the passage walls, the dead-end tunnels, the surveyor's hands checking the compass, those had survived. 217 images of limestone and darkness. But the organisms, the circle, the precise formation that would have proven everything, reduced to corrupted sectors the recovery software couldn't reconstruct. The survey maps were archived. The notebook sketches, crude drawings that failed to capture the three-dimensional reality of the formations, were all that remained. The field notes were typed and stored, and the camera sat in a drawer with 217 images that showed nothing anyone cared about and empty, corrupted sectors where the discovery should have been. The surveyor's hearing never fully recovered. The ringing persisted, the left ear especially. A permanent high-pitched tone that made sleep difficult and conversation frustrating, and served as a constant reminder that 70 meters below the Tennessee hills, the cathedral chamber remained, populated, waiting. The medical explanation was simple enough. Barotrauma from rapid pressure changes during a solo survey. The surveyor had gone alone, had told the team about mapping upper galleries, but had actually descended into newly accessed passages without notifying anyone. Reckless. The kind of judgment error that made department colleagues exchange looks during meetings. The kind of injury that came with unspoken questions about whether the surveyor could still be trusted in the field. The surveyor never mentioned what had actually caused the pressure changes, never described the organisms or the circle or the thing that had struck the empty interior while the surveyor cowered meters away, never explained why closed rooms and basements and any space where air didn't circulate freely would trigger the response. It started small, faculty meetings and windowless conference rooms. The surveyor would sit and feel the air grow thick and heavy and would have to excuse themselves, stand in the hallway, breathe, wait for the heaviness to pass. Then archives, storage rooms, the university's lower-level laboratories. Anywhere the ventilation was poor, or the ceiling was low, or the space felt contained. The surveyor would enter, and within minutes the atmosphere would press in, and breathing would require effort, and the only solution was to leave. To find open space and moving air, and the certainty that nothing massive was displacing the atmosphere nearby. The colleagues stopped inviting the surveyor to basement archive sessions, stopped asking for assistance with specimen storage in the sub-level labs, started routing their questions through email instead of requesting in-person meetings in interior offices. The surveyor understood what they thought. Claustrophobia, panic disorder, psychological trauma from the solo descent and the barotrauma injury. Maybe all of those things were true. But the surveyor knew what they felt in those closed spaces wasn't irrational fear. It was recognition. the same atmospheric pressure, the same resistance in the air, the same quality of heaviness that had preceded the infrasonic pulse and the strike in the cathedral chamber. The surveyor sat in the university office with permanent hearing damage and atmospheric sensitivity that made basements unbearable, and understood that 70 meters below the Tennessee hills, the cycle continued. The organisms still stood in their circles in the darkness, would stand there long after the surveyor's death, after the university forgot about the survey, after the cave entrance collapsed into memory and myth. Filter feeders locked in an ancient symbiosis, standing, filtering, waiting for the atmosphere to shift again, for the thing that hunted them to return, for the hub to be occupied, patient as only rooted things could be patient, present as only eyeless things could be present. And the surveyor, sitting in closed rooms years later, feeling the air grow thick and resistant, would remember the stiffened forms, the frantic, rustling filaments, the infrasonic pulse that made stone vibrate, the empty interior that wasn't empty at all when something arrived to feed. Nathan Porter watched Connor slip through the gap in the cemetery fence, flashlight beam sweeping across the overgrown graves. 3 other students followed, moving with the purposeful urgency of people who believed they were uncovering something forbidden. Nathan stood at the fence line, breath clouding in the November dark, and understood that he had lost control of this completely. 2 weeks earlier, Nathan had been invited to the high school as a guest speaker. The teacher, a woman named Mrs. Reeves, who Nathan had known since she was a student herself back when he still thought he might pursue teaching as a career, had asked if he would come talk to her junior history class about local research methods. Nathan had spent 43 years in Willow Glen, the last 15 volunteering with the Historical Society, maintaining the archives, cataloging obituaries, preserving what remained of the valley's past. He knew the county records better than anyone still living. He knew which basements held daguerreotypes, which families still kept probate inventories, where the forgotten cemeteries were. He had stood at the front of Mrs. Reeves's classroom on a Thursday in November, looking at 23 juniors who stared back with the careful blankness that teenagers deployed when they wanted to be anywhere else, and tried to explain why any of this mattered. Mrs. Reeves had asked him to propose a term project, something hands-on that might make history feel immediate rather than abstract. Nathan had brought a presentation he'd been refining for weeks, the one he'd hoped might finally make students understand what he'd spent decades trying to preserve. The projector came up, the file he'd been preparing for 2 weeks, the one he hadn't been sure he'd have the nerve to assign. The image that filled the screen was a photograph he'd taken himself. The cemetery on Mill Road, 3 acres of overgrown graves sloping up from Route 17. Headstones tilted at angles, where tree roots had buckled the ground over 2 centuries. The whole place choked with sumac and wild grape, wrought iron fence rusted to lace. Nathan explained the project idea. Each student would be assigned the name of someone buried in the old Willow Glen Cemetery. Their job was to research that person. Birth records, death records, census data, newspaper archives, anything they could find. And write a biography. 5 pages minimum. The goal, Nathan said, was to bring their memory back to life. Mrs. Reeves could assign it as their term project if she thought it had merit. The girl with the phone looked up. Why do we care about dead people? Nathan had prepared for this. He pointed to the photograph and told them these were their history. The people who'd built the town, cleared the land, survived the cholera, made it through the winter of 1842 when the blizzard killed 11 people in 3 days. And nobody remembered them. Nobody even knew their names unless they walked past their headstones. And nobody walked past their headstones because that cemetery hadn't been maintained since 1950. He'd been trying to catalog it himself for the past 3 years, but one person could only do so much. He advanced the slide. The next image was a close-up of a headstone so weathered the inscription was barely legible. Hannah Willis, 1818 to 1842, beloved daughter, gone to rest. Nathan told them this woman was 24 when she died, younger than he was now. She had a grave, but nobody knew who she was, what she did, what she wanted, whether she had children, whether anyone mourned her. Their job, he said, was to find out, to make sure she was not forgotten. The girl with the phone said nothing. The boy who'd been asleep was staring at the image. Nathan set down the remote. He told them Mrs. Reeves would assign names if she approved the project, and in the meantime, they should think about what it meant to be forgotten. Think about whether they'd want someone, 180 years from now, to remember their name. The bell rang. The students filed out without speaking. Nathan stayed at the front of the room, the image of Hannah Willis's headstone still on the screen, and did not turn off the projector. That night, Nathan sat at his desk in the study and opened the 3-ring binder where he'd compiled his research for the model biography, the one he would write himself to show the students what was possible. He'd chosen Hannah Willis because her death date intrigued him, February 14th, 1842, the day the blizzard started. The Willow Glen Public Library kept digitized copies of the Chemung Valley Recorder going back to 1831. Nathan had spent 6 hours scrolling through February 1842 editions until he found the obituary. It was brief. Died February 14th of exposure. Miss Hannah Willis, aged 24, daughter of Josiah and Prudence Willis, late of this township. Funeral services to be held when weather permits. The deceased was caught in the Valentine storm whilst returning from the market and perished before aid could reach her. Before aid could reach her, Nathan pictured it. A young woman walking home in what started as light snow. The storm intensifying faster than anyone expected, visibility dropping to nothing, the cold closing in. Had she tried to find shelter? Had she called for help? The obituary didn't say. The obituary gave him a death and a name and nothing else. He opened the census records. The 1840 census listed the Willis household. Josiah Willis, age 52, farmer. Prudence Willis, age 48. Hannah Willis, age 22. Samuel Willis, age 19. By the 1850 census, only Prudence remained, living with a niece. Josiah and Samuel were gone. Nathan cross-referenced the cemetery records and found them. Josiah Willis died 1847. Samuel Willis died 1843. Both buried in the same cemetery as Hannah, 3 plots in a row. The whole family gone within 11 years. Nathan made notes. He was good at this. The archival work, the slow accumulation of facts, the assembly of a life from scattered documents. It was what he'd been doing for 15 years at the Historical Society, what he did every Saturday morning in the basement archives while the rest of Willow Glen went about their lives. But this time, he thought, might be different. This time he was giving the students something tactile, a name, a grave, a person who had walked the same streets they walked, died in the same valley where they lived. He turned to property records. The Willis farm had been located on what was now the northern section of Route 17, past the cemetery, where the old Hannaford barn still stood. Nathan had driven past it 1,000 times without knowing. He wrote down the address. Tomorrow he would drive out there, take photographs for the presentation, show the students that Hannah Willis's world was still present, still visible if you knew where to look. The furnace kicked on, and Nathan glanced at the clock. Nearly midnight. He had to be at the Historical Society by 8 to catalog a new shipment of deeds. He closed the binder, stacked his note cards, and was halfway to the stairs when he stopped. The window in the study faced the backyard. Beyond it, past the fence, the woods were dark and close, the underbrush dense with the kind of vegetation that only thrived in places people stopped tending. Nathan stood looking at the black mass of trees and felt for a moment the way Hannah Willis might have felt in February 1842 when the snow began to fall too fast and the road disappeared. He turned off the light and went upstairs. Over the next 3 days, Nathan refined the presentation. He visited the Hannaford barn, photographed it from the road, and found in the County Historical Society's archives a daguerreotype of Josiah Willis taken in 1845. A stern-faced man in a dark coat, eyes shadowed beneath heavy brows, no hint of the grief he must have been carrying. Nathan scanned the image, added it to his slides. He wrote a sample 5-page biography of Hannah, carefully sourced, showing students how to structure an argument from fragmentary evidence. He felt for the first time in years that his work at the Historical Society might actually reach someone who wasn't already dead. On Thursday, Mrs. Reeves called to say she'd approved the project, and Nathan returned to the school to help distribute the names. He had compiled a list of 38 individuals buried in the old Willow Glen Cemetery who died between 1798 and 1875. Prioritizing those with unusual death circumstances or historically significant dates. Each student received a name, a birth year, a death year, and a cemetery plot number. Nathan watched their faces as he handed out the assignments. Most took the slips of paper without reading them. A few looked at the names with mild curiosity. The boy who'd been asleep, Nathan had learned his name was Connor, stared at his assignment for a long moment before folding it and putting it in his pocket. Mrs. Reeves asked if there were questions. The girl with the phone raised her hand and asked how they were supposed to find information about people from 200 years ago. Nathan had prepared for this. He spent 20 minutes walking them through the library databases, the Historical Society archives, the county clerk's office records, the process of public records requests for old documents. He demonstrated searching the recorder archives, pulled up an 1852 obituary for someone named Thaddeus Corbett, who died falling from a barn roof, showed them how to cross-reference names across census years. By the end of the period, 3 students had asked follow-up questions. Connor asked whether he could visit the cemetery to take photographs of his assigned person's grave. The girl with the phone asked if they could interview descendants if they found any. Nathan drove home that afternoon thinking maybe his work at the Historical Society had finally found an audience. That night, he stayed up past 1, adding more detail to his Hannah Willis biography. He wanted it to be perfect. He wanted the students to read it and understand what history could be when you treated it not as facts as to memorize, but as lives to resurrect, as people who deserved to be remembered. He was typing the final paragraph when the furnace shut off. Nathan stopped. The house was old, the furnace temperamental, but it had been running fine all evening. He listened. The refrigerator in the kitchen hummed, the laptop fan whirred. Everything else was silent. He saved his document, stood, and walked into the hallway. The thermostat read 68 degrees, same as he'd set it. He pressed the button to call for heat. Nothing. He went down to the basement, checked the furnace, saw no error lights, and was about to call the repair service when he smelled it. Wet wool. The smell of wool cloth soaked through a snowmelt. Nathan turned. The basement was empty. The furnace ticked softly as it cooled. The smell faded, and he wondered if he'd imagined it, if exhaustion had conjured a sense memory from some winter years ago when he'd come inside from shoveling, coat dripping. The furnace kicked back on. Warm air sighed through the vents. Nathan went upstairs and finished the biography. Nathan spent the weekend refining the biography. He worked through Saturday morning at the Historical Society, photographing documents. A land deed from 1838 showing Josiah Willis's purchase of 80 acres along the Chemung River. A marriage certificate for Hannah's brother Samuel, married 1841 to a woman named Ruth Pemberton, both dead by 1844. A brief mention in the recorder from January 1842 about a church social where Miss H. Willis performed a reading from the Psalms to great approbation. He worked through Sunday afternoon at his desk, assembling the fragments into something like a life. What emerged was a portrait of a woman who had lived modestly, helped her parents on the farm, attended church, performed occasional public readings. She had never married. Nathan found a probate record from Josiah Willis's estate, 1847, after he died, that mentioned among his possessions one Bible inscribed to Hannah, one shawl of gray wool, property of the deceased daughter. The Bible's flyleaf, according to the inventory, bore an inscription in Hannah's hand. The shawl had been buried with her. The Bible had gone to her mother. By Sunday night, Nathan had written 12 pages. He cut it to 5, keeping only what students could reasonably expect to find themselves, removing the material that required deeper archival access. He wanted to show them what was possible, not discourage them with his own obsessive thoroughness. He saved the document, backed it up, and was printing a copy when the temperature in the study dropped. It happened fast enough that Nathan noticed. One moment the room was warm, the baseboard heater ticking, and the next his breath was visible in the air. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the thermostat mounted outside the study door. 68 degrees, same as it had been all evening. The printer finished. Nathan picked up the pages still warm from the machine and turned to set them on the desk. She was standing between him and the window. Nathan did not move. His hands were still extended, holding the printed pages, and he could not make himself lower them. The woman was young, mid-20s, wearing a long gray dress that was soaked through, water dripping onto the hardwood floor in a spreading pool. Her hair was plastered to her skull. Her face was colorless, lips gone purple, and when she raised her hands, Nathan saw that her fingernails were blue-black, the blue of something frozen solid. She was shaking, not trembling, shaking, her whole body convulsing with cold, her jaw working, teeth chattering so hard Nathan could hear them from across the room. He tasted copper in the back of his throat. The woman took a step toward him. Her dress made no sound. The water pooling beneath her feet spread across the floor, and Nathan watched it come, watched the dark stain advance toward his shoes, and still he did not move. Nathan's hands lowered. The pages slipped from his fingers and scattered across the floor. He tried to speak and couldn't. The woman took another step. She was close enough now that he could see the frost forming in her hair, tiny crystals catching the lamplight, close enough that he could see her breath coming in short, stuttering gasps, vapor clouding the air between them. The room was so cold, Nathan's fingers ached. He forced himself to speak. His voice came out thin. He asked who she was. The woman closed her eyes. When she opened them, there were tears on her face, freezing as they fell. She did not answer his question. Instead, her mouth moved, shaping words, her voice hoarse and ruined, as though she'd been screaming. And when the sound came out, it was barely louder than a whisper. "Please, let me rest." Nathan tried to process what he was seeing. He looked at the woman, at the water spreading across his floor, at her blue fingernails and the frost in her hair, and tried to reconcile it with what he understood about the world. He asked what she meant. The woman's face changed. The expression was so bleak, Nathan took a step back. She opened her mouth again, struggling to form words through the chattering of her teeth, and Nathan understood that speaking cost her something, that every word was agony. He waited. She whispered, "Every time you say my name, I die again." Nathan stared at her. The cold was making it hard to think. He asked her name. The woman closed her eyes. When she spoke again, her voice was fading, losing volume. "Hannah Willis." And then she was gone. The temperature climbed back to normal over the course of 30 seconds. The water on the floor remained, a dark stain in the shape of a standing figure, and Nathan stood looking at it until his hands stopped shaking. He did not sleep that night. He sat at his desk with the printed biography in front of him and tried to reconcile what he'd seen with what he understood about the world. He was not a religious man. He had never believed in ghosts. But the cold had been real. The water on the floor had been real. And Hannah Willis, the desperation in her face, the exhaustion, the chattering teeth, had been real in a way that Nathan could not explain away. He pulled up his computer. He stared at the Hannah Willis biography file, at the research notes, at the 12 pages he had written, at the assignment he had created for 23 students who would begin researching tomorrow. Nathan closed the laptop. He picked up the printed pages and carried them downstairs to the kitchen. He turned on the stove, held them over the flame, and watched them curl and blacken and fall apart into ash. The smoke alarm went off. Nathan opened the windows, waved a dish towel under the detector until it stopped shrieking, and stood in the cold air blowing through the kitchen, trying to convince himself this was real. By dawn, he had decided he would cancel the project. He would call Mrs. Reeves, tell her it was a mistake. He would ask her to forbid the students from going to the cemetery, from researching the names, from speaking about the dead at all. He would let them rest. Nathan called the school at 7 a.m. Mrs. Reeves answered her classroom phone on the third ring. He told her the project needed to be canceled immediately. She asked why. Nathan had not prepared an answer that would sound sane. He told her the cemetery was structurally unsafe, that the wrought iron fence was collapsing, that he'd checked with the town and been informed the site was condemned pending a safety review. It was a lie, all of it, but Nathan delivered it with enough conviction that Mrs. Reeves accepted it. She said she would tell the students that morning. Nathan spent the rest of the day at home, deleting the project file from his computer, shredding the assignment slips he'd prepared, burning his research notes in the kitchen sink. The smoke alarm went off. He opened the windows and stood in the cold air trying to convince himself this was over. By Tuesday afternoon, Nathan allowed himself to believe it had worked. Mrs. Reeves had canceled the project. The students had been told. The names were shredded. Whatever he had started, he had stopped it before any real harm was done. Hannah would rest. He drove home through a cold rain and found his house exactly as he'd left it. No wet footprints, no smell of wool. The stain on the study floor had dried to a faint discoloration he could barely see. Nathan stood looking at it for a long time, then got a rag and scrubbed it until the wood was uniform again. That night he slept for the first time in 2 days. But on Wednesday, Mrs. Reeves called. Students were asking questions. Connor had asked what Nathan had found at the cemetery that made him cancel the project. Others wanted to know why the Historical Society volunteer would propose something and then take it back so suddenly. The questions had an edge Mrs. Reeves didn't like, something suspicious and intent. Nathan told her he hadn't found anything, that the cancellation was purely safety-related. Mrs. Reeves said she'd tell them that. After the call, Nathan sat in his kitchen and understood that the questions would not stop. The students thought he was hiding something. The cancellation had made the project more compelling, not less. On Thursday morning, Nathan drove to the school. Mrs. Reeves had asked him to come in, said she wanted to talk about what the students were doing. He found her in her classroom during her planning period. She told him students from other classes were asking about the cemetery project. They'd heard about it from Mrs. Reeves's juniors. Some had started researching on their own. She'd found them in the library that morning, looking at the Chemung Valley recorder archives Nathan had showed them how to access. When she'd asked what they were doing, they'd closed their laptops and left. Mrs. Reeves wanted to know if Nathan had any idea why they were so interested in a canceled project. Nathan told her he didn't know. He told her the cemetery should be off limits, that no student should be permitted near it. Mrs. Reeves looked at him with an expression Nathan couldn't read. She said she'd submit a request to the principal. On Friday, Connor was absent. So was the girl with the phone. So were 4 others. That night, Nathan woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of water dripping. He lay in bed listening. The sound was coming from downstairs. Slow drops hitting hardwood, rhythmic, wrong. He got up, went to the hallway, and stopped at the top of the stairs. The study light was on. He had not left it on. Nathan went down. The door to the study was open. Inside, the temperature had dropped so low he could see his breath. And standing at his desk, exactly where she had stood before, was Hannah Willis. She was shaking harder than before. Her dress dripped steadily onto the floor, pooling beneath her feet. And when she raised her hands toward Nathan, he saw that her fingernails were black, the black of frostbite that had gone necrotic. She opened her mouth. Her jaw worked, but no sound came out at first. Just the chattering of teeth, violent, uncontrollable. Then, in a voice so hoarse it barely carried across the room, "Please?" The word broke apart. She tried again, reaching for him, and Nathan saw frost spreading across his desk, across the papers there. His notes on Hannah Willis, on Thaddeus Corbett, on all 38 names. The frost crept over the ink, obscuring words, and where it touched the word Hannah, the paper buckled and tore. She was fading already. Nathan could see the window through her. He stepped forward, and she tried to speak again, but the cold was too much, her whole body seizing, and then she was gone. The temperature climbed back to normal over the course of 30 seconds. The water on the floor remained. Nathan stood looking at it, at the torn paper on his desk, and understood only that she was suffering more now than before, and that he did not know why. He did not sleep again that night. Saturday, Nathan drove to Mill Road. The cemetery was visible from Route 17, 3 acres of overgrown graves rising up the hillside, and Nathan pulled onto the shoulder and looked. The fence was intact. The graves were undisturbed. But when he got out of the car and walked closer, he saw the gap in the fence, the same gap he'd seen the students use. And beyond it, in the mud between the headstones, footprints, dozens of them, fresh. Nathan stood at the fence and counted the tracks. At least 10 different people had been here recently. He could see where they'd walked, row by row, photographing stones. He got back in the car and sat gripping the steering wheel until his hands ached. That night, the cold came earlier, and Nathan was sitting in his living room, every light on, when the temperature dropped. He stood and backed toward the hallway, but there was nowhere to go. The smell came first. Wet wool, turned earth, the mineral scent of stone, and then they appeared. Not just Hannah this time. Nathan counted 5, then 7, then stopped counting. They filled his living room, crowded shoulder to shoulder, all of them wet, all of them shaking, all of them staring at him with the same exhausted desperation Hannah had shown. A man in work clothes with his hands crushed flat. A woman holding an infant, both of them gray. A boy no older than 14, too young. Hannah stepped forward. She was shaking so hard she could barely stand. When she opened her mouth, the sound that came out was not words, but something worse. A wet, rattling gasp, as though her lungs had frozen solid. She lifted her hands. Her fingers were bent at wrong angles, frozen joints that wouldn't straighten. She pointed at Nathan, then at herself, then at the others. The gesture was clear, even if the words were not. You. Us. Suffering. Nathan tried to speak. He asked how many. Hannah's mouth moved. No sound. She tried again, and this time, a single word emerged. So faint, Nathan almost didn't hear it. More. The others pressed closer. Nathan could see their deaths written on their bodies. The crushed hands, the drowned infant, the cut throat, a woman with burns, a man whose chest had caved in. They were trying to tell him something, but they had no voice, no way to make him understand except to show him what was happening to them. The man with crushed hands reached out. His fingers touched Nathan's arm, and the cold was so intense Nathan cried out. Where the fingers touched, frost spread across Nathan's sleeve, and Nathan felt the weight. Enormous, splintering weight crushing down through his forearms, through his wrists, the bones in his hands compacting, flattening, fingers pulped between wood and stone, and inside the pain a sound, rhythmic, mechanical, click, 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 click. Keys being pressed, someone typing, and the beam fell again, crushed again, and the clicking never stopped, overlaying the breaking, the search continuing while he died. Nathan jerked his arm back. The ghosts were fading, losing cohesion, their outlines blurring. Hannah looked at him one last time, her face wet with frozen tears, and mouthed a word Nathan could not hear. And then they were gone, all of them. And Nathan was alone in the warming room, staring at the wet footprints they had left behind, dozens of overlapping marks, and the frost still melting on his sleeve where the dead man had touched him. Nathan sat down hard on the couch. His hands were shaking. He understood now that the students had not stopped. He understood that more of the dead were suffering. He understood that Hannah could not tell him what to do because the cold seized her before she could form the words, because dying over and over had broken her ability to hold herself here long enough to explain. But he did not understand what she wanted from him. He sat in the dark living room until dawn, watching the wet footprints slowly evaporate, and tried to think of what to do. On Monday morning, Nathan returned to the school to check on the project's progress. Mrs. Reeves had agreed to let him sit in on her junior history class to see how the students were handling the research. He saw it first in the hallway. A girl he did not recognize stood at her locker, staring at her phone. And when her friend spoke to her, she did not respond. The friend touched her shoulder. The girl jerked, looked up with eyes that took too long to focus, and said something Nathan could not hear. But he saw the way she looked, pale, circles under her eyes dark as bruises, the phone clutched in both hands. In Mrs. Reeves's classroom, 7 students were absent. The remaining 16 sat in clusters, bent over phones, and when Mrs. Reeves called the class to order, they looked at her with a strange blankness, as though they were listening to something else beneath her voice. They put the phones away, slowly, reluctantly, the way an addict sets down a cigarette they have not finished. Nathan sat at the back of the room and watched. Mrs. Reeves tried to teach. She lectured about the panic of 1873. No one took notes. Halfway through the period, a girl in the back row turned around in her desk, looked directly at Nathan, and asked if he had ever been to the cemetery at night. Mrs. Reeves stopped mid-sentence. The classroom went silent. Nathan looked at the girl. She was thin, thinner than he remembered from the day he'd handed out the assignments. Her skin papery, her hair unwashed. She stared at him without blinking, waiting for an answer. Nathan told her no, he had not been to the cemetery at night, and the project was canceled. The girl smiled slightly. She turned back around. Mrs. Reeves tried to continue the lecture, but the girl did not take out her notebook. After class, Nathan went to the principal's office. He asked the principal if she had noticed an unusual number of absences. She pulled up the attendance report and frowned. 41 students across 4 grade levels had been marked absent that morning. All of them had submitted notes from parents citing illness. Nathan asked if the notes had been verified. The principal looked at him over her reading glasses and asked why. Nathan did not have an answer that would sound sane. He told her he was concerned about a flu outbreak. The principal said she would send a reminder about hand-washing protocols. Nathan left the office and stood in the hallway. Through the small windows and classroom doors, he could see students bent over desks, phones hidden in laps, thumbs moving. The low hum of voices from classrooms had a quality he recognized now. The same focused intensity he had heard in the library last week, but multiplied, spreading. At lunch, Nathan walked to the library and found it full, every table occupied. Students sat shoulder to shoulder, laptops open, notebooks spread across surfaces, whispering to each other in voices too low to parse. The librarian stood at the circulation desk, looking at the crowd with an expression Nathan could not read. Nathan approached a table near the back. 4 students from Mrs. Reeves's class. They had the Chemung Valley recorder archives open on 3 different screens. One girl was copying names from an 1847 obituary into a spiral notebook. Her handwriting was cramped, obsessive, filling every line. Nathan asked what they were doing. The girl looked up. Her eyes were bloodshot, the whites yellowed at the edges. She told him they were just researching. Nathan told them the project was canceled. He told them they needed to stop. Another student at the table, a boy Nathan had never seen look interested in anything, leaned forward and asked Nathan why he was so afraid of them finding out. His voice had an edge Nathan did not like, something feverish and intent. Nathan felt the question like a blow. He had no answer. He told them to close the laptops. No one moved. Nathan stood there for a long moment, surrounded by students who stared at him with exhausted, hungry faces, and understood that he had lost control of this completely. He turned and walked out of the library, and behind him he heard the students laughing. That afternoon, passing through the senior hallway on his way out, Nathan saw 3 girls clustered around a phone, laughing. One of them held the screen toward the others, and Nathan glimpsed what they were looking at. A screenshot of an 1847 obituary, someone named Elizabeth Monroe. The text circled and annotated with arrows. Someone had written across the image, "Porter tried to ban this." The girl holding the phone looked up, saw Nathan, and the laughter died. She turned the phone toward her chest, but Nathan had already seen the notification count at the top of her screen. 43 unread messages in a group chat named Cemetery Receipts. He kept walking. By evening, Nathan's phone buzzed with a text from Mrs. Reeves. IT flagged massive archive traffic. Shared logins, AUP violations. Principal's asking me questions about your cemetery project. What is going on? Nathan stared at the message for a long time and then turned off his phone. The obsession had mutated. It was no longer about the assignment. It had become social currency, a challenge, proof that you knew something forbidden. And the more Nathan tried to stop it, the more valuable the knowledge became. On Tuesday, the absences doubled. Nathan returned to the school and found Mrs. Reeves in the hallway outside her classroom, looking shaken. She told him only 9 students had shown up for second period out of 25. The ones who remained looked worse, pale, shaking slightly, their attention fractured. Nathan asked if he could observe again. Mrs. Reeves nodded and let him in. One boy fell asleep at his desk. Nathan walked over and touched his shoulder. The boy jerked awake. His hands were cold to the touch. Nathan asked if he was all right. The boy said he was fine, he just hadn't slept much. Nathan asked why not. The boy hesitated, then said he'd been reading about the cemetery, about the people buried there, and he couldn't stop thinking about them. He couldn't stop seeing their names. He kept dreaming about the dates on the headstones, the obituaries, the way people died back then. Nathan asked how long he'd been researching. The boy said 5 days, maybe 6. He wasn't sure. Time felt strange. Nathan told him to go to the nurse. The boy nodded but did not move. He sat at his desk staring at nothing, and Nathan saw that his notebook was full of names, written over and over in columns that ran down the page and continued on the next page and the next. The same 10 or 12 names repeated hundreds of times in handwriting that grew progressively less controlled. That night, Nathan drove to Mill Road again. It was past 9, full dark, and the cemetery was invisible from the road except as a darker mass against the hillside. Nathan pulled onto the shoulder, turned off his headlights, and waited. 20 minutes later, headlights appeared from the opposite direction. A car slowed, turned onto the narrow access road that led up to the cemetery gates, and parked. 4 teenagers got out. Nathan recognized 2 of them, Connor and the girl with the phone. But they moved differently now, not with the casual confidence of teenagers breaking a minor rule, but with purpose, urgency, as though something were pulling them up the hill. They had flashlights, but they did not use them until they were inside the fence, as though they did not want to be seen from the road. Nathan watched the flashlight beams move between the graves. The students were not taking photographs this time. They were kneeling at headstones, touching them, and Nathan saw one girl press her hands flat against the stone and hold them there for a long time, her head bowed. They stayed for an hour. When they came back through the fence, Nathan saw their faces in the brief flare of the car's dome light, exhausted, drawn. The girl with the phone was crying silently, tears running down her face, but she was smiling. Nathan waited until they drove away. Then he got out of his car and walked up to the cemetery. He slipped through the gap in the fence and stood among the graves. The air was different here, colder, heavier, as though something were pressing down on the ground. Nathan walked between the headstones and felt the wrongness thicken with every step. Where the students had knelt, the grass was dead. Where they had touched the stones, the granite was wet with condensation that should not form on a dry November night. Nathan knelt at one of the stones. The name was barely legible in the dark. Elizabeth Monroe, 1789 to 1834, died in childbirth. He touched the stone where the student had touched it, and the cold went through him like a blade. Pain opened inside him, tearing, wet, something ripping that should not tear, and beneath it the distant flash of a camera phone. The mechanical click of a shutter, over and over, someone photographing the headstone, while Elizabeth Monroe bled out again in the dark. The child she had already lost, and the camera kept clicking, the research continuing, the death repeating in rhythm with the documentation. Nathan pulled his hand back. He stood up, stumbling, and looked around the cemetery. 38 graves, 38 names he had assigned, and the students were pulling every one of them out of piece over and over and could not stop themselves. Nathan walked back to his car. His hands were shaking so hard he could barely grip the steering wheel. That night the cold came before he even reached his house. Nathan pulled into his driveway and saw frost on the windows, not outside, inside, spreading across the glass in patterns that looked like handprints. He sat in the car for a long time, engine running, and watched the frost creep across every window until the glass was opaque. He turned off the engine and went inside. They filled every room, the hallway, the kitchen, the living room, the stairs. Nathan stopped in the doorway and stared. He counted 20, then 30, and then stopped counting because they were packed so tightly he could not separate one figure from another. All of them wet, all of them shaking, all of them staring at him with faces that held nothing but suffering. Hannah stood at the front of them. She was worse than before. Her lips had gone black. Her hair was solid with ice. When she raised her hands, her fingers would not bend. Nathan asked how many now. Hannah opened her mouth. The sound that came out was not a word, but a number, hoarse and broken. 30? She could not finish. The cold seized her, and she doubled over, shaking so violently Nathan thought she would come apart. The others pressed closer, and Nathan saw that they were trying to push her forward, trying to help her speak, but there were too many of them, and the cold was too strong. One of the dead, a young man Nathan did not recognize, reached out and grabbed Nathan's wrist. The touch was agony. Nathan tried to pull away, but the fingers held, and Nathan felt the fall, his neck snapping, vertebrae separating, the pain white and total, and layered over it the sound of voices, 3 of them, murmuring his name in a dorm room somewhere. And he was in heaven, and then he was falling again, neck breaking again, and the voices never stopped, speaking his name in rotation, pulling him back, breaking him, pulling him back, breaking him, the research never pausing long enough for him to stay dead. The grip released. Nathan staggered back against the wall. The ghosts were fading, their forms losing solidity. And through the crowd, Nathan saw Hannah's mouth moving, shaping words he could not hear. He caught only fragments. Can't stop and need, and something else that might have been you. And then they were gone, all of them. And Nathan was alone in his house with wet footprints covering every surface and the smell of wet wool so thick he could taste it. Nathan sat down on the floor in the hallway. He understood now that the students could not stop. Whatever they had started, it had taken hold of them, was pulling them back to the cemetery night after night, making them speak the names and think about the dead until the dead could find no rest. And he understood that Hannah was trying to tell him something, that she had a plan. But the suffering was too great now for her to hold herself here long enough to explain it. Nathan sat in the dark hallway until morning, surrounded by the drying footprints of the dead, and tried to think of a way to make it stop. Wednesday morning, Nathan called the Historical Society and asked if they could revoke student access to the recorder archives. The director, a woman who'd worked with Nathan for 8 years, asked why. Nathan told her the student project had been canceled and they no longer needed access. The director said she'd look into it. She called back an hour later. The database was managed by the county library system, not the Historical Society. Student access had been granted through the school's institutional account. She couldn't revoke it without authorization from the school administration. Nathan called Mrs. Reeves. He asked if she could request the access be removed. Mrs. Reeves said she'd try, but it would need to go through the principal and the library coordinator. It might take days. Nathan didn't have days. That afternoon, Nathan drove to Mill Road. He parked at the cemetery entrance and got out. He found the gap in the fence where the students had been entering. He pulled the rusted iron bars together and wired them shut with the coat hangers from his trunk. Then he walked the perimeter looking for other gaps. He found 3 more and sealed them all. When he was finished, he stood at the gate and looked at the cemetery. 38 graves, 38 names. If he could keep the students out, keep them from touching the stones and kneeling in the grass, maybe the pull would weaken. Maybe they could stop. Nathan drove home. He was pulling into his driveway when his phone rang. Mrs. Reeves. She asked if Nathan had been at the cemetery that afternoon. Someone had called the school to report seeing him tampering with the fence. Nathan told her yes, he'd sealed the gaps to keep students out. Mrs. Reeves was quiet for a moment. Then she told Nathan the principal wanted to speak with him. She said Nathan's behavior over the past week, the abrupt project cancellation, the repeated calls about database access, the unauthorized fence repair, had raised concerns. The principal thought it might be best if Nathan stopped volunteering at the school for a while. Nathan asked if he could explain. Mrs. Reeves said it had already been decided. He ended the call and sat in his car looking at his house. The windows were dark. No frost. Not yet. That night the cold came earlier than before. Nathan was sitting at his kitchen table, trying to think of what to do next when the temperature dropped. Nathan stood up from the table. The temperature dropped so fast the windows cracked, thin fracture lines spreading across the glass. And then they were there, filling the kitchen, the hallway beyond, more than Nathan had ever seen before. He counted 50 before he stopped counting. Hannah stood at the front, and she was almost gone. Her face was gray, her eyes filmed over with ice, her dress frozen solid. When she raised her hands toward Nathan, chunks of ice fell from her sleeves and shattered on the floor. Nathan said he was trying. He said he'd locked the cemetery, he'd cut off their database access. He was going to tell the principal tomorrow and make her understand. Hannah shook her head. The motion was slow, agonized. She lifted one hand and pointed at Nathan, then swept her arm toward the others. The 50 dead crowding his kitchen, all of them shaking, all of them suffering. Then she pointed at Nathan again and touched her own chest. Nathan did not understand. He asked what she wanted from him. Hannah's mouth moved. No sound came. She tried again, forcing the words through frozen vocal cords. And this time, Nathan heard it, faint and broken. You. For us. Nathan stepped back. He understood what she was saying and rejected it immediately. He told her no. There had to be another way. Hannah shook her head. The others pressed closer, and Nathan saw their desperation, saw that they had been trying to tell him this for days, but could not hold themselves together long enough to make him understand. They needed him to take their place. They needed him to become the ghost everyone remembered, everyone researched, so the students would forget the cemetery and the 38 names and let the dead rest. Nathan told them there had to be another way. Hannah looked at him with ice-filmed eyes, and Nathan saw that she did not believe him. She had seen him try and fail, and every failure made the students more obsessed, more certain he was hiding something. The ghosts faded. Hannah was the last to go, and before she vanished completely, she mouthed 2 words Nathan barely caught. Too late. And then Nathan was alone in his kitchen, surrounded by pools of melting ice and the smell of death. Nathan sat in the dark and understood that Hannah had been right. He was banned from the school. He had no way to reach the students, no authority to stop them. Mrs. Reeves wouldn't return his calls. The principal thought he was unstable. The students would continue researching, and the obsession would spread to the whole school, maybe the whole town. He had made himself the center of the story by trying to make it stop, and the dead needed him to stay there. The winter festival was Friday night. Nathan woke Friday morning and could not get warm. He turned the thermostat to 75. The furnace ran, but the cold remained, settling into his joints, stiffening his fingers. By noon, his breath was visible in the kitchen. By 2 o'clock, he could hear it, distant, barely audible beneath the hum of the refrigerator and the tick of the baseboard heaters. A whisper that might have been his name, repeated by dozens of voices he did not recognize, coming from no direction he could identify. He tried to stay inside. He sat at the kitchen table and told himself he did not have to go, but the cold deepened. His hands stopped working properly. When he tried to grip a pen to write a note, to who he did not know, his fingers would not bend. By 4 o'clock, the whisper had grown louder. Not one voice now, but many overlapping, saying his name in rhythm with his pulse. Nathan Porter, Nathan Porter. The sound came from inside his own skull. He stood up from the table and found he was already putting on his coat. The cold was a tide, and he was caught in it, being drawn toward the square whether he willed it or not. At 5:30, Nathan drove to town. The square was already crowded. Vendor booths lit with strings of white lights, families moving between the stalls. Nathan parked 2 blocks away, and he was already through the car door, already on the sidewalk, before he decided to move. The whisper followed him. Louder now, insistent, the voices multiplying. Nathan reached the edge of the square and stopped. The carolers were setting up near the gazebo. Someone was selling hot chocolate. Children ran between the booths, laughing. It was a scene Nathan had witnessed every December for 43 years, and he understood now that he would never see it again. He walked into the crowd. For 20 minutes, nothing happened. Nathan moved through the festival, past vendor tables, past the skating rink, and no one paid attention to him. He was just another resident of Willow Glen, bundled against the cold, anonymous in the crowd. Then he saw Connor. The boy stood near the gazebo with 3 other students, all of them from Mrs. Reeves's class. They were not looking at the festival. They were looking at their phones, bent close together, whispering. Nathan watched from a distance and saw the exhaustion in their faces, the pallor, the obsessive focus. Connor looked up. He saw Nathan. His eyes widened slightly, and he said something to the others. They all looked. Nathan turned away. He walked toward the center of the square, and behind him he heard footsteps following. He kept walking. More people were looking at him now. Nathan saw a teacher from the school, saw the recognition in her face, saw her lean toward her husband and say something, saw them both turn to watch him. Nathan stopped in the open space in front of the gazebo. He stood alone in the center of the square, and the crowd moved around him, and he waited. The temperature dropped. Not fast. Gradually, degree by degree, cold seeping into the square like water rising. Nathan saw a woman pull her coat tighter, saw a man rub his hands together. Someone said it was colder than the forecast predicted. Nathan's breath clouded the air. He looked down and saw frost forming on his coat, tiny crystals spreading across the wool. A little girl skating on the rink fell. Her father helped her up. They skated to the edge and stepped off the ice, and the father said something about the temperature dropping, about heading home early. Nathan stood very still. The cold intensified. His fingers went numb inside his gloves. His face ached, and he understood that they were here, the dead, all around him, invisible but present, gathering their strength for what came next. Connor was 10 feet away now, staring at Nathan, with an expression Nathan could not read. The other students stood behind him. One of them had her phone out, recording. Nathan opened his mouth to say something. He did not know what. And that was when it happened. A woman walking past glanced at Nathan, looked away to navigate around a child, looked back. Nathan was gone, not disappeared in a flash of light, not pulled into the ground or lifted into the air, just absent. The space where he had been standing was empty, and on the pavement where his feet had been was a circle of frost, white and perfect. And in the center of the circle were his glasses. The woman stopped. She stared at the empty space, at the glasses, and made a sound. Half gasp, half sob. Where did he go? The question hung in the freezing air. People nearby turned. They saw the frost circle, saw the glasses, saw the woman, pointing at nothing. Someone asked what happened. The woman said there had been a man standing there, the volunteer from the Historical Society. She'd just seen him, and when she looked back, he was gone. Connor stepped forward. He stared at the frost circle, at the glasses, and Nathan saw, because Nathan was still there. watching from somewhere else, somewhere cold and dark. Connor's face go white. More people gathered. Someone called 911. Someone else took photographs. The frost circle began to melt, the edges softening, but the glasses remain, lenses catching the white light strung overhead. A man said he'd smelled something strange right before, something like wet wool. A woman said she'd felt a cold spot, colder than the rest of the square, right where the man had been standing. A teenager said he'd seen the frost forming on the man's coat seconds before he vanished. Said it didn't make sense because the night was cold, but not that cold. Every witness had a different detail. None of them agreed on exactly what they'd seen, but they all agreed on one thing. Nathan Porter had been there, and then he had not, and there was no explanation that made sense. The story spread through the crowd in minutes. By the time the police arrived, 50 people were gathered around the frost circle, staring at the glasses, trying to understand what they had witnessed. Connor stood at the edge of the circle, phone in his hand, recording. He had filmed the whole thing, the frost forming on the volunteer's coat, the impossible moment of absence, the glasses falling. The video was already uploading to the group chat cemetery receipts, already being shared, already going viral. By morning, everyone in Willow Glen was talking about Nathan Porter, not about the cemetery project, not about Hannah Willis or Thaddeus Corbett, or the 38 names he'd tried to make them research. Just Nathan, the Historical Society volunteer who had vanished in front of 50 witnesses at the Winter Festival, leaving nothing but a circle of frost and his glasses. Within days, it was everywhere. Reddit threads dissecting the video frame by frame, true crime podcasts analyzing witness statements, Facebook groups trading theories, newspaper articles, television segments, hundreds of people, thousands, all researching simultaneously, all speaking his name, trying to solve the impossible mystery of the man who disappeared. The students forgot the cemetery completely. They stopped accessing the recorder archives. They stopped going to Mill Road at night. The obsession that had consumed them for 2 weeks evaporated, replaced by something bigger, more immediate, more compelling. Mrs. Reeves reported that her students looked better, sleeping again, eating again, their skin no longer papery and pale. The circles under their eyes faded. Whatever had been pulling them toward the graves released its grip. 3 weeks later, the frost pattern in the town square was nearly gone. Only a faint discoloration remained in the stone where Nathan had stood. The glasses sat in an evidence locker downtown, waiting for answers that would never come. And Connor, scrolling through his phone late at night, found a new subreddit dedicated to Nathan Porter's disappearance. 43,000 members, dozens of posts per hour. People from across the country, across the world, speaking Nathan's name, researching his life, trying to understand what had happened in Willow Glen. Connor read the posts, watched the theories multiply, and felt the town's obsession spreading outward like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. He could close the app. He could put his phone down and never look at this again. Instead, he scrolled. The cemetery. Hannah Willis's headstone. The way Nathan had looked at him in those final moments before vanishing. Resigned, exhausted, afraid. The frost circle. The cold spot where no snow would melt all winter. The smell of wet wool near the gazebo on certain nights. Connor closed Reddit and put his phone away. But the next morning he opened it again, and the subreddit had grown by 3,000 members overnight and somewhere. In some place Connor could not see and did not want to imagine. Nathan Porter was freezing to death over and over while strangers spoke his name into the infinite dark.